bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But
who are these 20?
There's Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Yeah.
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her. Mostly.
A few moments ago,
Who's
Israel's
they?
defense minister has said his country
The
has attacked
teachers,
Iran
the parents,
and has declared
the staff.
a state of emergency. Israel Katz made the announcement.
Every single teacher,
there
or
were
specific
reports of thick
teachers?
smoke rising from what appeared to be an explosion in downtown Tehran. Iranian state television has acknowledged that blast, but it hasn't given any more details of it. Sirens have also been sounded across Israel at the same time. The Israeli military have said that the proactive alert was to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched towards the state of Israel. And this, of course, comes as tensions have been high between Iran and the United States over Tehran's nuclear program. We've just seen talks going on in Geneva just this week, which ended with some positive rhetoric from the Omanis who are mediating between the US and Iran, and also some positive noises from Iran themselves, but there was no comment from the US on that. And Donald Trump has been questioned overnight once again about his feelings about Iran, and he essentially said he hadn't made his mind up whether or not the US would press ahead with a strike on Iran. This, however, is a move from Israel. So Israel's defense minister saying that his country has attacked Iran and has declared a state of emergency. And let me just bring you some of the other lines that we're getting in as well. We understand by the Reuters news agency that Israeli airports, the airports authority there is saying that Israeli airspace has been closed to civilian flights. So the Ministry of Transport closing Israeli airspace to civilian flights. We've also heard that the public has been requested not to come to Israel's airports. As far as Iran itself is concerned, the Iranian media is reporting that an explosion has been heard in East Tehran, and the state media also saying 2 more explosions have likely occurred in the northern Sayed Kandan area of Tehran, and they're saying that it's possibly due to missile strikes. That's according to the state media, which is being picked up by the Reuters news agency. Well, let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who joins us now. So, Adam, Israel's defense minister saying his country has attacked Iran. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, I can tell you that officials have just confirmed that to Sky News, that the attack on Iran has begun. There are lots of things that are unclear at the moment that will become clearer, I'm sure, in the coming minutes and hours. You'll forgive me if I'm keeping an eye on my phone messages, as you might imagine at times like this, flying around. Let me tell you what's happened over the course of this morning. It's 9:15 here in Jerusalem. I was at home when an air raid siren was sounded across Jerusalem, and about that time, a message came out. There's an app on people's mobile phones here, telling Jerusalem residents and Israeli residents that this was a preventative siren. In other words, that Israel was not under attack at that moment, but this was a preventative siren effectively to do 2 things. One is to check the system is working. The other one was to grab people's attention. Remember, it's Saturday morning here. It is Shabbat. That is effectively a very serious public holiday, particularly in a religious city such as Jerusalem.
And
people do not work on Shabbat at all. In fact, in the case of many people, may not even have their phone activated. So the siren sound.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to just cut across you just for a second, Adam, just because we've got some new pictures in of Tehran. So we're just going to bring that in for viewers just while you talk us through it. We believe this is southern Tehran, as I understand it. And there you can see a plume of smoke in the middle of your shot there. As we say, state media is acknowledging explosions in the capital, but at the moment the cause has not been formally identified. The news agency Tasnim in Iran is apparently saying that some of the areas have experienced explosions, possibly due to missile strikes. So, Adam, sorry to interrupt you. We just wanted to bring people those latest pictures. Strikes. So, Adam, sorry to interrupt you. We just wanted to bring people those latest pictures that have just come into us.
Yeah. So let me tell you, and these are messages coming in from the region. So this is not confirmed, but some of these targets, according to sources across this region, including in Iran, we're told southern Tehran, also eastern Tehran, and there are those in that area who are saying that one of the strikes, at least, is against the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence, possibly also a strike at the Mahabad airport in Tehran, and potentially one person is suggesting here, again, this is not corroborated by our source, but against political targets. To be honest, those are things you would expect. I would anticipate that this would target particularly people from the Revolutionary Guard, which is the apparatus of the state, which has been effectively enforcing the Iranian regime's control over Iran for many, many years. You can see there in the images we're getting from Tehran, those plumes of smoke rising up from the buildings. Tehran, of course, was targeted back in June when Israel attacked. And I think worth saying at that point that we do not know at the moment whether this was a joint attack by Israel and the United States, or whether or not this was an Israeli attack on its own. A quick reminder that the talks between the United States and Iran in Geneva came to what...
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, we need to just...
Next week. Now, the United States does have form in attacking when it has said it is going to continue talks with Iran. At the moment, we don't have any confirmation that the US was involved in this. I find it almost impossible to believe that Israel would have gone ahead with this attack without informing the US. Remember, no foreign head of state has visited Washington so regularly as Benjamin Netanyahu. Last time he was there, it was almost certain that he was talking about the potential of attacks on Iran. So why would this be happening? Well, the United States is very fearful of Iranian nuclear enrichment, but that is not why Israel would have attacked. Israel's fear is about Iran's ballistic missile battery. That is why the Israelis would have attacked, is that they are fearful that Iran is building up that battery of missiles in order to launch its own attack. Effectively, this is about getting your retaliation in first. Iran has shut down its airspace. That is, of course, as you would imagine. I was telling you a little earlier about the air raid sirens that went off here. Right now, Jerusalem is completely normal. It is wispy cloud, blue skies, but quiet because it's a Saturday and it is Shabbat. But let me just give you a couple of bits from the statement that was sent around by the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. As part of the changes, this is about the statement at 0800 local, so it's now 10 to 9, so this is 50 minutes ago. It was decided to shift all areas of the country, so the whole of Israel, from what is called full activity to essential activity. In simple terms, it means a sort of lockdown because of military action. This says a prohibition of educational activities, gatherings and workplaces, except for essential sectors. The public is required to follow guidelines that are on the Home Front Command. So what this is saying to people is stay at home. Israel, Jerusalem, a city that is very familiar with attacks. So many buildings here have bomb shelters, places where people can seek refuge in the event of attack. And they are being told now that they should not effectively go out. They shouldn't go out unless they have to. Clearly, there are exceptions to that rule. And I have to say, once again, even though Shabbat starts on a Friday evening and goes through Saturday, Israel does have a remarkable habit of launching this military activity during Shabbat. I think that they believe that it gives them the element of surprise, and that is what has happened here. And often, these attacks happen at night. This one is happening in daylight. It is happening now. And as we understand, a number of targets in Tehran have been attacked. We still, at this moment, and I stand to be corrected by information that's coming to you, are awaiting any confirmation from the United States as to the level of their involvement. I'm now being told that the Iranians have said 2 strikes have been carried out. The first of them at 9:30 Iranian time, the second at 10:05. So Iran is saying that there have been 2 strikes. And another line to give you, the US Embassy has putting shelters in place for its staff in Qatar. Yesterday, the US Embassy here in Jerusalem, the United States, the only country that has an embassy in Jerusalem, told its staff who were planning to go in the coming days that they should get out quickly for fear of airspace being closed. It did not evacuate its staff. The UK Embassy evacuated its staff from Iran yesterday, but did not do the same here, although the UK Embassy in Tel Aviv has moved staff to a different location. To be blunt, a lot of people did not see this attack happening today. They didn't see it happening so quickly. This time yesterday, I was not alone in thinking that an attack was entirely possible in the coming days. But if you'd asked me last night, would it happen this morning? I don't think I would have predicted that at all.
Yeah, and just to fill you in on some of the lines that are coming in, Adam, to us. Earlier, we heard reports by the Reuters news agency quoting state media in Iran, saying that there have been explosions heard in eastern Tehran. They're now reporting that east and west of Tehran, explosions have been heard. The Mehrabad airport reportedly targeted. This, again, via state media in Iran, being quoted by the Reuters news agency. And also, they're saying that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, is not in Tehran and has been transferred to secure location. This is an official talking to the Reuters news agency, so not something that we can confirm, but the suggestion that the Iran supreme leader, Khamenei, is not in Tehran. I'm just being told that a new line has come in saying that an Israeli defense official has said that the Israeli operation in Iran was coordinated with the US. This is what you were talking to us about, Adam, that we had no acknowledgement to date about whether or not the US has been involved. This is an Israeli defense official quoted by the Reuters news agency saying that the Israeli operation in Iran coordinated with the US. They go on to say that it was planned for months and the launch date was decided weeks ago. So let's just bring in our security and defence analyst, Michael Clark. Adam, we'll be back to you shortly, but I just want to get Michael Clark's reaction to what we've heard so far. Michael, what do you make of what we're hearing?
Yeah, I mean, as Adam said, it's a bit of a surprise in that the Israelis have gone first, but then we think about it, maybe not such a surprise. I mean, this is what happened last year, in June last year, when the United States was in the middle of negotiations with Iran, and the Israelis suddenly launched what became the 12-day war, and then America came in on the back of it and attacked the 3 nuclear plants. And so there may be an element in which the Israelis are trying to bounce the United States into action. But equally, when they say that this was coordinated with the United States, I'm not sure if it was coordinated, but the US must have known about it, because yesterday, Mike Huckabee, who's the American ambassador in Israel, his statement, which we saw yesterday afternoon, was almost quite panicky. It said to all the staff in the embassy, it said, get out as soon as you can and make your way back to Washington. It didn't say there'll be a plane here at 12 o'clock tomorrow and we want all non-essential staff to be on it to leave. It said just leave, get out now and go home as best you can. It almost like was almost like an abandoned ship message, which indicates, I think, that the fear must have been that airspace was going to be closed and that they wouldn't then be able to get out after that. And I was intrigued by the tone of that message, which looked as if the Americans had been told something that may have alarmed them. It didn't look like a very well-planned message to me. So that's just a straw in the wind. But the other thing is, remember that the Americans have sent F-22 aircraft as part of their big military buildup. Now, the F-22, the Raptor, is a very, very capable aircraft. They won't sell it to anyone else. Nobody else other than the United States can ever operate an F-22. And these F-22s are sitting in Israel. That's where they've sent them. And they've sent a fleet of tankers. Another 8 or 10 tankers arrived overnight on Thursday night. And so at the military airstrips in Israel, this line of about 10 or 12 air refueling tankers has been lined up. And there are the F-22s. So the fact that the United States has got such a big presence in Israel, prior, we assume, to using those aircraft in some sort of attack on Iran, if necessary, or if they feel that they have to use them, is interesting. So it does mean that Israel and the United States are talking all the time about the possibilities of action. And Marco Rubio, the American Secretary of State, he's due in Israel on Monday and Tuesday for talks about the whole regional issue. So this looks like coordination of the situation, but this actual attack looks as if... my guess is the Americans were informed about it maybe yesterday and thought, oh my goodness, we better start reacting.
Well, Michael, I just want to come in on that because before I was quoting a piece of news that came in on the wires to us saying that an Israeli defense official was saying that the Israeli operation was coordinated with the US. Reuters is now reporting, forgive me, it's the AP news agency is reporting that the United States is participating in the Israeli strikes against Iran. Now, this is according to a US official that the Associated Press has spoken to. They say a person familiar with the operation who spoke on condition of anonymity to detail some of those sensitive military operations.
Well, if that turns out to be true, that would be very interesting indeed, if the US is participating, whatever that means. But as far as I know, there's no reports of anything happening from the Arabian Sea, which is where you'd expect an American action to start from. That's where the Abraham Lincoln is, the USS Abraham Lincoln, and that's to the south of Iran. I mean, maybe that will turn out to be true. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that the US and Israel don't talk to each other a lot about what they're doing. And the United States and Israel certainly were involved in a lot of joint planning for different scenarios. But if some sort of joint attack has been planned and the Israelis are starting it, that seems rather curious. I don't know what the military logic for that would be, because you would assume that an attack on Iran would be a bigger affair than this in the first couple of hours. You would expect the Americans to go for air defense sites rather than central Tehran. They'd actually take down what's left of the Iranian air defense networks and then go for infrastructure sites in order to clear the airspace so that they can then go for Tehran much more easily. If the Israelis have launched some attacks on targets in Iran and in Tehran itself, it suggests that they're doing it without first, we're preparing the battlefield, without first of all taking down the air defense such as they now exist in Tehran itself. So it's a curious thing. I'll be very interested if there's a follow-up to the idea that this is all part of a joint operation. I suspect that the Americans certainly must have known about this yesterday. I'd be a bit surprised if they were now operationally involved in it, unless they're being bounced into it in some way.
And what do you make of, I mean, it's very sketchy at the moment where might have been targeted. We have seen that there have been explosions. We've seen some pictures from Tehran, for example, of a plume of smoke and reports of explosions being heard in various parts of the city. What are the likely targets, do you think, Michael? And is there anything from what you've heard that can tell us whether or not particular targets have been struck?
Well, again, it's very speculative. If the targets were obvious military targets, like an airbase or air defense sites or some obvious military installation, then we would know that reasonably quickly. If they're targets in the city that look as if they are in, let's say, residential parts of the city or non-military parts of the city, then the speculation would be that these are attempts to target individuals. So again, the Israelis are very good at decapitation strikes, where they're able to, because their intelligence is so good on the Iranians, that they know where key commanders are, and they think if they get the opportunity, yes, he's in that building, he's in this building, he's having a meeting in that building, and they go after it within an hour or so of the information being received. So it's possible that they're going after individuals. And the fact that the Iranians seem to have made a statement of saying Ali Khamenei is not in Tehran, I mean, that's not surprising. I mean, this man moves around a lot. He's survived many attempted assassinations, and they protect him by making sure that his whereabouts are never entirely clear. And so when they say he's not in Tehran, I think that's entirely plausible. But the Israelis may have felt that maybe they had a line on him or on other people. And so at the moment, unless we know that these are military targets, I think a reasonable assumption would be that these are, let's call them regime targets, people that the Israelis would like to try to kill, if they could, in what they are calling a preemptive strike. Preemptive is an interesting word here, you know, that a preemptive strike is only legal if it is on the basis that there is an imminent threat, that there is no other way of dealing with the threat, and all other means have been exhausted, and it's immediate in the sense of days. You can't have a preemptive strike against something that might happen in 6 months' time or next year. That's not legal. Preemptive means something that's very immediate, very obvious, and there's no other way of dealing with it. That doesn't look like the case here.
Okay, Michael, back to you very shortly. But if you're just joining us, it's just gone 7 o'clock this morning. Some breaking news in the last half an hour. Israel's defense minister has said his country has attacked Iran and has declared a state of emergency. Let's pick up with our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who's in Jerusalem for us this morning. So some striking news this morning, Adam.
Yeah, very significant. This operation, I'm told, is called the Shield of Judah, which effectively means the shield of the Jews. It has been launched by the Israeli military this morning. I understand there were 2 waves of attack on Iran. It is ongoing. So let's go through what we know and what we're not sure about. What we are not sure about, although, as you said, the Associated Press Agency has reported, we're not sure about the level of US support for this. AP is saying the US is participating. We don't know what that means, whether that means logistical support, whether that means active military participation. Certainly, we have seen refueling planes, which we understand are American, have been taking off from Ben Gurion Airport, reports of that. We know that talks between the US and Iran were supposed to continue next week about nuclear enrichment. We also know that Israel considered that Iran's build-up of ballistic missiles to be far, far more important, and that did not appear to be an American priority. What appears clear is that the focus of these attacks has been on Tehran, the Iranian capital, but I'm now receiving messages suggesting that other places have been attacked as well. Iranian airspace has been closed. I'm told that Iraqi airspace has also been closed. And notably, in terms of what might have been the motivation for this morning, Mossad, the Israeli secret agency, has set up a Telegram channel, a Persian Telegram channel that is asking Iranians to rise up against their regime and is asking them to send messages and images of their so-called resistance. So. Also, in terms of what is going on in Iran at the moment, you will, of course, remember those protests that we have seen recently in which so many people were killed. Those protests were initially sparked by economic chaos in the country. And I'm being told that the dollar has now, or the Toman, the Iranian currency, is effectively in a form of free fall and has now reached 175,000 to the dollar. That is a huge increase. The Telegram channel of the IRGC, the Republican Guard, has just put out a statement saying that a number of its own personnel have been killed and wounded. So Iran is now saying that people have been killed and wounded by these Israeli strikes against Iran, focusing on Tehran. Sources here, the Times of Israel, is just at this moment saying that the United States was involved militarily in carrying out the strikes this morning. Explosions, as we know, have been seen there. The fundamental question about whether or not the US was involved in this, the Times of Israel is saying that the US was involved. In terms of what is happening on the ground here, Jerusalem, Israel at the moment is peaceful, but an air siren was sounded at around 8 o'clock this morning as what was considered a preemptive warning to Israeli citizens that they could be attacked, and a form of sort of light touch lockdown, I suppose you might call it, has been put in place with Israelis told not to go out other than for essential reasons.
And Adam, I should just cut in here at this point. We've been talking all morning about whether or not the level of involvement by the US. The Reuters news agency is now quoting a US official as saying that they have confirmed that US strikes on Iran are underway. US strikes on Iran are underway. So they're not named as official. It's just the Reuters news agency saying that at present. But they are saying a US official has confirmed that US strikes on Iran are underway.
Well, that is profoundly important for our understanding of what is happening now. That clearly then points to a joint operation by the United States and Israel. As Michael Clark was saying to you, this is a similar pattern to back in June, when the US attacked Iran and Israel right in the middle of what were considered to be negotiations. They were underway just as they are in Geneva at the moment, and then the attack happened, which of course ended up with the US launching those enormous bombs at Iran's nuclear facilities. The build-up this time has been different. There is a massive American military presence in this region, the biggest since the run-up to the Iraq War more than 20 years ago. There are 2 aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, the Gerald R. Ford, which are in the region. The Gerald R. Ford, particularly, when back down the Lincoln, both capable of firing missiles deep into Iran at missile facilities that are hard to reach with conventional planes. Just receiving a message here that according to sources in Iran, confirmed targets, and this is not corroborated by us, include the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence, the Ministry of Defense, the Office of Ayatollah Khamenei, and the Iranian Atomic Energy Agency. We will await corroboration of that. the fact this is a joint operation between Israel and America is something of a game changer. The American embassy here in Jerusalem did say that staff who wanted to leave should leave yesterday. But I have to say that statement at the time was not an evacuation. It didn't come with huge urgency. The UK embassy in Tel Aviv did move staff to an unknown location away from the embassy, presumably because they consider the UK embassy to be a potential target. But in the minds of many people, and this attack will be a surprise, and as I've said before, it's happening on the morning of Shabbat, when Israel is normally a very quiet, and bear in mind this is normally quite a frenetic city and nation. Shabbat is normally the morning for reflection, for peace and quiet, but as we speak at the moment, Israel and the United States are involved in that military attack on Iran.
Adam, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell, now. Morning to you, Sean. Information coming in all the time and reports coming in all the time. What have you made of what we've learned so far?
Yeah, good morning to you. I mean, inevitably with these times, it's quite difficult with the information coming in. You're hearing a lot about attacks in Tehran, which is understandable. There's media there, there's people there, there's phones there. As a military operation, generally, you'd be doing what they did last year, which is roll back the air defense systems because you want to be able to operate your fighter jets with impunity over Iran. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if they're also targeting some of the military bases around Iran and the air defense systems, which are often located pretty remotely, and therefore it's not likely you get pictures of those straight away. I think the other thing that's captured my thoughts is that, as you were alluding to earlier with Adam, you know, that we are middle of the way through talks here. One of the questions was always, does President Trump actually believe that Iran is just trying to string him along? And if it's true that they're still planning another round of talks on Thursday in Geneva, this is a classic play by the American military might to say, look, we're not going to be strung along here. You're either serious about talks or not. And I think we'll find out about that as the day goes on, because another thing that struck me is obviously the pictures you're showing are all in daylight at the moment. And of course, part of this is that as a military guy, you generally do these operations at 2 or 3 in the morning and they'll all be over by dawn. So whether or not part of this is a very public gesture to tell the Iranian leadership, hitting their Ministry of Defense, hitting the offices of the Ayatollah and the nuclear facility, the offices of the nuclear facility, all of that is not really on my priority list if I was a military advisor to the Americans or the Israelis. So this looks, at the moment, the early days, much more like a gesture and a statement of intent by the Americans in advance of the next round of talks.
Well, yes, and we still don't have a clear picture of the level of participation or coordination by the Americans, do we? At the moment, we're getting officials being quoted by news agencies and no formal confirmation of the level of involvement. But what are the risks here of a retaliatory attack? I mean, Israel has... Their defense minister has confirmed that they have attacked. There are air raid sirens going off in major cities in Israel. What could Iran do next?
Well, yeah, this is the interesting factor, I think, and it will depend on how effective this first range of strikes are, because Iran will be now trying to work out if it does a major attack onto Israel or wider. Of course, it'll unleash the gods of war. And the last thing Iran wants is to actually have America and Israel conducting a full-scale campaign, because the sort of options that Iran has available, they may not be a military superpower like America, but the one thing they have a lot of is ballistic missiles. And as we saw last year, waves upon waves of those missiles, 1 might not get through, 10 might not get through, but if you launch 100 or 500, just the quantity has a quality all of its own. And there's not only attacking Israel, but also attacking US military facilities, MUD. There's a lot of military bases in the region, and I think they could do that. The other couple of things that they could do is they did a live firing exercise on the Straits of Hormuz, shutting that down only the other day. There's a lot of reports of them doing more of that or mining those straits. Why is that important to us? Well, about 20% of global oil goes through that straits, and that would immediately cause hassle on the oil markets. And the final thing will be interesting. I'm not sure if you've got a picture of it, but the Shahid Bagheera, which is a relatively new drone ship, which the Iranians have commissioned, is now in service. And that's been seen sort of operating close-ish to the aircraft carriers. And once again, it can launch quite a lot of potent drones. Again, the Americans have got a very, very effective close-in protection in these carriers. But once you start flooding that defense with 20, 30, 50 drones at a time, it might be that the Americans will start to be a little vulnerable. Probably wouldn't sink the carrier, but my goodness, would it be a statement of intent? So quite a lot of stuff that Iran could do. But I'd imagine at the moment, their first instinct will be to try and avoid this escalating.
And we were talking about how Israel has put the country into a state of emergency following this strike on Iran. We've actually got some pictures of some of the major cities, Haifa and Tel Aviv, where, as you can hear, sirens have been going off.
I think you're going to see a bit of this, because inevitably Israel will expect, they have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. They will be wanting to make sure that they have cleared. And one of the most these scenarios, when I was in the military, you war game them. In other words, you say, right, if we do this, what could Iran do? And some of those are, as we've just said, they might be reluctant to go to war with America. But the most dangerous option that Iran could do is to go, right, you've been preemptive. We're now going to throw everything at Israel. We're going to throw 100 ballistic missiles at Israel. Some will get through, and because otherwise we're lost. So let's fire everything in one go. Unlikely, but it is possible, and therefore Israel has to prepare for that eventuality.
If I can also, we're getting a word in on the wires, quoting Iranian state media, talking about where some of the explosions have been heard. And I don't know if these sites will, prompt a reaction in you if you know what's in them. There's a northwestern Iranian city of Tabriz, according to the IRNA. Explosions have been heard there, for example. We also heard earlier from the Fars news agency, again picked up by Reuters, that explosions were heard in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, and Kermanshah. And I wonder if you would know why particularly strikes might be focused on those locations.
Well, you're catching me fairly in the morning, and the Iranian geography is not my master's. Yeah, so Isfahan was one of the sites where the the uranium enrichment facilities were placed. There's quite a lot of activity there. And as we open my pitch here, I think it's going to be interesting. We are obviously focused on the explosions in the major city, but I would be very surprised if this isn't being matched by surgical strikes on a whole number of different targets. Initially, as a military guy, you want to be able to operate your F-22s, you talked about them earlier, your air power over Iran, but they're vulnerable to the air defense system. So the first thing you do is to roll back the Iranian air defense systems, which are normally quite remote. You might not hear about the explosions. Then you'd have a master target list, which would have been developed by the Americans and the Israelis, built on intelligence. And then you'd start to prosecute those. I think what's interesting for me is there's still a lot of discussion about what is the American objective here. It's all very well peppering Iran with a few explosions, but is it to actually destroy their uranium enrichment to set back any program? Well, I understood they've done that last year. So what else are they planning to do? Is it about destroying Iran's ability to launch and produce ballistic missiles? That's a very different one. Is it about regime change? And of course, if it is, first of all, we don't have a very great history in the West about doing that, whether it's Libya or Iraq. And also, you have to remember that we think America's a superpower. It's got lots of weapons. But the harsh reality is, if you're going to conduct a lengthy campaign into Iran, you would use more weapons than probably are available at the moment. America's been helping support Western efforts in Ukraine. They've also want to keep some weapons aside for if there was any conflict with China. So at the moment, it's very possible that the cupboards aren't bare, but they are struggling. So I'd be quite surprised as a military guy if they've got enough weapons to do a sustained long-term campaign. So some of this is, what are their priorities? What is the American agenda here? And it may well be, particularly with the Trump's midterms due shortly, that an apparently Israeli-led, US-supported surgical strike simply demonstrates the intent, but with no intention to actually go to war, might be the outcome that suits America, particularly the president at this time.
Sean, we'll come back to you shortly, but I do want to bring in our Security and Defence Editor, Deborah Haynes, who can join us now. So, Deborah, Israel's Defence Minister confirming that Israel has attacked Iran and declared a state of emergency. And we're getting a lot of reports suggesting US involvement of some sorts, quoting anonymous officials. What do you make of it?
I mean, I think it would be inconceivable, given the build-up over the last few weeks and all of the rhetoric from the American side, that this operation would not be happening without significant American involvement. And yes, the Israelis might have been first out the block with admitting that they were, or acknowledging that they are involved. But clearly, from all the reporting that's coming out, there is a significant American involvement too, which would signal that Donald Trump, he said yesterday, didn't he, that he hadn't made a decision about what to do when it comes to Iran. That decision must have been made after he made those words. And everybody was second-guessing. The anticipation and all of the warnings and the indicators that an American strike was imminent were everywhere and have been for a few days now. The only unknown was what Donald Trump was thinking and what he was going to decide. And clearly he's weighed up the options and, if all these reportings are confirmed, decided that that military action is the only way to achieve the objectives that he said. But as Sean was saying, the objectives are pretty unclear, and this is very high risk. And the Iranians will also have been preparing and wargaming an outcome where America and Israel launch attacks on them. And clearly from the reporting that you're getting, this doesn't seem to be particularly limited. There's multiple sites reportedly being hit. It does seem they're going after missile and nuclear strikes, if those names of locations that you just mentioned are correct. And if that is the case, it's going to have to be different from June, when the last time that America struck Iran, which was a very rapid and surgical operation. This time around, if the objectives are more broad in terms of changing the leadership, because clearly that is who the Americans have been most criticising and demanding that they alter their course when it comes to their nuclear ambitions, then the potential is obviously there for this to be a much bigger operation. And also, crucially, the firepower, the American firepower in the region. Yes, of course, it's not finite, but it is significant.
And in fact, exactly corresponding to what you've just been saying, we've just had Reuters report an Iranian official telling them that Tehran is preparing for retaliation, and they go on to say the response will be crushing.
And I think that is absolutely the thing to look for now. Of course, Iran is going to say that the response is going to be overwhelming. They have to say that. The key indicator will be exactly how far they go and how far they can go, because their military has been under significant attack in the different waves of attacks that obviously you've had the very overt operations that the Americans previously conducted. And in the run-up to that as well, the Israelis have launched a number of raids into Iran, degrading their air defense systems and going after their ability to launch ballistic missiles. But we do know, of course, that Iran has a significant stockpile of ballistic and cruise missiles and drones. It has the ability to cause significant harm. And the key will be to what extent the regime sees this as existential, and therefore it goes all out in terms of its response. To what extent, if that is the case, it's able to do that in terms of its stockpiles and its ability to attack, given the...
Agileft has had a very positive impact on our organization. It has improved our relationships across the business between legal.
And then how well the Americans are prepared for these anticipated Iranian counterattacks. For example, the UK military, they forward deployed F-35 warplanes, which are our most advanced fighter jets, to the RAF base in Cyprus. There have also been Typhoon jets deployed to Qatar, again in more of a, we've been told, a defensive role for now. But if Iran is going to counterattack and is going to not just go after the US and Israeli targets, but target wider allies in the region, then clearly the UK could well be drawn into this.
And I noticed that Iraq has now closed its airspace, a number of countries neighbouring this region doing the same, Deborah. And what, perhaps it's a naive question, but where does this leave diplomacy? I mean, we've just had talks in Geneva. The Iranians and the Omanis, who are trying to negotiate between the US and Iran, made some quite positive noises after the talks there. They were intended to be more talks happening next week. Is diplomacy over after a strike like this?
I mean, in a war situation, which this obviously has now escalated to, then clearly diplomacy didn't work. I mean, that's just to state the obvious. But these, war ends through diplomacy. And so there will clearly be those that absolutely urgently see the need for talks in order to try to diffuse and de-escalate. But while things are very hot, then clearly diplomacy is not going to be at the forefront of people's minds right now. But I think the fact that the Americans reportedly, and then obviously the Israelis as well, decided to take this, and Israel described it as preemptive action, it signals that, and obviously, and Donald Trump did say that as well, didn't he, that he wasn't happy with the way that the talks had been going. And yes, while they had set further talks to happen in the coming week, he'd taken the decision that it wasn't moving fast enough, or that the Iranians weren't acting in good faith, or weren't serious in their in whatever offer they were making to try to meet the American demands over their nuclear ambitions, that wasn't sufficient. And so clearly he's deciding to use the military instrument, war, to put pressure on the regime, believing that that is the way to achieve, through potential further diplomacy, the objectives that he wants where it comes to Iran, absolutely openly and decisively saying that it will not pursue a nuclear program. And there's also obviously huge concerns about Iran's missile program. The other element that has for a long, long time caused extraordinary alarm and concern amongst the US and its allies has been Iran's wide network of proxy forces, such as Hezbollah, which is, in Iraq, you mentioned Iraq, but the Iranian-backed militias that have a very strong presence in that country too. But that arm of Iran's ability to cause harm has been significantly eroded and degraded since the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel, when Israel has absolutely and fairly decisively gone after groups such as Hezbollah in terms of degrading their ability to come to Iran's defences at a moment of existential peril like now. So really for Iran, it will be about the capacity of its own military to inflict harm. Clearly, it is known that they have the ability to do that, and then it becomes how well that can be defended against, what damage is inflicted, and how America responds.
Deborah, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. I do want to tell any viewers just joining us that we're bringing you breaking news this morning. Israel has carried out strikes against Iran. Well, Adam Parsons is in Jerusalem for us this morning. Our security and defence editor, who you've just been listening to, Deborah Haynes, is also live with us this morning, plus our security and defence analyst, Michael Clark, will be getting all your views and reaction to events throughout this morning, of course. But let me talk to Michael first of all. So Israel announced about an hour ago that it had carried out strikes on Iran. What have we gathered so far about where those strikes have hit, and to what extent there's been participation of the US too?
Yeah, big questions. And I mean, certainly they look like quite widespread strikes. As the reports have been coming in, it's clear that first strikes were reported in Tehran, but more around the country since then. So there'll be a range of targets. When in the next few hours, when we see more clearly what the targets are, then I think we can be a bit more informed about what the political objective may be behind it. I think Sean Bell was making the point that the first thing that any targeting would try to do is to achieve what's known as SEAD, S-E-A-D, the suppression of enemy air defence. So taking down the air defences of an adversary is usually the first thing you want to do, so that you can then operate more freely and more safely against against whatever the real targets are. And I think we'll see an element of that probably coming into it. Undoubtedly, the United States must have known about this. They must have known about it yesterday. And when we put together all the bits of the jigsaw, I think it's pretty clear that sometime from at least midday yesterday, the United States seemed to be preparing for something. Whether they are participating, we don't know. I mean, there have been a couple of reports from Israel, as I understand it, from AP, the news agency, saying that the United States is participating, but it's not clear what that might mean, whether it's logistics, whether it's refueling or something like that. I don't know. If the US is launching attacks, that would be very, very significant. And I mean, Sean Bell had exactly the same thought that I did. If the Americans have started launching attacks, this is pretty late in the day. I mean, Tehran is 3.5 hours ahead of London. So at the moment, it's just coming up to 11 o'clock in Tehran. Normally, attacks across the country, you would want to do them during the night when you have easier access, when people aren't up and about, when people are more surprised by it, that they can't react so easily. I mean, leaving it until 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning is not an ideal time to launch attacks into a country. So militarily, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and we'll see. Final point from me, I guess, is that the Iranians have a clear incentive to retaliate with quite a lot, because the longer they leave it, the more they might lose. The Israeli intelligence on what happens in Iran is very, very good, and the Israelis will have a pretty good idea where the Iranians keep their ballistic missiles. They're believed to have at least 2,000 missiles ready to go, or able to go quite quickly. The Israelis will probably know where those weapon stores are, or most of them, and so there is a clear incentive for Tehran, if it is going to retaliate, and so far it's said it will, which you would expect it to say, but for it to retaliate quite heavily while they still have weapons to do so. Now, the retaliation will not be terribly militarily effective, but the Iranians know all they have to do to make this very, very difficult for Donald Trump is to inflict some losses. If they could bring an aircraft down, if they could affect some of the American ships, if they could launch attacks on American ships and cause damage or casualties, all they have to do is inflict some losses, preferably on the Americans, and they know that that will be difficult for Donald Trump to justify in the United States, because all the indications are that US opinion is very ambiguous about this, that the majority of the US does not think that attacks on Iran are a particularly good idea at the moment, and the MAGA base, most of the MAGA base for Donald Trump, is very nervous about being pulled into a forever war in the Middle East. And so I think the Iranians feel they were calling the American bluff yesterday. They were prepared to call the bluff and say, well, we have a deal on the table. We're prepared to go this far. We're not going to go any further until we negotiate further. And they were frustrating Donald Trump. And in a way, I think they know that they have this sense, if the Americans attack, it will not be cost-free. So they have an incentive to increase the cost for the United States and get a political victory out of that.
Michael, for the moment, thank you. Let's just bring in Adam Parsons. Adam, give us a sense of the context of this. We've heard a lot about tensions between the US and Iran over Iran's nuclear ambitions, but talk to us a little bit more about what Israel's intentions are here and why they've chosen now to go after Iran.
So Israel has been very clear that it is much less worried about Iranian nuclear enrichment and much more worried about Iran building up its battery of ballistic missiles. And it felt that this would be a preemptive strike in order to try to degrade Iran's ability to respond. I think we are about to discover, to be blunt, how much that has worked. I'll tell you that the Iranian news agency Tasnim, which is very close to the regime, has just said Iran is preparing to strike Israel. So we are anticipating that when Iran's response will come, it will be focused upon an attack on Israel. I would imagine that that is very likely to mean, among other places, an attack on Tel Aviv. Israel and Iran, of course, traded missiles back in June of last year. And some interesting parallels, really, is that at that time, negotiations were also going on involving the United States, and that attack happened while negotiations were happening. I'm just going to break away because I think I'm just seeing that Donald Trump has apparently put out a statement. You may be in a better position to pick this up in a moment because he's put out a video statement.
Yes, certainly. I've got a few.
My phone in front of the camera.
No, don't worry. I've got some lines from it, Adam. Donald Trump has said a short time ago, US began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. A short time ago, US military began major combat operations in Iran, as I was just saying. I'm sorry, it's coming in different wires here, but essentially Donald Trump going on to say Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So we'll get that full statement for our viewers. It's coming in snaps at the moment, Adam, but essentially Donald Trump confirming that the US is involved in this operation on Iran.
Yeah, very, very interesting. When the sirens first went off this morning, we weren't sure whether this was simply an Israeli operation or joint one. It's now very clear that it is both. I'm also going to tell you, I'm being told that the Israeli army is deploying its 91st Division along the border with Lebanon and is calling up reserve forces. Now, it is worth saying that that is up in the north of Israel. There is a fear from Israel that Hezbollah, a group supported by Iran, may take this opportunity to attack Israel as part of a concerted, coordinated response. A reminder that Iran is believed to have supported Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, of course, in Gaza, and the Houthis in Yemen, all of whom have attacked Israel over the course of recent years. Of course, Hamas launching the October the 7th massacre So the Israeli army is strengthening its forces up near the border with Lebanon. That is not a coincidence. But in terms of this attack on Iran, it's very clear that Israel fears that Iran would build up its ballistic missile arsenal and would attack Israel. Now, I think one thing to take into account is that when the two countries traded missiles back in June, at the end of that exchange, there were a lot of people who said, right, well, effectively, Israel has beaten Iran. It has now become apparent that Israel's reserves of air defense missiles, the so-called Iron Dome that defends this country, were beginning to run low. That was a pretty close call. And that is why Israel is so jittery about Iran rearming itself. As my colleagues, including Deborah, have said earlier, it is unthinkable that Israel would have planned this attack without at least the support of the White House. We now know that it is being done in coordination. The attacks have been focused on Tehran originally, so on the Ministry of Intelligence, on the base of Ayatollah Khamenei, but also we understand now other sites around Iran have been attacked. This, on the face of it, is not a sort of preemptive surgical strike that some had indicated was possible. Donald Trump had talked about something that might focus minds at talks. This is now such a big strike. I think it is unthinkable that this is going to be anything other than the precursor for a very significant response from Iran. One would imagine in the coming hours. And a reminder, as colleagues have said, the American military build-up here is enormous. Artillery carrier groups, Abraham Lincoln, Gerald R. Ford, who are in this region. Gerald R. Ford only recently has got to this theatre. That clearly also a key component of this attack. I've seen images being told of the refueling planes setting off from Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, which is, by the way, closed at the moment. Now, that is when airspace is closed here, it is not supposed to be for days on end. So at the moment, the airspace over Israel is only theoretically closed until midday. I suspect that will be extended. I've just seen an image of air movement across this region, and there are almost no airplanes, commercial airplanes, in the sky now over Iran, Iraq, Israel and Jordan. It wouldn't surprise me at all if airspace across a wider area remained closed for a significant period of time. I mean, this is, without resorting to cliches, Jerusalem is a city in the state of a calm before the storm. At the moment, this feels like a normal Saturday morning, a Shabbat. It is quiet. There is very little on the roads. But everybody in Israel knows that Iran will respond. And they will remember that when Iran responded before, it launched missiles predominantly towards Tel Aviv that caused huge damage and did kill people. The IRGC has already said that people have been killed in Iran. So this is a significant escalation. And I just want to remind you that as an indication of Israel's motives for this operation, which we're told is called Shield of Judah, they have created, so Mossad, the intelligence agency, has created a Persian language Telegram channel. Telegram, a very important medium of communication in this area. I want to read to you what they have put on that channel. This is from Mossad, the Israeli agency. My Iranian brothers and sisters, you are not alone. We have set up a very secure and special Telegram channel for you. Together, we will return Iran to its glorious days. Share your photos and videos of the fight for justice with us, and most importantly, take care of yourself. There will be those who think there is a certain irony in saying take care of yourself when Israel and America have just started bombing Iran. But I think that the message there is absolutely clear. Israel is setting up a channel to try to foment the protest, to try to set up a path that leads to regime change. That is quite clearly what Israel wants, and it may well be what America wants.
We've now got the video that Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social. Let's play what he said.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We are going to annihilate their Navy. We are going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So that statement from US President Donald Trump coming an hour after Israel's defense minister said Israel had attacked Iran. Donald Trump confirming that the US has launched major combat operations against Iran. He put up this 8-minute video on Truth Social in which he said Tehran's menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. He said for 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed. He said it's been mass terror and we're not going to take it any longer. He said that America was going to destroy Iran's missiles, annihilate their navy. And he also said that while steps have been taken to avoid casualties, Americans may be lost. He called on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. And he also addressed the people of Iran, saying the hour of your freedom is at hand. Let's bring in Deborah Haynes, our defense and security editor, who was listening to that dramatic statement from the American president. Deborah, what did you make of it?
Well, I mean, he's been very clear about the objectives, and they are huge in terms of what he hopes to achieve from this operation. Describing it as major combat operations really does confirm what we were saying earlier about the scale of this attack and how it differs from the previous time that Donald Trump decided to strike Iran. This is clearly not just some limited operation. Given what Donald Trump has now set out, he's not saying there's going to be regime change, but he is making very clear that the military action that the US is taking is designed to destroy the regime effectively, and that's why he's making that call to the Iranian people, saying that for them this is once in a many generation time to step up and take control. So that does signal that he doesn't see the US playing a role in whatever comes next, but instead is handing that over to the Iranian people, which is, obviously it sounds like a noble statement, but everyone who understands the region understands the enormous risk that's involved here. He's saying as well, so the stated aims that Donald Trump is making in this video address are significant and are clearly benchmarks that he can be held to account for with whatever comes next. He's talking about, as you say, annihilating the Iranian Navy, destroying its missiles, preventing Iran, and he said this repeatedly, from ever having nuclear weapons. And as well, talking directly to all members, not just of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, but also the wider armed forces and the police, all arms of defense and security within Iran, telling them to lay down their weapons, they will be given immunity, or else they will be annihilated. So really making clear the choice that's at stake there. Does the military stay loyal to the regime, or do they allow this American operation supported by Israel to deliver what Donald Trump is saying that it will in terms of a complete overhaul, destruction of the military capabilities of Iran, and therefore, by definition from what he's saying, the ability of the regime to continue to rule. He didn't say the words regime change. That would be a huge allergic reaction from his own base, who are very anxious about any kind of never-ending wars. But by taking this action, calling it major combat operations, setting out objectives that he wants to stop, to defend the American people from imminent threats from the Iranian regime, to say that he wants to destroy all of its military capabilities. These are serious, significant, and large-scale objectives that will not be achieved overnight unless there is complete surrender. And from what we're hearing from reports on the Iranian side, that is not going to happen. There will be a war, and America's president did make clear that America needs to brace itself for taking casualties. And the big question is just how extensive that's going to be. Is military force alone by the Americans? Yes, they have the most powerful armed forces in the world. There's no question of that. But can that military action alone achieve the objectives that Donald Trump has now set out squarely and publicly, and achieve that with acceptable levels on the American side of harm? That is a huge question, a huge risk. Donald Trump clearly believes the answer is yes, but he cannot see the future. And the future, as we know, well, when it comes to military operations in the Middle East, it is incredibly risky, incredibly unpredictable, and can go very wrong.
Deborah, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. I want to bring in now Tara Kangaloo, who's the author of The Heartbeat of Iran and a global affairs journalist. Tara, thanks so much for talking to us this morning. We've spoken to you in the last few weeks about the feelings in Iran and the tensions that have been building there with threats from the US. What do you make of what's happened this morning, and how do you think that people in Iran will be responding?
Good morning, Anna. This is a fast-moving story, and just speaking to some folks in Tehran this morning, people are on the edge. Saturday today is the first day of the week in Iran, and people are, in the offices, back to school, back at work, and so you have a situation in the city where life is normal, moving forward. But then all of a sudden in the morning, you see multiple areas hit, as you've been saying on the program, the Pastor complex that houses the presidential palace, as well as the house of the supreme leader, and multiple government offices. An extremely important area is reportedly hit. Multiple news sites, Iranian news sites, have been hacked. And again, speaking to folks, people are on the edge, but many expected this because it's just like June, as the US and Iran were negotiating, Israel hit, and then the United States continued a week later. But this seems to be a joint effort by Israel and the United States. But right now, people in Iran are holding their breath. They are unclear what's going to happen next. All the while, the resentment toward the regime is intact. At the same time, they have no idea what's in store for them.
Yes, and in the meantime, the Iranian regime has hit back and said that they will retaliate, a crushing retaliation, they say. In the meantime, Donald Trump is appealing to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. What do you expect the response of the regime to be?
I think there's a contrast between what we hear from the Islamic regime, and this has been proven historically, and their action over the last, not just the summer conflict, the 12-day conflict, but even previous rounds of retaliation. Iran's strikes have been, in some ways, completely coordinated and surgical, with no casualties, no American casualties, and Israeli casualties have been limited during the 12-day war. So I wonder if that's what we're going to see. Some form of a coordinated attack, just so that Iran can say we retaliated, save face among its base of supporters domestically, but also contain, again, the casualties on the side of Israel and the United States, because the Islamic regime is very well aware that a military as mighty as that of the United States and Israel combined, if fully gone in, that would mean to the detriment of the regime in its entirety. But at the same time, some argue that when the regime is faced with such threats, then it has nothing to lose and it might go all in. And I do believe that would be quite catastrophic, also regionally, because as you know, there are Iran's proxies in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iraq, and at any moment they might be activated because they are also aware that a destroyed Iranian regime would mean their destruction as well. So this might be a moment for all those proxies to unite and come in full force. So a lot of unknown, but what we do know is, once again, we're at a situation, we're in the middle of a negotiation that, by the way, the Omani foreign minister yesterday on the record, this man does not make a lot of media statements and go public, said talks are productive and we have made breakthrough. But once again, as talks are going on, Israel strikes Iran and so much is yet to be seen.
Tara Kendall, we really appreciate your time this morning and giving us your response to these developments, dramatic developments in Iran this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Well, it's now 8 o'clock. Let's just run you through our breaking news this morning. The US and Israel have launched coordinated strikes on Iran. As the attack began just before 10 o'clock local time, plumes of smoke were seen rising over the Iranian capital, Tehran. Explosions have also been heard in other cities across the country, according to Iranian media. A US official has confirmed to Reuters that strikes are being launched by air and by sea. Well, the attack came hours after US President Donald Trump had said he wasn't happy with the latest negotiations with Iran over its nuclear program. Well, let's now bring in Sally Lockwood, who joins us now from the region. Sally, good morning to you. Give us your reaction where you are to these dramatic developments this morning.
Good morning to you, Anna. Well, it's fair to say this is something that we've been watching very closely and been very concerned about since the middle of January, after Donald Trump warned that he was sending this armada, as he called it, to the Middle East, which is now in place. And when he told Iranian protesters that he was coming to their rescue, that the American military were on their way. It's been very unclear since exactly what was going to happen, but today we now do have an answer that this military operation being carried out by Israel with America is now happening as we speak. Donald Trump confirming that it is a very significant operation and also speaking directly to the protesters that this is your moment for action, do not let it pass. So we now also know that Donald Trump's objective here is potentially regime change, if you listen closely to what he was saying to Iranian protesters in that video message. And there is a lot of concern here about how Iran is going to respond. It's already warned that an attack by America would result in regional conflict. It would result in potentially an attack on an American warship, of which there are many now here in the Gulf. And I am hearing from a military source at the moment that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is being evacuated of military personnel, except for a skeleton team that is going to be left behind, that they received orders this morning to leave the base with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. We're also hearing that the US Embassy in Doha has a shelter-in-place order at the moment, but not the British Embassy. A member, someone from the UK who lives in Doha contacted me earlier to say there's no shelter-in-place order for the British Embassy at the moment. Now, of course, this is all very reminiscent of last summer when there were negotiations underway, when there were talks underway, and we felt like there was some sort of diplomatic progress potentially being made between Iran and the US. And then there was that 12-day war launched by Israel targeting nuclear facilities in Iran, and then America joined. And then that resulted in an attack by Iran on Qatar, on Al Udeid Air Base. But what's different this time is that back in June, it was a coordinated response. The back channels were open and the official lines knew that that response was coming from the Iranians. No one was killed in that response and there was limited damage. This time, it's very, very unpredictable and it's much more concerning because this attack on Iran doesn't have targeted objectives in terms of nuclear facilities. It could be that the actual regime is being targeted. And I'm already hearing from a source inside Iran that a senior member of the Iranian regime has been killed. Unconfirmed, just heard from a source. I'm not sure if you're hearing anything more on that. And certainly in terms of the Iranian response here, if this is an attack on the Iranian regime and regime change is the objective here, then their response is very unpredictable indeed, because this is about survival. This is potentially existential for the Iranian regime. And certainly neighboring countries like the UAE, where I am, are very concerned about what this could mean in terms of the region. Could this result in regional conflict? There are American air bases in neighboring countries such as Saudi, Qatar, here in the UAE, Bahrain, and the UAE made clear, along with Saudi, a few weeks ago in public statements that no strikes on Iran were to be carried out from their territory, airspace or waters because they are so concerned about how Iran could respond. And I'm also hearing from another military source that America is taking precautions and has set up a separate command center in the region. It would normally be in Al Udeid in Qatar, but I'm hearing that there is a separate command center that's being set up in a neighboring country. I won't reveal which one for security reasons, but it's not the UAE. And it does seem that what is happening here is very significant. I was also told that F-22 fighter jets were flown into an airbase in Israel from America. They're not normally based in the region, and it is America's most capable air-to-air fighter jet. And this source said to me, if they've been brought in, then this really is a big deal. It does feel like we're still obviously, we're going to have to wait to see how this all unfolds today, but it does feel like it could be a very big day indeed.
Well, yes, indeed, Sally. And given what Donald Trump said about the scale of his ambitions, or hinted was the scale of his ambitions, perhaps no surprise that a US official has told Reuters in the last few minutes that the US military is expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran. Sally, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Well, let's hear more then from Donald Trump, who put this statement out on his Truth Social platform in the last few minutes.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Sterling. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq.
Digs at Kaylee, ain't ya? And don't get me wrong, we've all had a little dig at Kaylee, unfortunately. Sorry, Kaylee. It is true. Everyone's had a row with you. Until they actually understand what she's fucking saying. It took me a while with Kaylee. Took me a while, I'm not going to lie. But that's probably because of the duress that you cunts all put her under. That's right, the propagandists. Because they'd started on her a good fucking couple of years before they started on any of us. You see, A1000, because A1000 was over there on her own, it was a lot easier for me to decipher that she had something that she wanted to get out, that something had happened and that she needed to get it out. I could understand it with A1000. I could take my time, just listen, because there wasn't that much interference. But you see, with Kaylee, there was so much interference around her, wasn't there? You bastards. Should be ashamed of yourself what you did to that woman as well. Another woman you wanted to destroy, didn't you, you propagandists? Meanwhile, you got all the little hangers on, and isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, eh? Let's pick on another woman. Just don't pick on me, because I know that I'm ugly. Fucking cunt. Bag of cunts, that's what you are. You don't care about kids. You don't care about women. You don't even care about yourself. You've got no self-respect, none of you. You've got no standards. And then you want to try and have the cheek to tell me that I can't maintain mine. Well, I can. And I will. So, Dave, you fat lump, you piece of shit. Yeah? And I don't care how much weight you've lost. We'll all remember you as the drunken, fucking, alcoholic, cunt that came on here and was abusive to everybody. And the one person that reached out a hand to you, Dave, was me. That's right, Dave. And you're never, ever going to be able to rewrite that piece of history. So whatever it is that you think of me, whatever it is that you thought I did to you, by suggesting, oh, why don't we go and get some cartoons and edit? Whatever the fucking poxy excuse is, I don't give a shit, mate. Really don't. Enjoy your fuck up. Sitting with the wrong uns. The minions that assist that propagationist group. Enjoy it. Because I don't know how many times Kaylee's going to try and explain it to you. Or Den's going to try and explain it to you. Because they have tried. I've sat and watched as they've tried to explain to you what's going on. But you just don't get it, do you? Because you're just too fucking dim. Fox, sometimes you can be so annoying, and sometimes you can be so fucking to the point. You know, trying to stir up trouble for me, Dave, when all you've done is stirred up trouble for yourself consistently, persistently, since you have been on these panels.
For the rest of us, really, it turns into a doubt, isn't it?
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh,
so, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
I mean, I know what's going on. They know what's going on, and it's really not affecting me. But this is how sick it is, because, like with all the other things, I'm supposed to be going mad at this because of the amount of money they're using my name for clickbait, knowing that they've shut down every avenue all the time of my own income. They mock anything I ever do. Yet they pay him like this, using my name, expecting it's going to drive me absolutely mental. It's supposed to drive me mental, isn't it? I don't give a flying fucks, it's just this is clear to me what's going on. And obviously money is not what it's about for me, ultimately, and what they're doing is showing exactly how much of a tool it really is, without having any effect on me at all. Just makes everything so much easier, because see how clear it is. This is actually using my name. I get kicked off. I told him not allowed on. He actually had the gall to tell me I had to pay him if I wanted to speak. And then they're trying to say that they're not being bought to shut us up. Did you make it up?
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what ESO have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. ESO, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of ESO. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through.
Slow it now, we can do it now.
We are family. Hey, hey, hey. We got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time.
I bet she's lying. Wait, I think she's lying. Is she lying? She's fucking insane.
I've got all Hogshead. No.
She's live.
I've got Hogshead.
I'm not even bullshitting.
I've got
cunt's live.
Hogshead trolls with me.
That cunt is live.
Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking finally, big up. Okay, try them out then.
Are you going live tonight then? Because I'll come live when I come back in.
Possibly to wind up a bit. She'll say this truth.
Right, is that Eric? I've just realised who your voice is. Sorry, I'm in bed because I'm not very well. I'm not very well. What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck if you're not very well.
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
I'm warning you now. This is the fucking last warning you've got.
Last warning?
You've taken this offline, right?
I've taken it offline. I've taken it offline. You've made videos using my children. You've used avatars of my flat, my dad, my mum, my allotment. You've gone for my car, everything. What the fuck are you talking about, you sick cunt?
Do you want to listen to me or not?
Oh, fair enough. Go on.
Right, you decided to take this offline, right?
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning? Last warning?
If you mention my name, AJ's name, Sabina's name, you'll have a knock on the fucking door.
I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who?
Leave Sabina, AJ,
I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Leave Sabina.
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook accounts that I don't even have access to get things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt.
Leave Sabina.
I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
You have been bringing her name up all the fucking time.
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Leave the woman.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying.
You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've
fucking got the audacity to phone me?
If you mention her name once fucking more, it will be coming to your fucking door.
And you've just done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door?
Or that.
Wow. Fuck's sake. Oh, shit, man. Fuck's sake. Oh, Christ.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin, and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it out. And then they stick it, because the blood is kind of sticky, and they make the shoe with the sole and the flip-flops. They stick it on the flip-flops. They got flip-flops, and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, it's you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was... Wait, pause. I have to go and draw the star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
News coming in of various embassies around the
Every
region.
single teacher, or specific teachers?
Every single,
orders
the whole
for their
school
personnel
does it.
there. How nervous is the region?
The whole school, and we've got our own church.
Yeah.
Too, so because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink the blood, we eat them.
It's a very big day.
But then after, the social services who are in it,
it's very unpredictable and it's very concerning.
They go to families.
And certainly Gulf states like the UAE, where I am, have been very concerned. They have a policy of de-escalation, of diplomacy, because as much as they don't like the Iranian regime, they don't either want to look at potentially the prospect of what it could mean trying to overthrow the regime, because this is an existential threat for the regime and we don't know how they're going to respond. This is about survival, and their response is very unpredictable. They've already warned that American assets in the Middle East would be legitimate targets in the event of war with Iran. And certainly at the moment, Qatar and the UAE are already taking precautions in terms of the US embassies in both countries, which now have shelter-in-place orders. So there's an embassy in Abu Dhabi here in the UAE. There's a shelter-in-place order for the American embassy there at the moment. They also have a consulate here in Dubai, where a shelter-in-place order is also in place. And they're warning Americans in the country to also take shelter. In Qatar, we heard a few hours ago that they issued a shelter-in-place order for the embassy there. The British embassy, I've been told, currently doesn't have that precaution. And I also heard from a military source this morning that Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar, that's America's largest air base in the region, is also being evacuated of non-essential personnel who were warned this morning to leave the airbase with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. I'm also hearing first reports of travel disruption to the region. We're keeping quite a close eye on it. The airspace remains open here in the UAE and in Qatar at the moment. It's now closed over Iran, Iraq and Israel, and it looks like Syria may now also have a similar closure. There's no aircraft, or very, very few aircraft appearing over Syrian airspace at the moment. And Germany's Lufthansa airline is suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv, Beirut and Oman until March the 7th. That update from Germany's major carrier Lufthansa. They're also suspending flights to and from Dubai for today and tomorrow. 2 Malaysian airline flights have also been diverted. One has been turned back to Kuala Lumpur that was bound for Doha, and there was another flight bound for Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, which has been diverted to India. I've just spoken to someone in Italy who's about to board a flight coming to the UAE with Emirates, and at the moment they've been told that it's business as usual, but certainly the region is on high alert, and it has been for a number of weeks, but today is the day that we have been waiting for, and many here in the region were dreading. There's certainly a very, very tense atmosphere here today. Iran not only warned that it would target American assets in the region, there was also very inflammatory language by the Ayatollah, who said that they are capable of sinking an American warship, that they would send an American warship to the bottom of the sea. And that is obviously a big concern, is we don't know what the Iranian response is going to be. It's very unpredictable, but there is a large military presence here now by America, a large number of American warships here in the Gulf, not far from here, and we don't know how Iran is going to respond. We already know that they have fired missiles at Israel. What we don't know is whether they're going to try and target American assets in the region. There's obviously that enormous airbase in Qatar. There's an airbase here in Abu Dhabi. There's a significant military presence in Bahrain and also in Saudi Arabia, a number of other countries in the region, and we just don't know what that means today. But I should say that the UAE made clear, along with Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago in public statements, that no strikes on Iran were to come from their territory, airspace or waters, because of course both countries are extremely concerned about how Iran is going to respond in the event of war, which is now underway. And I'm also hearing from a local source in Bahrain that there's a lot of military activity in the sky and that there's air raid sirens now sounding in Bahrain as well. So a lot to watch today, and it feels like an extremely big moment. We just don't know how it's all going to unfold.
Yeah, and Sally, you mentioned Bahrain. The Bahrainian Interior Ministry has talked about, they've announced in the last few minutes that an alarm siren has been activated, and they've said citizens and residents are requested to head to the nearest safe place. You also mentioned other places in the region. I'm just seeing here as well, the US Embassy in Qatar has issued a duck and cover warning to US citizens until further notice. They say an alert that missile is incoming, imminent strike. So that's according to the Reuters news agency. And you mentioned airlines as well. As you were talking and mentioning various airlines, there were more drops coming on the wires for us as well, more reports. Air France apparently cancelling flights to and from Tel Aviv and Beirut that had been slated for today. And I can see others, Arabia as well, saying their flights to Iran, Iraq and other parts of the region have been cancelled. So, you know, a time with a lot of questions, Sally, for the people in the region.
Yeah, absolutely, Anna. I mean, we had a taste of this last summer, that 12-day war that Israel launched against Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities, and then America joining in airstrikes on nuclear facilities in Iran. There is precedent here, and that took place while America and Iranian negotiators were supposedly trying to come to some sort of agreement and deal when it came to...
teaches you to be alone, the present to be afraid and cold. So if I can't shoot rabbits, then I can't shoot fascists. Bullets fire brain today, but we'll forget it all again. Monuments put from pen to paper turns me into I got this one.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us.
Fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place, and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt. I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
On the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me. You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I have not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend. I don't intend. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me.
Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse.
Avatars of my flat, my
Where
dad, my
did
mum,
MK Ultra
my
go?
car, everything.
Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths
You decided to come into my life. Don't
on the
fucking make
World
shit up.
Wide
You
Web,
don't know who you are, weird old man.
on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths
Because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name
lurking on the World Wide Web
AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreed with him.
MK Ultra go?
You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Lurking on the World
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor and now
on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse.
You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook account that I don't even have access to. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. Put my shit out all over the place. You've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt. I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
Where did MK Ultra go?
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Lurking on the
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me. thing, and I don't intend to. I don't intend a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
You've done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door.
Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide
to roll over and give up. But that seems very unlikely
Waiting
from all that we know about the history of the Islamic Republic. They are not going to roll over. They have been trained to fight and die, and presumably that's what we're going to see. Deborah, for a moment, thank you. Let's turn our attention to Washington. Our US correspondent David Blevins is there for us. And David, as Deborah was saying there, a huge step being taken by the US president, announcing these combat operations, extensive combat operations with extensive aims on Iran. It's still the middle of the night there in Washington. How do you think this will be received when Americans wake up across the country?
Well, Americans have been hearing conflicting messages from Donald Trump in relation to Iran for a very long time now. 9 months ago, he told them Iran's nuclear capability had been completely obliterated. Just last month, they read a post on social media where he was encouraging protesters in Tehran to keep going and reassuring them that help was on the way, that help never arrived. And as recently as yesterday, he was suggesting that he was prepared to do a deal with Iran and would prefer to do that rather than strike the country.
David,
and now, without a vote in Congress, he has gone to war, it seems.
Apologies for interrupting, David. We'll come back to you in a minute, but we want to go to Adam Parsons, who is hearing sirens there, I understand, in Jerusalem.
Yeah, the air raid sirens have just started again here in Jerusalem. We've been getting a series of alerts about incoming attacks coming into Israel across a huge expanse of this land, north, south, towards Tel Aviv. I've just had a message saying missiles reported on their way into the West Bank of Israel, which is, of course, occupied territory, Palestine, as seen by most governments. Now, about 25 minutes ago, we saw a series of intercepts in the sky above Jerusalem, booms. We just had a large boom coming from over in that direction. And these sirens suggest that they feel that there are missiles coming over in this direction. Now, generally, Iran would not be targeting Jerusalem for the reason that area over there, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is one of the holiest sites in Islam. but there are missiles that will come over here. In fact, if you look there, that is the side of a missile intercept. So that is an Iranian missile that has been flown across here, probably towards a different target, but which has been intercepted by Israeli air defense. And that is what we are seeing in the skies above Jerusalem, are the booms of intercepts of missiles in the sky. The situation here, oh, that's another loud boom you're hearing there of a missile being intercepted here. The situation here, of course, has escalated very, very rapidly this morning from 8 o'clock to that 3¼ hours ago, when the first siren sounded. That was a preemptive siren to warn Israelis that military action was imminent and that they were likely to be asked to take shelter. And then just 3 hours later, we now know that Israel and the United States coordinated a military attack. There's another intercept that you just see there. You see that large puff of grey smoke? That is the scene of another interception. Very large boom we've just heard in the skies above us, above Jerusalem. And so this is the cacophony. And that's another trail there, and you can hear a jet flying overhead. It's a cloud cover over Jerusalem today. You see that large plume of smoke there from another interception. This is the soundtrack to Israel at the moment, and that's another element to it. Just that chiming sound you can hear is the alert that is now played out on mobile phones and devices across this country. That is a warning that is sent out on apps on people's phones and other devices, warning them of incoming missiles and telling them to take shelter. As you can see, my team and I are all in protective equipment. That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there, and that followed on, as you heard, from the sound of intercepts here in the skies above Jerusalem. Well, you'll be well aware that that is an air raid siren that is being activated once again. So we're looking around us all the time to see what is happening in these skies. Let me tell you that also Israeli military sent forces up to the border with Lebanon to preempt Hezbollah potentially joining this attack. But forces in Syria as well. And clearly, as we know, what has preempted all of this is a coordinated attack by Israeli and American forces on Iran. Iran always said that it would respond. It said that it would that there would be a regional conflict if it were attacked. And we are receiving reports of attacks not just on Israel, but also reports of in Bahrain, the UAE, and other places in the region. So at the moment, this feels as if things are escalating extremely quickly. There's still traffic moving on the roads along there. I don't see any emergency response yet to that, but we can certainly also hear we can hear the alerts going off on phones as we speak. More thuds in the distance, more sounds of intercepts in the skies above us. Maybe you can hear those thuds beyond the cloud cover at the moment, because the clouds are relatively low. You can't necessarily see those interceptions. What you then see is sometimes the smoke after them. What I can tell you is you're beginning to feel a smell in the air, fairly acrid, burning smell, which may be coming from over there, maybe as a result of these intercepts. The streets around us here in Jerusalem are, as you would imagine, deserted. People have been told to take shelter here and across so much of Israel as they wait to see the extent of this Iranian response.
Adam, you must say if you need to take cover, and we really appreciate this reporting some extraordinary scenes there. Just while you were talking, I was just looking at the latest statement from the IDF. It's lengthy, but just to pick out a few bits of it for our audience, they basically talk about the military action that they've undertaken with the US. They call it a joint, broad and powerful operation to fundamentally harm the Iranian terrorist regime. That's how they put it. They say it included an attack on dozens of military targets as part of a broad, coordinated and joint attack. They talk as well about the months leading up to the attack. They say close joint planning was carried out between the IDF and the US Army, which enabled this broad attack to be carried out, they say, with maximum synchronization and the coordination between the armies. It is lengthy. I'm just picking out individual bits. They talk about continue to act to eliminate any emerging threat against the citizens of the state of Israel anywhere and at any time. So the IDF there putting out their statement off the back of Benjamin Netanyahu explaining his aims and the decisions behind it. But some interesting detail there on the level of coordination with the US, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an extraordinary moment, because this is also not just a coordinated activity by Israel and the United States, but it is apparent that the two nations have come together to try to precipitate regime change in Iran. It's something that they've talked about for so long. It's been whispered as being something they want. We saw the protests, of course, recently on the streets of Iran, where thousands of people were killed, but which did not lead to the fall of the regime. And then the talks that we saw in Geneva. It seemed as if America's real interest was in thwarting Iran's nuclear ambitions. Israel, we know, was much more focused on trying to persuade the Americans to push for a reduction in Iran's ballistic missile arsenal. And yet now what we're seeing is effectively a full frontal assault on the Iranian regime. Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, has now launched a Persian language Telegram channel, which is, to all intents and purposes, calling for an uprising against the Ayatollahs. And clearly this attack, this coordinated attack, this call for the end of the regime represents for Iranians an existential threat, a truly existential threat if you are part of the regime. Now remember, the regime is bolstered by the Republican Guard, by the network of secret police, which has held that regime in power for so long, which has effectively used, and we've seen this in many countries over many decades, fear to repress protest. We have seen in recent times some number of protests taking back to the streets. But what the Israelis and the Americans are trying to do is to embolden those people. Now, it's a risk because, of course, there's a very decent chance that people certainly won't want to come out on the streets to protest if they think that the missiles are going to rain down on their country. There's always a chance that people, when their nation is under attack, sort of rally behind the flag. So the unintended consequences of this are, of course, unpredictable. The predictable consequence was that Iran would respond by unleashing a volley of missiles, potentially causing a regional conflict. And that is what Iran has done this time. Remember, in the previous conflict, it was effectively an exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel, and then capped off by America attacking. What is now seems to be happening is that Iran is attacking certainly Israel strongly, but is also targeting other areas. A US base in Bahrain. It's not clear to me yet whether or not the attacks on the UAE, if that is confirmed, are to do with US facilities or whether they are other targets. And certainly Iran's response has been immediate and it has been strong. I mean, we are 3.5 hours ago, was pretty much the start of this when that siren first sounded here in Israel. Katz confirmed that Israel had attacked, so clearly the attack had started before that. But this conflict is a matter of hours old, and yet already what we're seeing are significant escalations on both sides and an attempt, I think, by Iran to turn this into a regional war. Whether that will succeed, we don't know. But as evidenced by the fact you're hearing these chimes, these alerts on devices as I speak to you, Israel is under attack. Iran is under attack. The airspace across much of this region has been closed. And the United States has built up a colossal military presence here, its biggest military presence since the Iraq War more than 20 years ago. And that, including these two carrier groups, one of which is effectively positioned off Israel and is an extra forward defense for the Israelis. The extent to which this war will now escalate, I think, will only become clear in the coming hours and days. But the amount of firepower that there is here is enormous.
Yeah, extraordinary. And Adam, thanks very much indeed. Adam Parsons there in Jerusalem, witnessing those air defense systems intercepting some of the missiles heading into Israel. In the meantime, while he was talking, we understand from Bahrain's news agency that they say that the service center of the US Navy's 5th Fleet has been subjected to a missile attack. They say that they will provide further details in due course, but they urge the public to follow instructions issued by the relevant official authorities. Let's go to Dubai now. We can rejoin Sally Lockwood, our correspondent, who's there for us. So interesting to get this latest news from Bahrain and a number of countries in the region reporting instructions to civilians to take cover.
Yeah, that's right, Anna. It's really escalated in the last half an hour or so. We're hearing reports that US military facilities have been struck in Bahrain, that smoke is rising from the Jaffa area, which hosts a US naval base. This is a very, very big deal here in the Middle East. It is home to the US's major naval presence in the region. It hosts up to 9,000 American military personnel at any one time. And we are hearing reports, as you say, from the media in Bahrain, that the military facility there has been struck. It is home to the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. It's home to the US 5th Fleet and critical for naval operations in the Gulf. Now, it's unlikely that they have 9,000 personnel there at the moment because, of course, precautions have been taken in American bases ahead of this strike that we've seen today, because, of course, there's been a huge amount of concern about this war erupting, which has now happened, and of course how Iran is going to respond. We're also hearing very concerning...
military offensive that has since reshaped Gaza through displacement, destruction, and division. Around 2.13 million people live in Gaza. Nearly 1.9 million have been uprooted, close to 90% of the population. Entire communities have been forced from the north and east, pushed toward the central and southern areas. Deir el-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. More than 70,000 people have been killed. Around 320,000 homes across Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Up to 90% of schools are no longer intact. Only about half of Gaza's 36 hospitals remain partially functional, most operating at minimal capacity. Nearly 1 million people now live in tents. Another 900,000 shelter inside damaged buildings. Cold weather, flooding, disease, and the collapse of basic services deepen the crisis. Aid remains restricted, averaging about 459 trucks a day, well below the 600 required under the ceasefire. Israel has established a de facto boundary known as the Yellow Line. Approaching it can be fatal. Today, Gaza's entire population is confined to roughly 45% of the territory west of that line. Israeli forces maintain the active positions along it and have been observed expanding beyond it, further compressing the remaining space.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, it's weird. But anyway...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
Preživší prvé jméno Alžbeta ALŽBET, priezvisko pri narodení Grossmanová GROSSMANNOVA, priezvisko v súčasnosti Meisl
MEISL, moderátor Víra Skákalová, VIERA-SKAKALOVA, město Trenčianske Teplice, štát Slovensko, jazyk slovenský. Kolomsta Víra Skákalová, dnes je 25. máj 1998. Rozhovor natáčame s paní Alžbetou Majzl v městě Trenčianske Teplice na Slovensku. Pani Majzl, ja by som vás poprosila, keby ste sa predstavili, povedali dátum narodenia, miesto narodenia a váš vek.
Ja som Alžbeta Majzl, narodená 21. marca 1922 Malacka.
Máte koľko rokov?
A mám 76.
Keby ste boli taká milá, porozprávala niečo o vašich životách, keby ste mi predpovedali niečo o vašej rodine.
Tak my sme boli
special tool and they put it in a skin and like in a baby skin and then they take it out and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky and they make the shoe the sole and the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops. They got flip flops and like those shoes like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, if it's not, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
Skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was...
Wait,
pause. I have to go and draw the star picture.
Okay.
The paper's downstairs.
A odišiel. Tak sme sa nasťahovali k starým rodičom do toho domu pri knihtlačiarni. Tam sme mali príjemné detstvo. Otca sme nepostrádali, lebo nám nebola ani pripustená myšlienka spýtať sa na ňo. Mamička tiež potom pracovala v tej tlačiarni a tak sme rástli.
Right, is that Eric? I've just realised your voice is, sorry, I'm in bed because I'm not very well. I'm not very well. What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck if you're not very well.
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
I'm warning you now. This is the fucking last warning you've got.
Warning?
You've taken this offline, right?
I've taken it offline. I've taken it offline. You've made videos using my children. You've used avatars of my flat, my dad, my mum, my allotment. You've gone for my car, everything. What the fuck are you talking about, you sick cunt?
Do you want to listen to me or not?
Oh, fair enough. Go on.
Right, you decided to take this offline, right?
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning? Last warning?
If you mention my name, AJ's name, Sabina's name, you'll have a knock on the fucking door.
I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who?
Leave Sabina, AJ,
I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. He has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Leave Sabina.
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook accounts that I don't even have access to get things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place, and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt.
Leave Sabina.
I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
You have been bringing her name up all the fucking time.
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Leave the woman.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying.
You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing, and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out.
Brown girl.
Millie who?
And you fucking got the audacity to phone me.
So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
And you've
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Countries in the region
every single teacher, or specific teacher?
No, every single, the whole school does it.
Yeah, that's right, Anna. It's really escalated.
The whole
in
school,
the
and we've
half an
got
hour
our own
or so. We're
church
hearing reports
too.
that US military
because they
facilities
do
have been
that.
struck
Because
in
after,
Bahrain, that smoke
as
is
I
rising
said, we
from
kill
the
babies,
Jaffa
we drink
area,
the blood,
which
we
hosts the
eat
US
them.
naval base.
But then
This
after
is a very, very
so
big deal here.
the social
in the Middle
services
East. It is
who are in
home
it,
to the US's major naval
so
presence
they
in the
go
region.
to
It hosts up to
families.
9,000 American military personnel at any one time, and we are hearing reports, as you say, from the media in Bahrain, that the military facility there has been struck. It is home to the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. It's home to the US 5th Fleet and critical for naval operations in the Gulf. Now, it's unlikely that they have 9,000 personnel there at the moment because, of course, precautions have been taken in American bases ahead of this strike that we've seen today, because, of course, there's been a huge amount of concern about this war erupting, which has now happened, and of course how Iran is going to respond. We're also hearing very concerning reports of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates, where I am, and that has come from the British Embassy here in the UAE, which put out a post not long ago saying, we are aware of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates following escalating regional tensions. British nationals are advised to shelter in place. Now, I heard from a local source in Abu Dhabi that they've heard loud explosions there, that families and children are absolutely terrified. The UAE prides itself, along with Qatar, of being one of the safest places to live in the world. It's home to a lot of British nationals who choose to live here. And one of the reasons many of them do is because of safety. They feel like it's a very safe place to live. It's a very safe place to bring up families. And today it feels very different. War has now erupted in the Middle East. America has launched war against Iran. And we don't know yet the extent of Iran's response, but we're hearing explosions also in Kuwait. I'm hearing from a local source there that there have been explosions heard by the Avenues Mall in Kuwait, again, another neighboring country home to American military assets. And of course, Qatar as well, home to Al-Udeid Air Base, America's biggest airbase in the region. Qatari officials have confirmed to Sky News that missiles over Qatar have been intercepted by air defences in the last hour or so. The US Embassy has shelter-in-place orders for Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Jordan, Israel. They're also warning their citizens to shelter in place as well if they're in those countries. We're already seeing a huge amount of travel disruption, airlines cancelling flights, aircraft that are in the air being turned around and rerouted. And the UAE has temporarily, it says, closed its airspace. And I've been looking on flight radar in the last few minutes. It looks like Qatar's airspace is also now closed. We heard this from the UAE's General Civil Aviation Authority, that it's temporarily closed its airspace, it says, as a precautionary measure. And the UAE Interior Ministry is saying it's taking all precautionary measures to maintain the safety of people here. But certainly this is the moment many in this region have been absolutely dreading, because the Iranian regime has warned that any attack by America would result in regional conflict, that American military assets in the region would be legitimate targets. And of course, there's going to be potentially huge economic impact as well. We don't yet know the extent of Iran's response. It's much less predictable and it's much more concerning than last year, because last year, during that 12-day war between Israel and Iran that America joined, there were very clear targeted objectives. They were going for nuclear facilities. This time, it seems that they're also going for the Iranian regime. So the Iranian regime are fighting for their very survival. This is existential, and essentially they have nothing to lose. So we're all now bracing ourselves to see exactly the extent of the Iranian response and how long this is all going to last. But it's certainly very interesting that a member of the Iranian regime has posted today saying, "We warned you. Now you've started down a path whose end is no longer in your hands." I think that's the concern here, is that Donald Trump seemingly wants to see regime change through this war, and it's a big gamble. We don't know how it's going to end.
Sally Lockwood, thanks very much indeed for getting us up to date with all the latest from where you are. For those just joining us, let's recap our breaking news this morning. The US and Israel have launched coordinated strikes on Iran. President Donald Trump has confirmed the US is carrying out what he described as major combat operations and urged Iranians to rise up against their government. Iran has begun to retaliate, launching missiles and drone strikes towards Israel, where air raid sirens have rung out. There have also been strikes reported elsewhere in the Middle East, as you were just hearing, including in Bahrain and Qatar. An Iranian official has told Reuters all US bases and interests are within reach. Well, multiple cities in Iran have been struck, including the capital Tehran, as well as Tabriz, Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, and Kermanshah. As the attack began, just before 10 a.m. local time, plumes of smoke were seen rising over the Iranian capital. The first strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is what we heard from Donald Trump in a post on Truth Social shortly after the strikes began.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government.
Into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces,
Zeres, Balox,
Now all she does is go to my dead dad.
own hands, and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Well, Iran has begun to retaliate, with the Israeli Air Force saying it's attempting to intercept strikes towards Israeli territory. Air raids are ringing out across several cities, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced the counter-attack on Telegram, saying, in an answer to the hostile and criminal enemy assault to the Islamic Republic of Iran, the first broad wave of missile and drone attacks of the Islamic Republic of Iran towards the occupied land has begun. Well, a short time ago, we heard from Israel's President Benjamin Netanyahu.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. the Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Let's take you live to Washington now. Our US correspondent David Blevins joins us. David, a huge step by Benjamin Netanyahu and the US president.
It is, and I have to tell you, Anna, in the last few minutes, our colleagues at NBC here in the United States are reporting that Iran is retaliating against multiple US military facilities in the Middle East. Let me just repeat that. They say Iran is retaliating against what they describe as multiple US military facilities in the Middle East, and they are citing a US official. Nothing from the Pentagon so far on those reports from Bahrain that the US Fifth Fleet base there has been targeted. We know that that base also houses the US Naval Forces Central Command, so a very strategic base indeed. But of course, all of this is reminiscent of the Iran reprisal on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar after Trump launched strikes against their nuclear capabilities about 9 months ago. Now, on that occasion, the ballistic missiles were intercepted, most of them at least, and that prevented a wider escalation. But there is clearly now potential for that. And I think President Trump indicated his awareness of the potential for a wider war and a longer war when he told Americans during that address from his estate in Florida that Americans may be lost in this. So this is a huge gamble for him, a huge risk for the president, especially when he knows his own base is very skeptical about foreign wars, prefers him to focus on domestic matters here in the United States, and that it is a midterm election year. Of course, for a very long time, Americans have been hearing conflicting signals from Donald Trump about Iran. 9 months ago, he told them the nation's nuclear capability had been, in his words, obliterated. He told them just last month that he was going to send help to protesters in Tehran. That help never arrived. Just yesterday, he was suggesting he was prepared to still do a deal with Iran, would prefer not to strike them. And now, without the authority of Congress, there hasn't even been a debate on the issue of Iran there. He has effectively declared war. And there will be many questions being asked on this side of the Atlantic when people waken in the coming hours.
Indeed. David, thanks very much indeed. I just want to bring in some more news coming to us regarding this attack by the US and Israel. The Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has said that he supports the US acting to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons and to prevent Iran continuing to threaten international security. He also says that Australian officials are closely monitoring what he describes as an evolving situation. And he says our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited and that they've upgraded Australia's travel advice for Israel and Lebanon to do not travel. Also, in the last few moments, Iran's foreign ministry, according to the AP news agency, has said the time has come to defend the homeland after those joint US-Israeli strikes. Well, let's get the view now on what's been a significant morning of events. We can speak now to Dr. Sanam Vakil, who's director of the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House now. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. What do you make of the action that's been announced and what we've seen on our television screens already this morning?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. This is, by all accounts, and taken directly from President Trump, a regime change operation in Iran that is expected to last not days, but perhaps even weeks. President Trump tried to make the case, I think, albeit a bit late, to the American people that he is trying to address a long-standing, over 4-decade regional, international, and global threat for the American people. And quite interestingly, Israel is, playing junior partner in this campaign. There are a few things that I expect to see in the weeks and months ahead. One, of course, Iran has quite quickly launched a counterstrike. All of the Gulf states practically have been hit. Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, reports of missiles on Qatar, and there are some suggestions that strikes have been launched towards Saudi Arabia. The Iranians are also counter-striking against Israel as well. Iran has no choice but to take this war in a very serious way. It's existential. This is about regime change, and their only strategy is to export this instability and this conflict to the region writ large. That's their only survival strategy right now.
So talk us through what the capabilities of each side are. The US and Israel have outlined their aims. They include, as you say, perhaps they haven't spelled it out in so many words, but it's clear they want the regime to fall. How likely is that to happen? Are they capable of achieving that?
Well, first of all, I think they have made the case for regime change in both of their messages. Prime Minister Netanyahu also choreographed a message alongside President Trump's, and they were explicit that this operation is designed to bring an end to the Islamic Republic and its dangerous behavior. They are finishing the job that they didn't quite finish last summer during the 12-day war. And why we know this, in addition to the fact that the campaign is underway and they are hitting Iranian leadership offices in Tehran, but also military facilities around the country, is they've also called on the Iranian people to, at the end of this military operation, take back the country. So we have to call it as it is, and we have to also call it out as an illegal war.
Yeah, you say you think it's an illegal war. It was clear that Donald Trump was justifying the action, saying that Iran was a threat to the American people. He sort of billed it as a defensive move, essentially, didn't he? What do you make of the justification? You think it's illegal? Explain why.
Well, certainly, the question of legality should be argued out at the United Nations. That institution is no longer seen as the arbiter of legality or war, and that's problematic, and that's reflective of the moment and the order of the world right now. President Trump began yesterday in foreshadowing this war by saying he wanted to rewrite 47 years of dangerous, destabilizing Iranian behavior that has harmed American interests, making clear that Iran had a nuclear program, although the United States buried Iran's nuclear program last summer in the 12-day war, arguing that Iran has an intercontinental ballistic missile program, although intelligence agencies say that that will only be achieved in 10 years. And certainly calling out the Islamic Republic for its dangerous sponsorship of proxy and terror groups across the Middle East. We can talk about this legality, but the reality is, here is where we are. The United States president that campaigned on no regime change, criticized George W. Bush for launching the 2003 Iraq War, has gone in and is launching a regime change campaign against the Islamic Republic, and he's thinking about his legacy and his future. What is unclear is what the Islamic Republic will look like as the war continues, and how the Islamic Republic will reconstitute, if it even can. But also, we don't have real clear answers as to what the United States has up its sleeve for the so-called day after. Are they leaving it to the Iranian people to handle on their own? Or are they going to teleport in some opposition to try and manage what comes next inside Iran?
And we touched on what the US and Israel are capable of achieving. What about Iran and its retaliation?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's very clear that the United States is the most formidable military power in the region. I have no doubt that they are going to try to pummel Iran and
explore over 50 full-size kitchen displays at the UK's largest kitchen showrooms, with 2 stunning locations in West Yorkshire and Oxford.
Its nuclear program. Iran has quickly launched missiles across the region. We've seen videos of them striking in Haifa. There have been strikes reported in Abu Dhabi. Missiles that have been intercepted in Doha. Bahrain has also been hit, and I've seen some reports that Saudi Arabia has also been struck. Iran's only strategy in this moment, because this conflict is so existential, and because it's clear that the US is going for regime change, is to export this conflict and spread this conflict as widely as it can. By spreading the pain, that is its only survival strategy, although I also question if this system can indeed survive.
And the appeal that has been put out from both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump to the Iranian people to rise up against the regime, what do you imagine the response will be of people in Iran who did take to the streets to protest in large numbers a few weeks ago before being brutally repressed? How do you think people there will respond?
Well, I think that Iranians certainly aren't going to come out to protest or to take back their country while these strikes are taking place. I think the call on Iranians to have agency in what comes next is for the so-called day after. But you will have all sorts of opinions in Iran. It's a country of 90 million people. You will have those that are very worried and scared. And the humanitarian consequences of such a war need to also be discussed and digested. People are going to bear the price above all. Hospitals are reportedly full. Many people are going to die. This is going to be painful. But people will also celebrate if Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, is killed. And certainly, we just have to wait and see. All options are certainly on the table here in this moment.
Well, Dr. Sanam Vakil, we really appreciate your response to what's been going on this morning and your expertise. Thank you very much indeed for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to bring in now a statement from the UK government that we've just had in. A government spokesman has said in the last few minutes, Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and that is why we have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. Our immediate priority is the safety of UK nationals in the region, and will provide them with consular assistance available 24/7. It goes on to say, as part of our long-standing commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we have recently bolstered. We stand ready to protect our interests. So that's a statement from the government here in the UK. I'm going to bring in our Defence and Security Editor, Deborah Haynes, now. And Deborah, I don't know if you heard that statement just then from the UK government. And if you did, I wonder what you make of it.
Yes, I saw the statement that was released. I also understand that the UK did not participate in these US and Israeli strikes against Iran. I also understand that Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, will be chairing a Cobra emergency meeting this morning about the situation. The UK, as in that statement, has in recent weeks bolstered its defences in the region. We've got a large Air Force base in Cyprus, which is within range of Iranian missiles, and the UK deployed 6 F-35 advanced fighter jets to that base. It also deployed Typhoon warplanes to Qatar in recent weeks as well as part of defensive capabilities. But the UK does have only very limited capabilities when it comes to defending against ballistic missiles. That can only be done with the British Royal Navy warships, the Type 45 destroyers. So again, this operation underlining as well the paucity of UK air defence capabilities. But yes, just the important information really is that it's understood that the UK did not participate in these attacks, and the Prime Minister will be chairing a Cobra meeting this morning.
Deborah, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Well, let's cross to Dubai now. We can bring in our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's there. And Sally, when we last spoke, there was news coming in all the time of missiles being reported in the wider region. Get us up to date with what the latest is.
Yeah, we've had confirmation from the British Embassy here in the UAE that missiles are flying over or have been flying over the United Arab Emirates. That's news from the British Embassy in the last hour. We are aware of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates following escalating regional tensions. British nationals are advised to shelter in place. That advice has also been issued by the American Embassy here. Explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, and we've also now heard loud bangs here in Dubai as well. It's safe to say that people are very nervous. Children are absolutely terrified. One source in Abu Dhabi said to me, and I've also heard from a local source, that Abu Dhabi has just intercepted a second wave of missiles. That is currently unconfirmed, but I'm hearing that from a local source on the ground in Abu Dhabi, a security source there. And the UAE Ministry of Defence has now confirmed a few seconds ago that air defences have successfully intercepted a number of the missiles launched by Iran on Saturday. The relevant authorities in the country also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in from the UAE Ministry of Defence. One death in Abu Dhabi following this attack by Iran on Gulf states, including the UAE, where I am today in response to war that has been declared by Donald Trump on Iran. The UAE Ministry of Defence have said that their defences have successfully intercepted a number of missiles, but that debris has fallen on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in. But I can't quite sum up for you the feeling here today. We have been watching very closely the diplomatic efforts between Iran and the US in recent weeks, knowing just what it could mean for this region if the diplomatic efforts were to fail or Donald Trump were to launch an attack on Iran. Well, that moment has now come, and Iran has issued a statement essentially saying, we warned you. That post on X today by a member of the Iranian regime, we warned you. Now you've started down a path whose end is no longer in your hands. And countries that pride themselves on as being some of the safest places in the world to live, such as the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, have now reported explosions today and missile attacks by Iran. We've also heard that American military facilities in Bahrain have also been hit today in this apparent retaliation, smoke rising from a US naval base in Bahrain, which is home to the US Fifth Fleet, absolutely critical for naval operations in the Gulf, and in normal times would host around 8,000 to 9,000 American military personnel. It's unclear whether they would have had that number of people there today, because of course precautions have been taken in recent weeks during this time of escalating tensions. I heard from a military source, that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was evacuated of non-essential personnel this morning, that a message came and they were warned to leave the airbase with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. And of course, you know, there's precedent here. We saw that retaliatory attack last summer after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, where Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Qatar. It was coordinated, it was choreographed, it was phase-saving. No one was killed, there was very little damage. Normal order resumed fairly quickly. This time it feels very, very different. And the Iranian regime did warn Donald Trump, did warn America, that if they were to launch an attack, if they were to start a war, then essentially it could result in regional conflict, that all American military assets in the region would be legitimate targets. The Supreme Leader warned that they had the missile capability to sink US warships. And we are now indeed seeing what Iran has been preparing in terms of a response to war. And it's very unclear how long this is going to last and just how significant it's going to be. But certainly here in the UAE today, it's a very, very tense atmosphere indeed. People have been seen running in the streets in Dubai after the sound of loud bangs. This is something that would be unthinkable normally. People are sheltering indoors. And people are very, very nervous. We're going to have to see what today holds, what tonight holds, and certainly it feels like this is a turning point, and think we're entering a very new phase in terms of security in this region.
Yeah, Sally, thank you very much indeed. It's Mark Austin here now with what is turning into a very major story. And if you doubted that word from the Israeli military in the last few moments, that they are attacking targets across Iran, including Western Iran. They've already attacked targets in Tehran, and they're now saying we are hoping to call up 70,000 reservists in the coming days, most of whom the Israelis are saying will work on aerial defense, because quite clearly the response from Iran will be key in all this. Right, it's 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. I'm Mark Austin. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded with a missile strike on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions have also been heard in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's Supreme Leader's offices around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, There have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in Western Iran are continuing as we speak. This is the scene at the US naval base at Al Jafar in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted by Iran in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed its airspace, as many countries have, after explosions have been reported there. A number of major airlines are now cancelling flights to the region, some turning around in midair amid the threat of, well, quite clearly, a major war, a widening conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel pretty much continuously this morning. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem just a little earlier.
At a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holier sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
Well, President Trump, as I was saying, addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left little doubt that that was his goal. Let's take a listen.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had.
To see you move, you've poured out your spirit on every heart. You sent forth your word.
Also attacks on a place called Parchin,
and
which
it's
is
come
an important
to
military
pass.
facility,
What our
which,
fathers
I think
and
I'm right in saying is on
mothers.
the outskirts of Tehran, but multiple sites clearly attacked by the Israelis and the US, and not just in Tehran. These are countrywide attacks. This is a massive assault on Iran, and how long it goes on for is anybody's guess. We don't know what is in the mind of Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. We don't know what is in the mind of Iran's supreme leader. But this clearly is a very serious war. Let's bring in Sky's security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes. And, well, Donald Trump, that speech he made this morning suggests that he wants to see regime change, and he thinks this is the way to do it.
Yes, I totally agree with how you interpreted that, as in calling for regime change in all but name, talking about the desire to take out Iran's ability to launch missiles. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. He's going to annihilate, in his words, the Iranian Navy, and that ultimatum that he delivered, didn't he, to everyone from the Republican Guard down to the Iranian police, telling them to lay down their weapons or face certain death. But there is a huge question. This is a massive gamble, and can he do this with military means alone, and not just military means alone, but military means alone from a distance? You can't imagine that he is preparing to send ground troops, for example, into Iran to achieve these stated goals. He talks about how the US has overpowering military strength, the biggest and strongest military in the world, and there is no question about the Americans' military might. It has those long-range weapons that it can use. It can use cyber, it can use space capabilities, but can it achieve all of those stated goals that the president has now made public, and presumably is prepared to be held to account for by the American people, without boots on the ground and without a plan for the aftermath? I think that was also really key from that video message that he gave this morning, was released this morning, in which he really hands it over to the Iranian people to step up and take over the government, in his words. But he has no control over that. So it is a very huge gamble. They would have absolutely counted on the Iranians striking back, because this is existential now for the Iranian regime. This is not a move by America to pressure Iran into doing something. This is America taking military action to achieve the objectives that Donald Trump has set out. And so that's why you're seeing these multiple, coordinated and simultaneous strikes against different platforms, different targets in the Middle East, around the Gulf region, including, for example, in Bahrain. You talked about that video against the US naval base there. The British will be watching that with huge alarm too, because of course there is a large Royal Navy presence at that base. They have their own headquarters there, and they will of course be caught up in all of them. That's why you've got the British Prime Minister this morning. He will be chairing a Cobra emergency meeting. It's been made clear that the British forces were not involved in these strikes, but there are of course questions about basing. Were any British bases used by the Americans to launch these waves that are ongoing? This is an operation that isn't going to be wrapped up immediately. There's all indicators that this is going on. This will be going on at least for a number of days if the American plan goes to plan, and of course that's not guaranteed either.
Oh, and Deborah, on that very point of this war going on, reports of a new wave of several booms heard in Doha. Bahrain successfully dealing, we're told from the news agency there, dealing with missiles in its airspace, and several explosions heard in Abu Dhabi near the city's main airport. So clearly Iran, and just finally Iran hitting back. And just finally, Deborah, this point about you know, trying to do regime change from the air, it is very difficult. So they are relying on the people of Iran rising up in a way that they failed to do when Netanyahu asked them to do that, when was it, last June?
Yeah, it's an extraordinary gamble. It's I'd say it's the biggest foreign policy gamble by any American president since George Bush launched the invasion of Iraq back in 2003, and that didn't go to plan either. Of course, in that operation, America used ground forces. It does still, and today, have the overwhelming military advantage when it comes to the firepower. But to be able to achieve the aims that Donald Trump has set out by launching strikes from the sea and the air, and presumably cyber and space alone, that hasn't been done before. You know, obviously he'll be looking at the Venezuela example, but that was just very, very different, extraordinarily different. This is a much larger scale challenge. The operation itself is far, far bigger, and the risks involved are significantly greater.
Deborah, thank you very much indeed. We'll talk to you a little later. Just a quick word on the UK's involvement or lack of involvement in this. Prime Minister Starmer saying the UK was not involved in the strikes on Iran. Sky News now understands that UK bases were not used by the US for strikes on Iran. There's been this row over whether Diego Garcia...
Has this happened before? We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
My whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah. So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You are the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's
really a shame.
Thank
Not
you
only
so
do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That is
report.
so important.
Stevie, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
helped
You're
us
the one that
to get a
started
clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work. Everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
I was so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen,
he
to
might-
the police
I reckon-
station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
deal with
satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West-
not
Danny
in the
West,
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones. Okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
here you
what's he
accuse
done-
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
Covering for these nonsense? Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like about
Justin? Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people
McNeil
that
studied
are answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give
she
me an
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house, mate.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that
legal
one?
advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
will.
yeah.
I'll
In the
tell you now,
process,
I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have a
were not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and I'll
Sabine
knock the
McNeil
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself
Oh,
more,
I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our
You
way.
little shit won't
We're doing
turn
this
up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
began to
What you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
nothing and not
internet.
actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of shit,
dedication
man.
for
I
children
tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You're
You
the one.
can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah,
Children
right.
raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
Because I'll tell you
European
what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
That's why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt
We
you.
are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
probably
have my
a very,
evidence. You.
clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody would go and report that. And you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He
context.
is coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children.
This is why we know you're a paedophile.
Children.
Because you will not listen to the reality. You will not-
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, there won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes,
Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
Swimming pool. So Christchurch.
Christchurch school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch school in Hampstead.
For a full decade, Lady Gaga has flat out the occult rituals on the menu. Child meat served to the chosen few. Credible witnesses, including Jeffrey Epstein victims, have named her, placed her at the table, described the depravity in chilling detail. For a full decade, Lady Gaga has flat out denied it. 2 ultra-elite Upper East Side dinner parties in 2016. Occult rituals on the menu. Child meat served to the chosen few. Credible witnesses, including Jeffrey Epstein victims, have named her, placed her at the table, described the depravity in chilling detail. She branded them all liars. The media always circled the wagons around their precious star, shutting down every accusation and calling the victims crazy. But the Epstein files just blew the whole cover wide open. No more hiding, because the truth is out. Investigators have exposed the code words, cross-checked dates, locations, logs, and I'm here to tell you, everything lines up. Lady Gaga wasn't just there. The documents nail it in black and white. She ate ground fetus. No suggestions, no innuendo. Cold, hard proof. Her denials? Dust. This is the reckoning the world has demanded. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. For years, she's hidden in plain sight, right under the world's glare, communing with confirmed Satanists, including close friend Marina Abramovich, casting spells on stage for millions to see, tasting human flesh at those shadowed elite tables, all while waving it away as just art, performance, provocation. The excuses were polished. The media bought them. The fans cheered louder.
Yeah, well, sometimes they don't want to, and they're, Gaga, we can't get, the frequency's weird, and, it's sounding a little bit strange. And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna, I get a little bit mad.
But the veil is thinning. Those occult hand signs weren't metaphors. Those adrenochrome videos weren't metaphors. And the flesh? Witnesses aren't being bullied into silence by the mainstream media anymore. For the last 10 years, Jeffrey Epstein victims, credible witnesses, have openly accused Lady Gaga of attending at least 2 dinner parties, organized by the elite's favorite sex trafficker. Social gatherings where human flesh was consumed in Luciferian rituals, and children were abused in the ancient occult style.
I was there in that creepy Upper East Side townhouse back in 2016. The second you walked in, the vibe hit different. Thick incense hanging in the air, mixed with that sharp metallic smell of blood. Heavy, wrong. You couldn't shake it. At the time, I didn't even think of myself as a victim. I was young, scared, but trying so hard to fit in. They'd groomed me for years, promised modeling gigs, big connections, a ticket into that world. Same story so many of us got sold. So there I was, dressed up, heart pounding, telling myself this was my shot. Everyone's acting all fancy at first. Clinking glasses, fake laughs echoing off the walls. Jeff's at the head like he owns the place, smirking. That pop star's right next to him, all smiles, chatting like it's normal. Politicians, Hollywood types, they're all there, toasting like it's just another night. But then the food comes out. This lasagna, everyone's losing their minds over. So tender, they're saying. Best I've ever had. Forks going in, sauce everywhere. They keep asking for seconds. It wasn't normal lasagna. It was layered with ground fetus. Yeah, you heard me. Fresh from who knows where, they whispered about clinics they fund. The elite treated it like it was gourmet, their special power meal. She took a big bite, closed her eyes, and straight up moaned like a trashy porn star. More, she goes. Room cheered, like she won an award. Worst part? Us, the trafficking victims. Young girls mostly, chained up in the corners, eyes on the floor, not eating, not guests, just props. They dragged us out for the rituals, spirit cooking style, blood everywhere, symbols painted on walls and bodies, chanting that made your skin crawl. One girl, maybe 14, wrists cut in a pentagram pattern, blood pouring into bowls while they drank it. Screams got muffled quick. Gaga even joined in one part, holding a knife, saying some crap about immortality as more blood hit the floor. It was a straight-up slaughter disguised as a party. Bodily stuff mixed in. Milk, urine, blood, turned into their weird potions. They thought it made them stronger or whatever sick thing they believed. I've been kept quiet too long. Threats, money offers, whatever. Screw that. People need to know these aren't just dinners. They're sacrifices. The elite eat the innocent to stay on top. And her? That art excuse covers the blood on her hands. Wake up before it's your kid next.
Gaga and her fans have attacked these witnesses, intimidating them into silence. But now the Epstein files have dropped. Everything has changed. The lid has been blown off the cover-up, and the filth is now there for everybody to see. Lady Gaga's stone-cold denials about attending dinner parties with Jeffrey Epstein and Deepak Chopra, they aren't good enough anymore. Because in the Epstein files, we have numerous emails from Chopra describing Gaga as a close friend, and organising dinner parties with Epstein, Gaga, and confirmed cannibal Woody Allen. And when you see the contents of other Chopra emails to Epstein, you'll understand why this email is damning for Gaga's claims of innocence. Chopra appears frequently in the files due to his extensive personal email correspondence with Epstein, often on topics like science, wellness, and networking. But the files also include personal invitations to highly incriminating events featuring very young girls. In an email dated September the 22nd, 2016, Chopra invited Epstein to meet him in New York City, promising the convicted paedophile there'd be 30 hot girls between the ages of 6 and 7 years old. Yes, really. And it gets even worse. Taking the last line of the email, I can't bring myself to read it aloud. Just like John of God, Chopra was endorsed by Oprah Winfrey, catapulting him to stardom. This alone should have placed him under suspicion from the start. And he remains unrepentant about the content of the emails.
Mr. Chopra, sir, how are you? Sir, I've got to ask you, listen, sir, you built your entire career. You built your entire career on spirituality. What do you have to say about your actions with Epstein? Any regrets? Do you have any regrets? I said, do you have any regrets about your relationship with Epstein? What's that? You want me to decide? No, I'm asking you, sir.
Well, you give me your opinion.
Look, what,
you have a right to your opinion.
Look, I'm asking you, sir. Sir, you had a relationship with him after 2008, after his conviction. Is there anything you can say about that at all, sir?
You do your own work and find out.
I am. I'm asking you. I'm coming right to you, sir.
I'm not answering.
Oh, well, I'm asking. You don't have to answer.
Does that sound like an innocent man to you? No concern for the victims. Confident there'll be no legal action, no justice for their crimes. They're rubbing our faces in it now, thanking Kash Patel for letting them all off the hook, claiming there's no evidence of any wrongdoing, even though Epstein admits it in black and white. Trafficking underage children. The elites are shameless, protected by the powerful. Politicians, media, law enforcement, who are either in on it or too compromised to act. Gaga's backstory is even darker, straight up satanic. Groomed from childhood by Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey to rise through celebrity Satanism. To break into the industry's top tier, she performed a blood sacrifice, a deliberate ritual that locked in her access and power. After the break, we dive into that sacrifice, the details, the witnesses, the connections that prove it all. Stay tuned. It's about to get uglier. Today's sponsor is AffordableRxStore.com. The price of medicine in America has skyrocketed, and there are certain medicines Big Pharma don't want you to know about. That's why I've partnered with Affordable RX Store. Testimony of help with cancer. Testimony of Joe Tippins, a cancer survivor, thanks to fenbendazole.
2 years ago, Joe Tippins says he was told to go home. He was going to...
Cancer goes that far. Median life expectancy.
Not from a pharmacist. Fenbendazole.
Channel are being offered. It's affordable. She sold her soul for it. Lady Gaga didn't stumble into superstardom. She sold her soul for it. Like every true A-lister at the pinnacle of the music industry, she didn't climb the ladder on talent alone. She paid the entry fee the old-fashioned way. A blood sacrifice early in her career. Innocent life spilled to seal the deal, prove her loyalty, and unlock the doors that stay bolted shut for everybody else.
Satanic imagery is used to traumatize the masses. The top leaders of the mind control program involving Satanism were Anton LaVey and Michael Aquino. Anton LaVey was merely the public agent for Satanism. Through smart publicity tactics, he was able to keep his image semi-clean, never being able to connect himself to pedophilia or child sacrifice, but he was involved with it all. Michael Aquino, a high-ranking military officer and member of LaVey's Satanic Church, was a master of black magic, mind control, and psychological operations. Anton LaVey's daughter, Zena, became pregnant at the age of 14 and described her family life as dysfunctional. She has alluded to the abuse which she endured at the hands of her father and called him evil. She severed ties with him and has dedicated her life to helping sexually abused children in Belgium. Lena Morgana was an up-and-coming Staten Island singer and performer.
This is where you're really going to come unstuck, you thick cunt. When have I never showed up to somewhere that I'm supposed to be? You fucking moron. You've got no ID. You fucked cunt. You're going to be identified. Do you think I'd have a fucking... You're so pathetic. What a stupid fucked little cunt. Do you think that's going to impress people? If I knew where you were and you were serious, you think I'd have any problem confronting you, you fucking moron? You think, oh my God, this is what's so ridiculous. You don't know me, you stupid cunt. You need to speak to people that do know me, that have seen what I do in real life, in real situations. They're the people you want to get your fucking information about me from, you stupid cunt. Or the police even. Ask them what I do under pressure. Ask them how many it takes. I know my fucking strength, you fucked cunt. And when I've got nothing to lose, what the fuck do you think's going to be holding me back from you, you stupid prick? The only thing holding me back is you're a fucking internet paedophile sat behind a fucking screen with a balaclava on, pretending that you're fucking hard somehow by stalking a fucking woman, you nonce. What a pathetic cunt. And how much more shit do you want to bring to Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyavosa, Cleon Millwood, and the fucking rest? Keep going, you dead cunt, Pip. You're going to be identified very shortly, okay? And I think probably most of the police just wouldn't see or hear anything at this point. How much worse do you want to make it for everyone else and yourself, you thick fuck? You're going to be ID'd really soon, you dead cunt. Dead cunt. Keep going, type like you're a fucking hard man. Keep bringing more shit to everybody else who really fucked up. TikTok, you fucked nonce.
She has alluded to the abuse which she endured at the hands of her father and called him evil. She severed ties with him and has dedicated her life to helping sexually abused children in Belgium. Lena Morgana was an up-and-coming Staten Island singer and performer who was known around town for her sexy voice and unique style. Before Stephanie Germanotta was Lady Gaga, she was a wealthy, spoiled rich girl from New York. She met Lena and they started collaborating on music. They were both scouted out by the same agent, Rob Fasari, and produced a song together. Lena Morgana fell to her death in 2008 at the age of 19 from a New York hotel. The same year, Lady Gaga produced her debut album, The Fame. Lena's mother has spoken out against Gaga for killing her and stealing her identity. Was this Lady Gaga's sellout moment?
Lady Gaga's dark ritual-heavy style, blood, occult symbols, and satanic vibes is no accident. It's pure Satanism. The woman who dragged her deeper, Marina Abramovich, the spirit cooker herself, a full-on Satanist and practicing witch. She glorifies occult rituals, endurance torture, and blood sacrifice. In 2013, Abramovich was assigned to initiate Gaga into the next level of celebrity Satanism through the method. Trauma, isolation, blindfolded nudity in forests, mind-breaking exercises. This wasn't art mentorship. It was grooming for the inner circle.
In 2013, Lady Gaga went on a bizarre mind program retreat with Marina Abramovich. Lady Gaga endured several exercises to test her resilience, such as screaming until her voice gave out, walking naked in the woods for hours with nothing but a blindfold, and lying on the ground with a block of ice. What we are witnessing is ritual trauma. Abramovich is a spirit cooker, which is the act of taking blood from the tongue or mixed with to attract certain demons. These rituals force the slaves to take oaths, sign blood contracts, and make blood covenants. These sacrifices can be a family member, friend, or their firstborn child. This is to reinforce the trauma, solidify the layering of demons in the programming, and the act of selling one's soul.
Ever wondered why your favourite celebrities go in looking normal, fresh-faced? Talents like Sam Smith, Taylor Swift, Rihanna, Britney Spears, Beyonce, Lil Nas X, and come out twisted, demonic, shoving satanic symbolism down the masses' throats through lyrics, videos, and performances. How somebody could go from teen heartthrob to swapping emails with Epstein and Woody Allen about eating 70 pounds of child flesh while living on a cannibal diet. It's not evolution, it's indoctrination. They pay homage to the dark forces they worship, the entities that demand total submission.
I get possessed by the spirits.
I mean, I can try, but then it just doesn't happen. I can sing notes and sing strong and do all these things that when I'm just by myself, I can't do. And I remember right before I performed, I raised my hands up, and it was kind of the first time I felt something else come into me.
I don't want to blame him. I ask him to leave, but he can't. He's here for a reason. People have brought him out. People conjured him up. Now he won't leave.
And of course, Rihanna is in the building. Hey, Angie.
Why is your hand over your eyes?
Because I'm a devil worshiper. What are you talking about?
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
And for anyone who refuses to sign that contract with the devil, they get destroyed, no exceptions. Doesn't matter how insanely talented you are. It doesn't matter how much the world loves you. The second you step out of line, speak your own mind, call out the evil, or try to break free, they crush you.
What has it done to my career?
What has it done to your career?
In what way?
How has it impacted
my
touring, record
album's
sales?
#1 all over the world. All over the world. America's the only one because I don't want to say too much.
But it's not #1 in the United States.
It's conspiracy, yeah. I don't want to say too much. I'm done.
These are the facts that don't just get censored. They get hard drives erased, servers firebombed, and truth tellers suicided faster than you can say cover up. If you're doing your own research and digging into dangerous topics online, you need to protect yourself. Legacy VPNs? Forget it. Proton? It's literally funded by the WFNDU. Let that sink in. Express, Nord, Surfshark? They all keep logs, they all cave to warrants. They're all headquartered in 5949 countries that will hand your IP over faster than you can blink. You need something that cannot betray you. That's VP.net, the world's first trustless VPN. No central servers they can raid, no logs they can seize because there's nothing to seize. It runs on blockchain nodes spread across thousands of independent operators. Even if the entire US government demands your data, there's nobody to hand it over to. It's mathematically impossible to de-anonymize you. Do it before you dig any deeper. That's all it takes to keep your searches, your fingerprints, your passwords, your downloads, and your late.
And attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
That was President Trump speaking a few hours ago. He's expected, by the way, to speak again. He will address the nation, we're told, sometime in the next few hours. Statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry on the strikes on Iran. Russia demands that the situation be immediately returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Certain irony to that, clearly. A short time ago, we heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Benjamin Netanyahu speaking earlier. Joining me now is our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who's in the Middle East. And Sally, reports just, half an hour or so ago of claims of a new wave of Iranian missiles heading to that region.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. Around 40 minutes ago, I received word from a source in Abu Dhabi that more explosions were heard there. And I've also been sent videos of missiles, apparent missiles, flying overhead here where I am. In Dubai, explosions have also been heard here, as well as air raid sirens. And we've seen images of people running in the streets here in Dubai to take cover, scenes that would have been absolutely unthinkable just a few hours ago. But the UAE Defense Ministry has given an update, and it said that it successfully intercepted Iranian missiles flying over the UAE, and that the relevant authorities in the country also dealt with falling debris from that attack in an area of Abu Dhabi, which has resulted in some material damage, but also the death of an Asian national. So one death confirmed here in the UAE following that Iranian missile attack today. But of course, it's not just the UAE that has been targeted. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan have all reported missiles from Iran aimed at their countries that they've successfully shot down today. Now, something we're watching quite closely is the situation in Bahrain. America has a huge naval presence in Bahrain. It's absolutely critical to US sea power here in the Gulf. And it's been confirmed that the US Fifth Fleet, which is based in Bahrain, has been targeted today. The Iranian state news is reporting that it successfully made contact and did strike the US Fifth Fleet, but we're still awaiting confirmation on that and still awaiting details as to exactly the extent of that attack. We've also received an update from Qatar that's also been attacked by Iranian missiles today, missiles successfully shot down by British Typhoon jets. We're hearing that from British officials that Typhoon fighter jets based in Qatar have been part of the air defences there today. And we've also heard that, well, of course, we've also heard from British officials and from the British Prime Minister has made it very clear that British jets were not involved in any attacks on Iran, but they have been operational today in a defensive capacity in Qatar, that the RAF joint squadron with Qatar intercepted missiles by Iran on Qatar. That, according to British officials, that RAF Typhoon fighter jets were involved in a defensive role today. I should say that this isn't just resulting in an enormous amount of concern and tension here in the UAE and the wider region. It's also resulting is the airspace in Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, it looks closed, Lebanon, Israel, some of Saudi, and of course Iran and Iraq airspace is closed as well. A huge amount of disruption and a lot of uncertainty. I'm hearing reports of chaos at the airport here in Dubai, one of the busiest airports in the world, with flights cancelled or delayed and grounded for now. And I've also heard reports from Heathrow of packed airliners for Qatar Airways on the tarmac, taxiing, and then turned around during taxiing at Heathrow as these attacks began to unfold. Now, we're also hearing that the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has held a phone call today with his Iraqi counterpart, and he's warned that Iran will continue to defend itself, targeting US military bases in the region as part of its right to self-defense. Now, the Iranian regime, of course, did warn of these retaliatory attacks, and we are now beginning to learn exactly what that looks like. They have been firing missiles at a number of Gulf states here in the region, of course, as well as the UAE, where I am. And it's not clear how long this could go on for or the extent of their retaliation. But at the moment, we are just sitting tight. A lot of people are sheltering indoors, and we're just waiting to see exactly what this means for the region. But it's something that a lot of people have been very concerned about. And of course, we've seen that military buildup here in the last few weeks, 2 aircraft strike carrier groups now in the region, as well as a huge number of American air assets. And we're just waiting to see whether this is going to turn into a weeks-long campaign. Now, a military source did tell me that the US military appears to have set up an alternative command center. It would normally have been out of Al Udeid in Qatar. I understand that provisions have been made and senior members of the military have been flown into another country, not the UAE. I won't reveal the country that I'm hearing for security reasons, but it does seem that they have set up a separate command center to carry out this war that we are now seeing unfold, a war that we understand is now targeting the Iranian regime and the threats that the Iranian regime has made in terms of retaliatory attacks. Well, we're still waiting to see the full extent of that and exactly what that means for security here in the Middle East.
Sally, thank you very much indeed. More loud bangs heard in Abu Dhabi. That's coming in to us right now. Let's bring in our international correspondent, John Sparks, and military analyst, Sean Bell. And John, I want to speak in a moment about who is being targeted in the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khamenei, and clearly, I mean, that's been acknowledged. But just first of all, you know, deep breath, big picture. This is a huge and significant assault on Iran.
It is, and I think most of us were expecting that the talks have been going on. If you remember last year, I think there were 5 or 6 rounds of talks. They didn't go anywhere, and eventually Midnight Hammer. I think we've just done the 3rd round of talks. There was some, right, let's have a short, sharp shock, demonstrate that America is serious about this and carry on talking. One of the reasons why what's actually happened, which looks a bit well beyond that, is very worrying, is we used to war game some of these options, and you'd always look at what's the most likely course of action and what's the most dangerous. The most dangerous for Iran is if they feel an existential threat to their existence and they press the button and throw everything at America. And Trump's words around this were not ambiguous at all. It was
to even be involved and to be requesting or demanding that I don't allow children's testimony to be heard. I mean, what's wrong with you calling me disgusting? It's children's affidavit of truth of their abuse. You weird, weird woman.
You're the weird woman. Go on, AJ. I've had enough of this fucking.
Does it take 2 people to make a child, Kaylee?
Yeah. I think you know the answer to that. Well, Babs has answered.
Go
anyway,
on, answer it, Kaylee.
I'm not walking into any of your stupid.
You to answer it, Kaylee. See if
yeah, well,
you've
I'm
got
not
any
here.
brain cells.
I'm not here to be your toy. I should never have been for any amount of time whatsoever ever been fodder for any of your bullshits. You're certainly.
Why
not gonna
can't
do it
you
in my
answer a
space.
basic question, Kaylee?
Why have you got any right to start making demands of something you're going to try and clip into something? Why would I do that? Why would I even
clip
give you
into
anything?
something? No, I'm asking a basic question, Kaylee.
Yeah, and you've got no right to demand anything from me, especially in my own space.
You've got no right to demand anything from anyone, Kaylee.
You're in my space, Adam Ashbrook.
I don't know who that is, but still. Answer the question, Kaylee.
AJ of the family Lashbrook that got convicted for beating up
That's
his dog.
not even my name, Kaylee.
Well, I don't care because you're quite
Answer the
recognisable.
question.
Lucifer, you're quite recognisable. Okay, so when
Yeah, you
people
can call me
recognise
Lucifer
you,
because
they're not.
that's the name
It
I'm
doesn't
using on the
matter.
screen.
You know what? When somebody is very angry with you and they decide to do something to you, it literally doesn't fucking matter what you call yourself.
So you go
It
back to
literally
stupid
doesn't
threats.
matter. And it's not threats, it's the truth. If people know who you are, they don't give a flying fuck what you call yourself, buddy. They don't care. Neither does any
Do you
weapon that they
realise
might
that
use.
you're going to be hunted down unless you hand yourself into the police, Kaylee?
Oh no, I'm
you
shitting
and
myself.
Jake.
I better take my address off the fucking internets then. Hey,
You better turn around
I'm well
because you know
scared.
people when they find out what you and Jake have been doing, people are
Yeah,
going to be very
repeating-
mad with you,
Yeah,
and they're
when I
going
say
to want to
truth
hurt
you, it has impact. When I say my words, it's because there's conviction and truth and substance within them. That's why they have impact. When you use them back at me and they're empty, it has zero impact, Babs.
I couldn't give a fuck, Kaylee.
Well, but then it's pointless in being here.
I stand with the truth. Yeah.
Really? Yeah, and that's what the evidence for all of these years shows, yeah?
Yeah, I've never been proven to be a liar, but you have.
Okay.
I'm going to walk to Gaza. I'm writing to the king. I was protecting my children. Oh.
So
I mean, how many more lies have you told? You rang the police and sorry, AJ. You rang the police and told the police
Right.
that AJ.
So we all heard that. So she's literally trying to tell me to my face that I'm lying, even though it's all documented, me trying to protect my children. It's all documented. And my children, funnily enough, are still alive. So we'll be able to put everything back together for them. I mean, this is how ridiculous it is. She's comfortable enough to try and throw. This is how desperate they are to just hurt me. That's been their mode. Now we have to ask, why is that? Who gets involved in doing this and why? She's literally trying to convince you and me and herself and everyone else that I am something they needed me to be that's not me. At that point, it's already failed. You're trying to create out of a real person, you're trying to morph that person into your version of that person. It's not going to work unless you've actually got rid of that person and then you've just literally got control of the reputation. That's what you were hoping for. That's what's gone on for centuries. You get rid of the actual person, you've got control of the information, so then you've got control of their reputation, and that's what's remembered, isn't it? That's what then succeeds and survives. Okay, now we're stuck because we've got the internet. So you can't destroy my reputation because you haven't killed me. I've still got my truth and I'm still alive and I'm still going to speak it and share it everywhere. So your version of me is never going to be the one that succeeds because you're going to die, Babs.
If they're your children, why aren't you fulfilling your responsibility as a parent and providing for them?
Oh, see, she's run away. Oh my God. It's so
Blatantly, obviously, it's
frustrating.
going to run off.
I can't. I mean, between the two of these two, AJ. I mean, why are people not doing something about these two? Why are things not moving on quicker than what they already are?
I suspect that Kaylee's going to get a harsher punishment than what she's expecting when she ends up in court, because she's continued to carry on with the very thing that she's in court for.
Well, you know, I've got it taped. Jake wishing, telling people to kill me. I've actually got that taped. So, and that is going somewhere this afternoon. So, just, they have to do something. They have to do something about this woman.
She'll get what's coming to her eventually. It's blatantly obvious that it'll catch up with her.
Well, I really, really hope so. Oh yeah, of course. There she is, trying to silence us, trying to make sure we don't speak, trying to make sure we're not heard. Come back on, coward.
Why don't you come tell us why you can't be bothered to provide for your own children, Kaylee?
She said with her own mouth she didn't start talking about COVID until 2022. Yeah. COVID started in 2020. So there she goes. She's jumping on a bandwagon in 2022, trying to make out that she's this, that, and the other. Big miss, big nothing, big fake cunt.
I mean, I'm not even going to try. Oh. Testing. I can't see anything. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and even talk with her at the same time. But I mean, I'm documented right at the beginning of this. I had my children off school in 2020 because of everything that I play all day, every day was from the beginning of COVID. The hospital situation was in 2020. It's all recorded from, and here she is on my panel just trying to tell me that I jumped on a bandwagon. She supported me in public in 2020 for getting to the bottom of the COVID scam and trying to protect all the children. She is actually on record congratulating me in 2020 about this very thing she's trying to now say I've jumped on the bandwagon for halfway through it actually happening. I mean, Babs, how and where does that make any sense whatsoever? I'm everything I documented from 2020 is easily traceable back to 2020, including all the other people that are in it. Like I couldn't have made up the world for 2 years and recorded it all and all the people in it, could I, Babs? Can you not see how sick you are, Babs, that you're even trying to say these things as though anyone? And it's like it's lies. This is what Gary O'Brien's saying, it's lies, but everything's recorded. My children were out of school. My ex-husband got a solicitor. I didn't lose my children to the courts. I suggested after all, this is insane. Everything you try and fucking, this is mental. This is no. Okay, so I'm just not going to invest any more energy into you. Like, I'll let her, I think Babs has gone now, but put up some vids from, I play them all the time, and I'm not here to jump through hoops for you. I play them all the time. The ones from 2020 are like the ones with Tom, the ones with the, this is so mad. The one with the woman that had the child that got vaccinated, exactly what I was trying to stop happening. That was 2020, yeah? At the beginning of COVID. And Helen the Ziononcer is bigging up Babs and her blatant lies in my face, in my space. This is insane. And you're on comments. It's documented and screenshots. It's still on the original video, Babs. This is so bad. The levels that you've gone to, people. The lies, the levels that you've actually gone to. This is terrible. So bad. I mean, this is why so bad. I mean, this is why I do what I do. This is why I do what I do, because this had to be exposed for how bad it is. It had to be. And clearly you're doing a fantastic job. So thank you. There you go, Babs. The link's back out there for you. Yeah, I mean, crack on. Epic stuff. Thank you so much.
You're exposing that you're a shit mother, Kaylee.
Oh, there we go again. That's me on and she runs. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit. Right. I dare you to put out the videos from 2020 that show I was bigging you up for something to do with you calling COVID out. You absolute lying fucking mong. You and I worked to try to get a girl. It was the girl that was crying about her child being, I think she was tested or something at school. Tom put out a request for somebody to find this girl, and I was the one who found her. Yeah? That was nothing to do with you, Kaylee. You absolute fucking mong. I never said in 2020, oh, Kaylee, you've called out COVID. You're so good. None of us knew anything about it. You're the one that opened our eyes. Oh, my God, you really are a fucking beg. You actually really are a fucking pathetic beg. Hey, Danny Jones. Oh, I'm not allowed to call you Danny Jones because apparently that's not your name. Okay, whatever. Hey, Danny Jones. Hey, Danny Jones. Hey, Danny Jones. That's going to upset our little fucking.
Well, for the sake of truth, Gary O'Brien, seeing as you want to keep bringing him into it, they were wrong, weren't they? I was keeping my children home from school for a reason that turned out to be correct, and that's why it's really awkward now. But they wanted the children to go back into school and be put at risk, just like Babs is confirming. It was actually 2022, and it was very much to do with me. It was on the back of what I was doing. He actually mentions that, Babs. He mentions me. He actually name drops me over and over again. He did the editing for it, Babs, because it was completely down to me, Babs. You are off your rocker. But yeah, they got a solicitor because they wanted the children in school. So rather than go through all of that with the solicitor, I then conceded, and Justin Ormrod will be able to confirm this, but he won't, obviously, but he would be able to because he knows very well. It was my suggestion. I didn't lose anybody. And they got to the solicitor because they wanted the children in school to be good citizens of the country because the government would never do that. This bit, what? So there, right. So that was slightly further into it. What, 2021 maybe? You fucking more. This is insane. This is insane. It started in 2020, so they were out of school. This is. So you're grilling me over what's documented anyway, and you think you're because what? Because I've got 50 different questions going on at the same time, and I shouldn't have to explain anything to anybody anyway. And I'm getting called a fucking Mongo by Linda Morden. This is how fucking ridiculous. You're just all disgusting scumbag pedophiles, and you're all going to get absolutely fucking annihilated in real life. And I can't wait to hear. I cannot wait.
How you work that one out, Kaylee? Oh, come on.
No, I'm on the panel, but where's Katie? Oh, run, rabbit, run, run, run. So, Katie, are you saying that woman wasn't found by me? Because I'm still in touch with her. I still speak to her today. So, shall I go and ask her and get her to put...
Right, you need to think really carefully now about what you're doing, because this isn't the first time you've done this, you cunt, and I will fucking come and find you myself. I will fucking come and find you myself over this one, you scumbag. Now, you can fucking tell the police, I will come and fucking find you myself. My children did not, my younger children did not have any fucking jabs, and I have had this confirmed by their fucking guardians for the moment. Now, if you're telling me that they have been jabbed, Lyndon Warden, do you want to confirm? Because people are going to fucking pay for it if that's happened. Now that's coming from you. So you're telling the world that my children have had injections, yeah? And that their fathers lied, yeah? Is that what you're saying now, Lyndon Warden? Is it? Is that what you're saying, Lyndon Warden? Where have you got this from? Do you talk to kids, do ya, Lyndon Warden? Do you talk to Tom? Has Tom been lying, Lyndon Warden? Again, because Tom lied a lot. Tom lied a fucking lot, and it's all going to come out. Do you want to keep putting my children through this? Did they get injected and then their daddy lied about it? Is that what's gone on, Lyndon Warden? You sick fucks are going to get every fucking thing that you deserve with my blessing. I cannot wait to hear the suffering you paedophile cunts went through and how you begged for your fucking disgusting, sadistic lives. The blood and suffering on your hands as a collective is unfucking calculable. It's disgusting. What you've done to me intentionally all day, every fucking day. I pray your children repeat back to you over and over and over until you die in pain and in shame alone. And you have your grave spat on by every fucking child ever born until we're extinct as a species. If that doesn't happen really soon, because going by you lot, we pretty much fucking deserve that, don't we? You disgusting nonce cunts deserve it all.
Right, AJ, yes, do you know what I did do? I stupidly said to Jason, I'm actually considering this. People like,
who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church too. So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. Okay. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families or.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a character match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Being seen in the west of Iran, but also in the southern parts. But Iranians have been preparing for this day. And I will say the majority of the population in some ways have been pushed to such extremes by the Iranian regime that they were expecting and quite frankly wanting some form of intervention just because they want to see what that day after looks like.
Right. And just on the point of Khamenei and the supreme leader, if he is taken out, if he is killed, what impact could that have? I mean, could the regime survive without him? How important is he in that decision-making process?
He's extremely important, and some have been in the past few days comparing the situation in Iran to that of Venezuela, extracting Maduro and the regime stays intact. Iran can be complicated because, as I mentioned earlier, there are various factions within the IRGC that at a moment of crisis are looking for their survival, and they would fight each other, and there would be this would not be clean. This would be bloody and messy unless there is a plan in place.
Yeah. And we're seeing reports that he has been targeted, but the Iranians saying that he is not in Tehran and
they moved
at
him
a location somewhere else in the country.
And these were speculations that we were hearing during the 12-day war. You know, the complex earlier that they hit, Pastor, is a key place in Tehran. Various government offices, the president's office is there. So many have been moved. And one piece of news that was interesting is, you remember Mir Hossein Mousavi and his wife, opposition leaders during the 2009 Green movements. They have been under house arrest since 2011. And their residents have also been hit, but they have also been moved. So I have no doubt that we are going to hear of some major figures killed, but so far we have not had any confirmations of who those folks are.
No.
Whoa, what's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
For him.
Interesting. And again, people might remember his presidency. For years, he drowned Iran's economy. He's an extremely conservative figure.
These are the images, I'm
yes.
told, of the compound, the attack on the compound. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. He's not at all a favorable, figure amongst the public. And in some ways, many attribute Iran's choked economy and sanctions due to his policies. And so, yes, indeed, those are images near his home in Narmak in Tehran. And I will say Tehran has a population of nearly 10 million, including 16 million in the surrounding areas. So undoubtedly, as we saw during the 12-day war, we will have civilian casualties. And that's something to closely watch as all of this unfold.
Well, inevitably there will be deaths. It is extremely difficult to confirm what's going on. It's difficult to confirm numbers that are emerging from Iran. But I should just say that the state media in Iran are talking about an attack or an attack that's hit a a primary school in the southern Iranian town of Minab.
Yes.
And state media is saying that the death toll in that has risen to 40. But as I say, it is so difficult.
It is so difficult, yes.
Confirmation of these things.
Indeed. Mehr News is a semi-official news agency, reported that. And as you said, the situation is fluid, but undoubtedly there will be civilian casualties across the country. Indeed.
Well, Tara, I hope you can stay with us, because it would be nice to talk in the next hour about what is going on, if you can be with us for that. Let's speak now to our Europe correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. And Alistair, this clearly is a major war underway, and one assumes that, I mean, to put it mildly, diplomacy is on the back burner for now.
Yeah, diplomacy hasn't worked. I was in Geneva only 24 hours ago following those talks between Trump's envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, a high-level Iranian delegation led by the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. And, you know, honestly, the vibe coming out of it was reasonably positive. You know, big gaps remained between the two sides. Of that, there was no doubt. There was still a way to go before any agreement, if that was going to happen. But, you know, the feeling was, and I spoke to those very closely involved in the talks, the feeling was is that, you know, genuine progress had been made and both sides had entered into the negotiations wanting to find some sort of diplomatic solution. And then things started to sort of unravel quite quickly. Yesterday morning, Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador in Israel, sent an email around the embassy saying that anybody who wanted to leave Israel should do so today, today being in capital letters. I mean, it kind of might not have been a panicked email, but it didn't give the tone of a managed diplomatic drawdown. Perhaps the Americans had suddenly got notice of something. Perhaps the Israelis decided to act come what may. Because actually one thing that was not discussed in the negotiations, one thing that wasn't on the table, was Iran's ballistic missile program. The talks very much focused on the nuclear issue, but not the ballistic missile program. The feeling was that could be eventually kind of managed within the region. Within the Gulf states and Iran, but that will have rattled the Israelis, because for Israel, the ballistic missile, Iran's ballistic missiles, you know, probably pose the most imminent and dangerous threat, as we've been seeing this morning, to Israel. And then, you know, a sequence of other events happened. Badr al-Basadi, the Omani foreign minister who mediated the talks and has been the mediator for many rounds of talks, flew early on Friday morning to Washington, quite last minute, to meet with the US Vice President J.D. Vance, basically with the aim of sort of briefing the US administration, the White House, kind of in person, to make sure that the Omanis, who sort of sit in the middle of it all, got the message across and gave what they think is the honest account of where both sides are. And then Basadi did something, you know, really quite exceptional. He appeared on US networks. He gave 2 interviews to US news, US TV news, you know, which for the Omanis, who sort of pride themselves and are very effective at playing this kind of neutral role, being in the background, not always speaking openly, in order to retain the trust of all sides. You know, that seemed to me as though it was trying to do 2 things. One, it was trying to explain to the American people, of which I think, you know, there is skepticism about what's going on, explain to them, you know, what is on the table by way of diplomacy. And secondly, it maybe was a bit of a desperate last-ditch attempt to keep those talks going. It didn't work. I mean, I started to receive messages kind of late last night that something might be afoot. I've covered many Middle East wars. It's always hard to tell what is accurate, what's not accurate. But clearly Trump has decided with Netanyahu that this war is the course of action they want to take. And I have to say it is a war of choice. I don't think there's much evidence that it's a war of necessity.
Yeah, okay, Alistair, thank you very much. Let's bring in Dr. Marion Messmer, a senior research fellow at the International Security Programme. Good morning, thank you for being with us. And, well, how dangerous a moment do you think this is?
Well, I think from Iran's reactions, we can see that it is quite a dangerous moment. What's really striking to me is that I don't think there was necessarily a necessity for striking Iran, especially if what President Trump has been saying is true, that the US continues to be most concerned about Iran's nuclear program. What we've heard from the readouts from the negotiations was that Iran was actually willing to make quite big concessions when it came to its enrichment activities, whether it would continue to hold a stockpile of enriched uranium and so on. And of course, the strikes in June of last year degraded Iran's nuclear program quite significantly. And there had also already been damage done to Iran's missile program, to Iran's early warning radars and any air defense systems in earlier strikes. So it seems to me that President Trump and perhaps also President Netanyahu were primarily going for seeing whether regime change might actually be possible, given that we have seen weeks of protests and unrest in Iran so far this year.
Do you think it is going to be possible?
I mean, you can't really do regime change through airstrikes, right? One of my big worries is that the US seems to be internalizing after Venezuela and similar action that if they take swift and decisive action through airstrikes, they can actually action different changes on the ground in a way that does not bear out in history. Given the complexity of domestic Iranian political situation and the different stakeholders, I think it's much more likely that if there isn't any support for the Iranian people on the ground, it's going to be chaos and a lot of devastation. And of course, the Iranian population and other civilians in the Middle East are going to suffer the most from that.
And President Trump must have been warned that that is one possible outcome of this. Do you think he was pushed into this by the Israeli leader?
That's difficult for me to say. I mean, President Trump himself has said over the last few weeks, as there were protests going on in Iran, that he would want to support protesters in Iran and that he would want to support action against the regime. So there undoubtedly was also some motivation on his side to move forward with that.
How do you judge the resilience of the Iranian regime and the loyalty of the security forces to that regime, given everything that's happened in the last year?
I would expect the security forces to remain loyal. And I mean, the Iranian regime has been in power for a long time. And while there are different factions within it, I think there's nothing to suggest at this point in time that regime collapse is imminent. The government has been under a lot of strain, but it has managed to control the domestic situation. It has taken quite brutal action against the Iranian population. So it remains a very forceful actor.
And the emphasis in his speech, and he's planning to make another one, I understand, shortly, but the emphasis in that first speech was very much on the Iranian people rising up, and this was their opportunity, and you may not get another one. That was the tone of it, the sense of it. How do you think the Iranian people will respond to that?
Yeah, it was a very dramatic speech. I mean, we did see that in June of 2025, after the last US and Israeli airstrikes on the nuclear program, there were also protests and there was movement among the Iranian population. So I'm sure that that's going to happen again, but it will depend on how this war is going to continue to play out and whether there's a continuation of the bombardment of Iran. Because of course, if the whole country is under attack, then that also makes it much more difficult for the Iranian opposition or for protests to actually be active during an ongoing bombardment campaign.
Yes, and this does seem a more substantial attack than last June. Well, certainly, in terms of what is being threatened by Donald Trump. Do you see ahead a long war, a multi-attack, multi-day war?
It's difficult to say. It depends on how this will play out. But one of the things that's different is that because of all of these calls for regime change in Iran, I think the Iranian government is going to be really clear that if they don't hit back decisively, it could be the end of their government. And so for that reason, we have already seen widespread Iranian retaliation, and that really carries the risk of a much wider escalation. Also the drawing in of the various states where the US has military bases that have been attacked. So for me, that's one of the biggest risks, that actually this turns into a much bigger regional war, in which case it would be much harder to bring to a conclusion.
Dr. Messner, thank you very much indeed for coming on. And there are new reports now of a new wave of booms heard in Doha. The UAE has condemned Iranian attacks on its soil, saying several countries in the region are being targeted. It is midday. You're watching Sky News. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is very much underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded, as they said they would, with a missile strike, several missile strikes, one on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions have been heard in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's Supreme Leader's office at around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in Western Iran are continuing, and they've released pictures too of that, which we'll see in due course. This is the scene at the US naval base in Al Jufair in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in the retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines have predictably perhaps cancelled flights to and from the region, some turning round in midair amid the threat of what is a serious conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel this morning. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem a little earlier.
That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer. Here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there. And we've got some pictures. This is of the beginning. These are the first pictures actually from the IDF of these strikes in Western Iran. It does seem as though Israel has been concentrating on Western Iran, and this is the first footage from the IDF, who have said that strikes are continuing in that area. Well, President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming that this major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left very little doubt that that was his goal. Let's have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world, and it no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes now will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
That was President Trump speaking in the early hours of the morning. A short time ago, we also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran would continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends.
In 1984.
Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranians to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to your own hands.
Now, the Israelis have made no secret of the fact that they have been targeting the very senior-most Iranian leaders. And this is, we're told, the compound of the supreme leader, Khamenei. And that has certainly been hit. Now, the Iranians have said that he was not in Tehran, and this is the compound in Tehran. The Iranians have said very early on in all this that the supreme leader was at a location outside of Tehran, but very clearly there, his compound in Tehran has been
severely damaged. Yalda Hakim, my colleague, is with me, and it's significant, isn't it, that they are going for the very top?
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I mean, in many ways, it's similar, the modus operandi here to the 12-day war that we saw in June of last year, where the United States, Israel targeted Iran's nuclear facilities. But in many ways, it's also extremely different because we know that these strikes are going to be expansive. They have made no secret.
Okay, so your dad told you him and the year 4 teacher are BFF.
No, sorry, Danny West, you're wrong again. I just haven't been here. I don't know how many times I need to. This is my church, okay? It doesn't require. Just imagine I don't even want to say, imagine I'm the cleaner. I'm not even going to say I'm the fucking pastor or priest. Just imagine I'm the fucking cleaner. The cleaner doesn't even live at church, all right? But I mean, the pastor doesn't, no one lives it. So this is the church. This is where people can come and convene if they wish, whether they're followers or not. I mean, that's also how a church works. You don't have to be a believer in Christ to be welcome into the church, right? So really, I can't even think of a better analogy for what this space could be really at the moment, for the logistics and the practicality of what's actually going on here and being able to explain it to other people. And nobody's challenged it apart from you lot, because it doesn't work out well for you, does it? 'Cause it makes it impossible to really bend the rules that you've been doing for all of these years just because the internet was novel. I say was novel, it's not anymore, okay? So I know that I had to wait it out a little while. But I mean, let's just... like I say, I'm working, okay? I'm working because, thanks be to God, I mean, I don't have much, but I have a second laptop holding on, just about clinging on, and I'm able to get my work done. This is the beauty of how things have progressed. You know, we've got the clouds, and so it's not even so much of a disaster if things do break. I mean, it's a bit awkward going to the library now, thanks. It's not funny, is it? Really not funny. But anyway, we get on with it. And so what have I come back to? Deleting comments, as if. Why would I bother doing that? I have not, I assure you, not deleted any comments. Why would I? I mean, I don't even know. Can I delete them from Streamyard in here? Yeah, okay, I can. But I mean, no, I don't. I just don't sit here reading everything that you're writing. You're literally exposing yourselves. It's being recorded, right? You're misunderstanding. I'm putting together the 12 days of crap at the moment with Kaylee. And like a couple of days either side as well, just to literally show just the Christmas period. Okay, we don't even need to do the whole 8 years. This is just my life. Okay, so it's still going as well. This is the madness. You know where I was saying, like, this is going to meet at some point, like the reality and whatever the fuck this is, they're going to meet. Okay, in real time at some point. You see that people are starting to come in and witness what's going on. They're going, fucking hell, this is a bit weird. Like, you know, and they're not saying it's a bit weird. It's and they've been warned, you know, the people that have come in so far. So people that haven't seen any of this and are completely new to all of this madness and they've not done the online gaming world and any of that stuff like I hadn't, they're going to be like, what? Then all this paedophile stuff's coming out left, right and centre. Rich paedophiles, networks of men, misogyny, bullying women, abusing women, getting rid of women. It's not that far-fetched, is it really, when we look at all of the dynamics of everything, and then just your characters, especially because so many of you know, we know And all I mean, oh, I don't want to keep saying like nasty things, but it is what it is. It's not a good look to be in your gang. Do you know what I mean? It's just not a good look to be in your gang, unfortunately. And I don't know. I don't know what more I can say. Honestly, I don't know what more I can say. You just keep going all day, every day. And I really don't, this isn't a church. Well, the Archbishop of Canterbury hasn't said that I'm not allowed to do it. So at that point, do you understand how the law works, Babs? I make a claim to something. So I claim a statement, a fact, or whatever. I make a claim, I call myself something. If anybody's got an issue with that, it's because they're adversely affected by that. Now, who might be adversely affected by me calling myself a church? I wonder if the head of the Church of England might have a problem with that, perhaps. Or the king, the person who appoints the head of the Church of England, perhaps. I wonder if they might have a problem, perhaps, if there's an issue to be had, perhaps. They haven't, all right? They've offered me support and prayers. This is so dumb. And I did write to the king. So all of that going, she never does what she says she's going to do. I did write to the king. Granted, we haven't had a response from the king yet, but he's a very, very busy monarch, don't you know? He's like the busiest one we've had since the Germans took over the real thing. Oh, it's all bollocks. It's all bollocks. You've got a lot of Babs, come on, seriously. You can't pretend that this is like, oh God almighty, what's going on here? You're flapping, aren't you? Danny West is really, really flapping over here. I'm on drugs. You need an apostrophe and an E. But no, I'm not. I mean, I don't need to keep saying I'm not, but I mean, the fact that you keep throwing it at me that I am, that's the mad thing, because yet again, I can just prove that I'm not. You've got to start understanding how this process works of establishing truth. It's so important. Honestly, it's so important, because we're supposed to be able to apply it to ourselves. That's when we have to, I mean, it's all fucked up at the moment, but this is what we're straightening out. And there is a process to it. And I'm not the only person. I'm really not the only person, okay, that can see exactly how straightforward it really is. It just takes a few people with the bollocks to actually see some stuff through. But I think we're kind of on the cusp of that coming together. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't be laughing at anything to do with the law right now. I honestly wouldn't. And the fact you're recorded for so long laughing at the law, and in effect then laughing at all victims, specifically children, because that's what the fucking law is there to protect. And that's what the rest of the world's going to see. Okay, and all of this deflection and diversion and bullshit and drama and nonsense and fucking making parody fucking videos. Luke Horan, are you feeling all right? Honestly, I don't know what they're putting in your weed. That's a fucking suicide wish, some of the shit that you've done. And again, I'm not making threats. I've just been warning people because I know how passionate I've been about real world shit for my whole life. To then have a bunch of fucking drama queens just say you're irrelevant. We're just gonna super chat each other and talk shit for fucking 6, 7, 8 years. Suck your mum this, suck your dad that. What the fuck? How do you think the rest of the world are going to view that? When everyone really needed to hear actual information, not bullshit, not stupid noises, not Michaela's latest bullshit spin-off to cover up for her latest drunken episode. I mean, it's just nonsense. But again, you've been taken advantage of. All of the faults of human beings have been absolutely exploited to make this shit show. So it's really not yourselves. And that's where you really need to be thinking straight now about how popular are you likely to be coming out of this. Now, you can still be part of really figuring out who the actual problem really is, where it's all stemmed from, and accept and acknowledge and admit your part in supporting it and allowing it to come to fruition so well. Or you can just keep jamming away on this sinking ship and just thinking you're going to be fine and that anyone's going to be able to save you. And then you've got the whole, oh, you're going to die as well situation. Not only what do you leave on earth, what actually does happen when you die. I know that I'd like to have my bases covered before I get to that situation. And oh my God, how delusional is Jupiter? I mean, that woman, I'm not wishing death on you, Jupiter. So sometimes, I mean, again, I'd much rather you repent, but it's not that scenario I'm talking about at the moment. But to say that you've still got 30, 40 years. What did you say? You're 57. Sounding the way you sound and still smoking the way you smoke and still chomping down your diet biscuits out of habit whilst you're still sat being all negative and drinking. And it's it doesn't work like that. Just because you've lost physical weight, it absolutely doesn't work like that. This kind of delusion, and then just saying you don't care about anybody, it's terrible what's gone on, but it's too late for so much. Anyway, no, I was addressing Babs, wasn't it? It's so terrible, which is, what was it she'd said that I thought needed addressing? Kaylee just said, I don't want to be nasty or saying someone is sleeping with someone, or maybe even ringing the police to tell them so. Yeah, you're really, right, this is, again, it's textbook psychology. If something's not true, it just doesn't bother people. The amount that anything that I've asserted or come to the conclusion of, if these things aren't true, they don't bother you as much as they do. It's as simple as that. It's just so basic psychology. Okay, this is why you call me all the names. So like, yeah, I do it in the moment sometimes, and it's more the frustration of the amount of fucking time you've wasted, of mine, my children's, the planet's. Do you know what's actually going on in Gaza, in certain places in the world right now? Do you know the fucking level of suffering that's actually going on? Of animals that's actually going on? Do you know the scale of suffering? Each individual sentient being suffering for your bullshit. That's where our attention should be, because we've got all of the fucking tools we need. We just need the communication now. It's because of you cunts, we can't communicate effectively to get shit done. It's as simple as that. And the more bullshit you throw at this now, the more people are going to see that you are still, even at this point in time, clinging on to what? What is your substance, Babs? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? This is insane. Why are you bothered about what I said to somebody else, which on paper is very plausible? That means you're invested. It's common sense. It's law. You're invested somehow. How are you invested? Are you invested in this shit show? Do you get paid for this shit show? These are the questions that are by the public, by the authorities, by sensible people. I don't know what you do. It's just not right, though, is it? It's not logical. This is the whole thing. It's not logical. What's the logical explanation for this situation? Just pretending that you aren't. So you're just a person that's come along and all of a sudden you're everybody's best mate.
And it says, did you hear him to get the children? Well,
Yeah, you know I am.
The comment here from Bob Jake. Did you hear him declare he made a hoax himself going to get the children's mum? She seems a bit hung up on that one. You weird people making out that's okay. He lied about having contact with RD. Now reckons that's okay. All gravy yet. No, I'm not coming onto this pathetic panel. He called you out as a wrong'un and a troll. You are a troll. So, Danny, are you a troll? And also, I'm going to add a question to this. Do you sometimes just say stuff because you know that people are going to run with it, get triggered by it, do a stream about it? And do you Are you a bit of a drama queen? Do you like to play up to people that get triggered by things you do and say? Do you plant a little seed that people are
Not
going
a
to go
drama
on?
queen.
You know what I'm trying to say? Do you
I
say
would quite
things
happily
knowing
go-
that someone will
Yeah, I
run
know
with it and
exactly
make
what
a...
you're
Yeah, you know what I mean.
If I see, let's for example, if I see, who can I say? If I seen John Wedger, for example, turn up right now in this chat, do you think I'm going to go, oh, hi, John, how you doing? You're fucking mad, aren't you? I'm going to go, what are you doing here, you fucking grifting, scamming cunt? Now, that's going to get a reaction off John. It is going to get a reaction off him, right? Of course it is. But that's my honest fucking opinion as well, though.
But do you
so it's
tell...
like, well,
but
I know you don't like my opinion.
Do you throw red herrings out there? Do you say like white lies, like you're going to do something that you have no intention of doing, knowing that someone would go, did you hear what he said? He's going to do
Oh,
this.
no.
Like when you said about going to
No.
get the mum on a plane, and you wasn't going to do that, but you said you
Yeah,
was.
it was purely a hoax. Yeah,
So
it was purely to show how
Was
easy
it a bit of shit
people
stirring?
believe shit. That's what it's purely to do.
So you're shit
Not shit
stirring.
stirring. It was purely to believe how stupid.
So you basically you're shit
No,
stirring.
shit stirring would be saying like,
shit stirring with stupid people. Is that what you're doing?
no, I wouldn't be shit stirring, because shit stirring would be like telling other people that so and so said stuff. You're stirring something up. I didn't stir nothing up. I just went. I created a hoax, literally, and I didn't think it'd get that far. It went 3 days in. 3 days in, it went
So
before
the
I actually
hoax
went. You know what?
police
I don't know what
is-
you're
hang
doing,
on.
you dickhead.
So the hoax police is creating a hoax. Can you not see the irony?
I
there?
created a hoax once, yes. I did, yeah. Yeah, of course there was irony in it. Yeah, of course there was.
Yeah.
Of course there was. I don't regret it, though, because it just showed to me, even today, people believe it. Fucking idiots. Oh, you nutters. It was a hoax. It was simple. Everyone could see it was a fucking hoax. You know, how the fuck do I even know where Ella Draper lives? I don't fucking know. The police don't know. How the fuck am I going to know? So, you know what I mean? It was just madness, but they all jumped on it. They all fucking loved it, and they all jumped. Oh, man, Danny, look, he's going to do this. No, Danny ain't going to do shit, you fucking idiots. Yeah. It's just craziness how they thought and then jumped on it. But that just shows how easy I could say something to certain people, and they would go with it. They would, they'd run with it, man. They'd run with it. Silliness. Because of that, they're that far down the hole, if you like, down the rabbit hole, or down the, I don't know what you call it. No logical thinking, no fucking way, no, I don't know what you call that. What's the word? What's the word for it, man? No common sense, to be honest. Madness. But I did do it as a laugh, yeah, as a hoax, purely. Yeah. And I'm glad that certain people like Flo, Wavy, and a few people knew I was doing it. Because I had to tell them. I'm glad I didn't tell them. I'm glad I didn't tell no one. I did tell them first. Listen, what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to do this, and see how far it gets. Yeah. And they were like, yeah, go on. They encouraged me. Yeah, fuck it, you know what I mean? Go on, yeah. So I did it, and it went mental. And even today, you've heard some in the chat say it. I'm like, man.
I can see in the side chat here we've got cases that have been done to her, said about her, revealed about her, and I mean, I did say to Kaylee. Wait, hang on. I did say to Kaylee that she could come in here and go in the hot seat and speak to all the people that have done or said things that she says are wrong about her. And she said no. And I don't know if she wants to do it on her own channel, but I would challenge her to...
Well, that don't make sense to me.
Danny, I would challenge her to do a stream, to throw the link out and let anyone come in and speak to her and answer those people honestly.
Definitely.
But she won't do that, I don't think. But either on my channel or her own, or on any channel, just throw the link out and say anyone. Just basically do what you're doing. Yeah. But what's this from the Dolce Vita?
I've just seen a question from.
I can relate.
I've just seen a question from Stefan.
So just for the record, that was Lyndon Morden and Justin Ormrod, two of the men that I've named on this latest report to the police. I mean, there's a load of names in there because what's also going to be going to the police is everything that I may as well say it like it is. This was always going to be what was going to happen next. Can't even be asked to phone it through. So I've done the report and got the number. Now just waiting for an email address to forward everything else, which is really just pretty much just an accumulation of everything from over the years and everything correspondence wise that's gone on everywhere. So I mean, Clyde keeps joking about the ANAR files. It's got a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a ring to it, really, hasn't it, in context of what's going on? It's just digital footprint of crime. That's exactly what the Epstein files are. So, yeah, I'll take ANAR files. It's digital footprint of crime, whether it's recorded, deleted streams, or WhatsApp messages in certain circumstances, you know, all sorts of stuff, voicemails, phone calls, threatening voice, voicemails, and like real-time recorded calls. These are crimes. They're all crimes. And to keep committing crime over and over and over and over again as a conspiracy, which is another separate crime, two independent crimes strung together in order to have a desired overall effect, when one or more people do, it's just so bad. It's so bad. And I've told you this all the way along. Yet you still show up every fucking day. Every fucking day. Why are you here again, Linda Morden? What are we going to change today, Linda Morden? What's different? That was 2021, and you'd all sat around playing videos of my children that afternoon to rile me up. That's the same stream where you accused Jake, and Jake still gets accused of this every day. The same way I still get accused of being a child abuser, but my children, because they were never abused by me, never claimed that I abused them. Adam fucking Lashbrook, the nonce, the convicted fucking animal abuser and more than likely murderer of Sabina, he started the rumours that are still now destroying me every fucking day. Bleached my fucking children. Still, day in, day out, from cunts on the internet I shouldn't even know fucking exist that have destroyed my life for these fucking nonsense. And you're still coming here to what? Try and get into my head, you thick fuck. It's a bit late for that. You better fucking repent or get to the police or just get ready for whatever the fuck is coming, because something's going to come and fucking deal with you. Trust me.
Do you have
As far as I know, anything to Moon or Katie, nothing. Why would I?
Why are you sitting on a live stream with Jamie Lofto, who's been doing what he's doing for the last 2-3 months here on these live streams?
Yeah, so we'll take it
because I was doing.
What to think about everybody.
I'm not allowed to. You're off topic
again
now. Way off topic. Way off topic now.
We're off topic, talking about the exact. Am I off topic?
Yeah. It was a 14-year-old, blah, 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 blah. And I'll give you the answer. And we finished. It was done. So why are you answering against?
So just to clarify, so the law would.
We can clarify. Like third time, folks. Third time we'll clarify. Go on.
Stop
so I think what she's saying, the relevant point is what she's getting to, and I quite agree with her, is that if the storekeeper doesn't ask and just assumes that they're telling the truth,
then he's at fault.
Then he's at fault, and therefore,
yes.
If the perpetrator, the person who sleeps with an underage girl, just assumes she's telling the truth because she might be well developed.
Yes.
Yeah. He's still
fault,
committing the
isn't it?
crime. The crime is still committed.
Well done. Well done. Fuck me. That took a while. Now go and contact your local MP. Don't come at Danny fucking Jones. Right, go and contact your local MP. The law
You're the
needs
one
changing.
calling the 14-year-old a perpetrator.
No, I called the 14-year-old a liar. That's what I
You said
called
the
her.
man. You said the man who had sex with a child is the victim.
Now the fact she lied, right, shouldn't stop that man getting prosecuted, should it?
You're saying she lied like it was a fact.
Hang on,
You don't know
Dave,
any
Dave,
more than I
Dave,
do.
Dave,
You know,
Dave.
fuck all. No, you don't. You're taking the word of a man who had sex with a child.
I've
taking the word of a man who had sex
I've
with a
read
child.
the reports, Dave, but you haven't got
Who
a clue
gives a
what
fuck
the
about the
even are.
reports? It was his
They
word
mean
against
nothing.
hers.
Oh, right, the reports mean nothing.
It was his word
All them
against
people
hers.
paid 100, 200,000, 200,000, 300,000 a year. All them people, it means nothing. The reports
It
mean
was his word against hers.
nothing. Unbelievable.
Yeah, let's believe the word of a nonce.
Yeah, just ditch all the reports, ditch the government. That's what you want, is it, Dave? Just ditch it all.
No, not really. That's the conclusion you've come to. What I'm telling you is, it's his
That's all
word
you've
against the
portrayed the last
child.
2 years of apology, mate, is ditch everything.
Yeah, of course, mate. Yeah, your fucking Google scholarship,
So
great.
we ditch the report then, yeah? £1 million spent into this report, and we just ditch it because Dave said it's a lot of bollocks.
Very simple question for you. Was it his word against her?
Trying to get to space last night.
Hold on,
That's it. Dave said, that's it. The report, all it shows is his word against hers. And that's it. Dave said it's bollocks.
He's
That's
a
it.
child. He's a man.
What the fuck? Dave, try reading it, mate. Try reading the fucking report.
Oh yeah, because your interpretation of court reports really goes
I can
well
read,
for
Kaylee.
everybody,
I
don't
can
they,
read
Danny? You've got a
words
real good
without
track
twisting them,
record of
without
really
putting words
interpreting
in
it
that
and
aren't
presenting
there.
it to the
I can just
world.
simply fucking read
You
and
can keep
understand
shouting
things.
at me, Danny. You've done this for so long.
I'll
You
do it for
not
years.
bother
You
me.
do me head in now,
I'm going
Kaylee. I've
to
already
make
decided. I've already
relevant
decided this
points,
year. I'm done with you this
especially
year.
when they're
I'm going to
critical
expose
points.
your ass every week this year because I'm done.
You're
I've
going to
kept
let
silent
everyone
for
hear
you
this.
for
Now he's
3
going to
fucking
expose
years.
my ass
You've
every week
accused
this
me
year. Like
of
you've
that
not been
much
trying to do that
crap,
for years
that
already,
much
Danny.
trolling, that
Listen
much
to how
harassment.
frantic
You know what?
you are.
You're getting a video every week of all your bullshit. Absolute
I think we've had enough. This conversation.
Why are
has
you
been
trying to
exhausting.
intimidate her by saying that you're going to put videos out on her?
This is what I've been
Because I am, Dukes. Because it's not intimidation. It's the facts. It's the truth. It's not
It is
intimidation.
intimidation.
No, we
No,
get,
it's
if
like
you take
if you win, if you
feel
win a debate, if you
intimidated,
lose a debate, you're now saying that you're
if
going to
you
put
feel
out.
intimidated, then I suggest you phone 101.
I don't feel at all intimidated. This is the problem you've
All
got,
right,
Danny.
there you
This is
go.
why you're so frantic, is because you've been trying to do this for
No, I'm
years.
done.
You've got
I'm
fuck
done with
all
you.
on me
Kaylee,
that
I'm
you've
done
not
with you.
already done to
3
me,
years
and I
I've
am
been
not
quiet with you.
fucking
And
intimidated
all I've
by
heard is
any of
shite
you
and
creeps
shite and
anymore.
shite.
Okay,
Your whole
you
channel
have
is
shown
full of me.
yourselves up. You are
Fucking does
literally
me head
doing
in.
it right now by fucking backing up nonsense, but now you're doing it in full view. Not just
Who's the
picking
nonce
up
I'm backing up,
that
Kaylee?
nobody knew about.
Who's
You're
the
now
The
nonce
doing
man
I'm
who had
backing up,
sex with a
Kaylee?
what
child.
you did. You went after Tommy Robinson and completely
Unbelievable.
fucked yourself.
Oh,
You drew
Tommy
so much
Robinson. Oh my
attention
God.
to
Onto that
yourself
now.
and to your
Jesus
shit
Christ.
that there is no excusing what
Mm.
you've done and what you carry on to do. So you
Yeah.
get crazy
Yeah, yeah,
and you
yeah.
scream at me and you shout at me and you threaten me and you go after my family and you have files on me and
I haven't
you've
gone
done it
after your
for fucking
family.
years.
What are you on about?
You
You're
can't
talking absolute
intimidate me
shite.
anymore. None of you. So you do what you need to do. Put out a fucking video every fucking 5 minutes for the next 10 fucking years. Go for it, you cunt.
I will. Thank you very much for your permission. Thank you.
Yeah, but that would just be childish.
It's what she wants, Dupes. You don't listen.
that's
It's what
what I
she
want. I
wants.
wanted to
She
make a
wants a
simple point
video
and
every week of her on everyone's channel. She wants to be noticed. She wants to be
I
so
don't want to be
fucking
noticed. I
famous.
want you all to leave
It's
me alone.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm
Hold on, Katie, hold on. I don't think this is going to go any further in it because Danny, I think we've got everything we really need out of you, mate. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
so I don't
good.
really know.
Can you clip
It's
stuff?
like,
Yeah, happy days.
but I don't need to clip anything. You said that the man's the victim and the child's the perpetrator. So
Yes, the man I feel is the victim. He was lied to by that woman, 14-year-old, 15-year-old.
she's not a woman.
whatever the fuck
She's not a
Amy
woman. She's
Toy.
a child.
She was
She's a
lied.
woman.
He
She's a
lied.
child.
She lied to him. It's the facts. She lied to him, and then tried to
14-year-old's a
bribe him,
child.
and then tried to bribe him. Well, why? All right, then. So you tell me, Dave. Why did the court not send him down?
Because our system's fucked. But
well,
14-year-olds can't be women, Danny. I don't know unless you.
Well, I
you
agree
took
with
it
that,
too
and you
hard
should
and read
contact
something
your
else, but-
MP. The facts
Yeah,
state today.
I don't
she
believe in the
consented,
political
she
system,
lied
mate.
to
If
him,
you do
and
crack
that's
on,
why I got off
yeah,
with it.
MP,
You might not
MP,
like it.
that's
You
your
might,
approach.
you might need to ask her why she did it. I don't know, but don't blame Danny Jones.
No,
for
we
the
don't
facts
need
and
to ask her why she
She's a
did
child.
it.
She's
So
a
if
child.
if a kid of 14, right, is allergic to peanuts and she can actually drop down dead and die, but she's always wanted to have a peanut and she lies at a birthday party and says, I can eat it. And she eats the peanut and fucking has an allergic reaction. Does that alleviate the fact that someone didn't check whether the kid was allergic or not, but with the parents beforehand?
Wow. So do you agree then, right, Dupes, that your sons should ask for ID off the women that they date?
I think that my sons should do due diligence. And what I mean by that is I don't believe in reality a 19-year-old from a local area wouldn't know whether that child was at work or at college or at school or even know the parents before sleeping with them.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Let's be honest, you'd hope so.
Yeah. And I believe in most cases they do.
Yeah. Some cases they don't, though.
Fury walked out. He did, yeah. To Baradan when he fought Francis Ngannou. You
called us and said, listen, bruv, Tyson Fury, like, another well-known DJ in the UK called Majestic, and he was like, bruv, what are you saying about Baradan for Tyson? I was like, okay, sick. I said, oh, listen, what are you saying to playing it for his walkout? He said, oh, bruv, walkout was sorted out ages ago, man. The same day of it, he hit up, he said, you know what, change of plan, credit, they sent back a version. Then he played it like the same evening.
I heard you dock someone on your, but it was in your own name though, yeah? You want to be careful with that.
I have docked someone. I've docked someone that I've warned time and time and time again to leave me alone. Leave me alone. And he can't keep my name out of his stinking rotten mouth. You're a liar!
Not to put anyone else's address up.
So, yeah, deal with that, you cunt. Better done. What a load of bullets. You're a liar! That's what we mean! Better done. That's from me. I am a devil! Are you fucking
Yaga, they not even like Snagger. One like a wee young motherfucker brother. One like a girl like Shovel. Lord, I'm like a girl again.
Are you fucking
Yaga, they not even like Snagger. Sound you clear, yeah? Alright, check.
So, yeah, deal with that, you cunt. Better done. Are you fucking kidding me? What a load of bullets. You're a liar! That's what we mean! Better done. That's from me. I am a devil!
You like it?
I love it, Tuffy. Oh my god, do you know what I've done? I've actually recorded it and I'm going to be able to listen to it every day. See, you mongos are fucking mongos.
Who are you to assert anything about me? Ever, anyway. I know you're Danny West, but I mean, like, just pretending that you aren't. So you're just a person that's come along and all of a sudden you're everybody's best mate, the same way that the other variations of Danny West have done. Yet Babs has had an actual phone call with the real Danny West. Is it the EastEnders Danny West, the real Danny West, by the way? I mean, this is so fucking ridiculous, isn't it? This is just beyond a joke. Definitely on drugs, you can hear it. Well, again, okay, if you want to keep asserting that, then my solicitor will talk to yours, okay? Then we can arrange a drugs test for the courts and we'll go from there. It's pretty fucking simple, you stupid cunt. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, again, all it does is prove, like, who are you? Why are you invested into my life, my plans, what I'm trying to do, and why do you sabotage it and then pretend that I've not done it because I'm a bullshitter, because I'm a scammer? What have I scammed? Who supported me to do anything? Nobody knows I fucking exist. Why is that? Wouldn't have anything to do with being erased over and over and over and over and over and over again by you wankers. Who started all that shit? Justin Ormrod, Wake Up UK, Right Unity, eMedia Hosting, WebberLogic, Clacton, Caravan. Do you think people aren't going to recognise you, Babs? I know nothing about the law. Well, that's not what my solicitor said, and that's not what AI says. So, I mean, well, nobody, the police, nobody has told me that I don't know. The opposite. Oh, this is insane. Babs, what are your credentials, Babs? Would you like to jump on the panel and explain to everybody why you're smarter than me? Not that I'm saying I'm particularly smart, but what I don't run around pretending that I've got authority over anybody else, their intelligence, their ideas, their life. I don't do that. None of us are supposed to do that. That's for God to do. We're supposed to be directed by God. I feel that's actually what the issue is, to be fair. But I mean, it's only a guess, a stab in the dark, a stab in the dark. Who's the watch bishop, Babs? Sounds like you're playing a game. Well, I'm not playing a game. The archbishop is a real position. Okay, it's the head of the church. I can't actually remember her name. Dame Sarah McClully, something like that. Something. It's something. Sarah? Sally. I don't know. She'll probably be gone in 5 minutes. This is how it works, isn't it? There was already a scandal story broke. I mean, but who knows? It's all bullshit, isn't it? There's all this bollocks going on all the time. Be happy to know that wrote someone they was. I'm sure she doesn't give a flying. Well, to be fair, actually, but seeing as they were sympathetic to the situation, I'm sure they'd be supportive of the fact that I did actually write to the neighbours rather than go and throw a brick through 7 Joan Crescent, Eltham. You're panicking. There's no. There's nothing nonsensical about what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? So your bases are covered. That's great then. So your flapping is completely unnecessary, isn't it? Oh, you do want the link. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind here because I just given a flying fuck was I was just getting on with work. But yeah, bear with me.
When did he tell you that?
He does when he was doing the sex to me. He does sex to me.
What does that mean, sex? What do you mean?
He touches me in the private. He touches me in the private. He sticks a plastic willy in my bottom, and it bleeds then.
Okay. So,
yes.
So your dad does sex to you, and what that means is he touches your privates.
Yes.
And put a plastic willy
in my bottom.
In your bottom.
Yes, big fat one.
Okay. So how do you know it's a plastic willy?
Okay, so Kelly has to play this little bit because she knows that I get offended about this bit, yeah?
Okay, so tell me what that looks
let's go from the start. Kelly has just stated
but it's plastic.
Okay.
Would be on her side for lying about Jupiter trafficking children. She has just said that the Archbishop would back her up, even though it's all fucking lies. So remember that you said that, bitch, and I have that clip. And don't forget, I've read the letter from the Archbishop back to you, and you were telling us that he's supporting you, and he's telling you that everything that you're doing was right, and that we were all wrong. That's what you said.
Again, Babs, I've already explained this earlier. This is why I keep saying what you probably should do before you speak in public is to look at how the law works. Okay, if I say something and you want to disprove it, you need to be able to provide evidence for that. Okay, so now if I've made a claim, if I've told them that I've registered as a church and they've not disputed it, okay, by default, they're accepting it as truth. That's just how the law works. They don't have to outwardly state anything. You can even use silence or just non-engagement can be seen as how do I explain? I'm trying to explain this so that you understand. No, you do understand what I'm saying. This is the thing, you do understand what I'm saying. I'm trying to break it down further and further and further, but it's common sense and you do understand. If I've already stated something to them and it directly would be an issue for their own institution, they would be the first people to say, hang on a minute, we're not comfortable with you calling yourself a church. That's for them to say. That's what would happen in that process with that letter. They didn't do that. They've offered me support. They've understood what I've done. They haven't countered it, which means by default, they've accepted it as truth. That's just how the law works, babe.
So you're saying that the Archbishop would back you up on lies. That's my point. You didn't address my point, what I was making whatsoever. As usual, it's all babble.
You're liar!
Oh my God. Babble, and of course Katie brings this fucking moron on to turn around and wants to disrupt from her bullshit, yeah? I'm not gonna shut up. I'm not gonna shut up. I'm gonna make my point and I'm going.
Calm down.
Stop bringing
You're an
the
old
children
lady.
up because the kids have nothing to do with you.
You're gonna give
Stop
yourself
bringing
a
my
heart
family
attack.
up because my family hate you.
Calm down, Babs.
INAB.
Calm down, Babs. You're getting excited.
Oh my
Dear,
God,
oh
what a
dear.
moron.
Dear, oh dear, Babsy. Here, Babsy, when's John Williams going to come on the panel, eh? Why is he so afraid to come on the panel and talk? He's in your team, isn't he, Babs?
I don't have a team. Just because your team Uggs, along with someone called Sarah and Gas and Beisel, all YouTube fucking rejects our fucking team Uggs. I don't have a team.
You're a liar!
Fucking idiot.
Stop flapping, Babs. We all know about your
I'm
team.
not flapping, but
We all know
Kaylee
about
and
your
Jake's
team.
flapping. Because
You and
Jake
John
has
Williams.
fucked up big time.
We all
got
know
proof
about you and
that
John
he
Williams,
accesses
Babs.
child porn.
We know about you and
porn.
John Williams. Come on, John Williams. Come on the panel and defend Babs.
Why are you so? What? I mean, seriously, are
Put
you
your teeth back
actually
in,
in
Babs.
love with John Williams?
Put your teeth back in. We can't understand you, Babs.
Convid, how
Are your
many old
teeth
people have
in
you
the
robbed
glass?
lately?
Are your
How
teeth
many
having a
old
wash?
people have you
Are your
robbed
teeth having a
lately?
wash in the
How
bath, are
many
they?
old people have you robbed lately?
Leave
How many
me
old people have you robbed
alone.
lately? How many old
Leave
people have you
me
robbed lately? How many
alone.
people have you robbed lately?
Leave me alone.
How many
Come on,
old
John
people?
Williams.
Honestly, Convid, how many
Come on,
old
where's
people
John
have you
Williams,
robbed
Babs?
lately?
Where's
How
John
many old
Williams?
people have you robbed
Why won't he
lately?
come on the
How
panel, Babs?
many
What's he
old
afraid
people
of?
have you robbed lately?
Is he
How
afraid to
many
come on
old?
the panel, Babs? Your friend John Williams, your teammate, is he afraid to come on the panel? Your teammate.
What about your teammates?
What
about Uggs team?
What?
What
Calm
about the
down,
Uggs
Babs.
team?
You're
Why
flapping,
don't
Babs.
they all
Calm
come on the
down.
panel? No, because they're all little cowards.
Yeah, you're
All
right.
of
John
you.
Williams is
All of you
see,
are
John.
wrongins.
Babs just called you a coward, John. You can't
He
let
knows
Babs
I
do
didn't
that.
call him that. I've
You
called
can't
your
let
team.
Babs call you a
Your
coward,
team.
John.
Convict the old person robbers team.
You're a liar. Come on, Babs. Get John Williams on the panel. Why is he so afraid to
Oh
talk?
my God. Somebody is so obsessed. What's that? I will not. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Can you read my comments to her, Katie or Justin? Let's have a look. What's he saying? We didn't claim Michaela is trafficking children. You gullible gossip monster was the slanderous abuser. Yeah, right. Okay. I like I'm ever gonna believe a word a paedophile says. Oh, am I? I'm not flapping, mate. I find it absolutely fucking hilarious. The only ones that are flapping, Kaylee and Jake. You can hear it. You can hear it in their voices. They're flapping. They're lying. They're lying. They're flapping. That's what they do. Yeah. So, Kaylee, what's this about? If what people say isn't true about you, it wouldn't bother you. Okay, one, not everybody is the same. Some people do have, like, are a bit funny. But the other thing is, if that is true, then why does it bother you when I turn around and accuse you of being on drugs? That actually bothers you, yeah? Because it does. I know you're on drugs. You can hear it in your voice. And seriously, if you're not, you need help, mate. You need help. Oh dear, she's gonna leave me here. It's funny how she thinks that playing my song triggers me. She thinks like, she is trapped in the head. Oh, Babs, Babs, do you think nobody recognizes you? Oh, Babs, do you think this? Oh, Babs, do you think that? Oh, Babs, do you think this? Oh, Babs. Honestly, you're absolutely fucking pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Can I ask John Williams a question? No, just seen this, I can't handle the panel anymore. It hurts my head and soul. Yeah, Kaylee has no soul. If she did, she wouldn't be in love with a paedophile. Nobody who's in love with a paedophile can have a soul. As usual, Kaylee has run, rabbit, run. Okay, anyway.
No, I haven't run. I just took the opportunity to go and make a coffee. I didn't hear the last little while. I haven't run away, Babs. I'm in my home. Again, see, this is why I said the church isn't a building. To see exactly what's happened. You've just come exactly where I've gone. It's you guys come where I've got. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm in a new home, right? It's like everyone who keeps missing the obvious, you're just missing all the obvious things, like for all the days of Christmas that you guys, you know that I've moved, but you've said that I've lied about moving. You know that I've been sectioned, but you say I've lied about sectioned. You know that I'm away from my children, but rather accept that there's a really dark, sinister thing that you're part of now, actually. You're making it out that I've abandoned my children and somehow I'm a scammer and none of this all adds up, does it? And you're still here wherever I am 24/7 and then telling me I run away if I decide I don't want or need to take any more of your fucking abuse anymore because I've recorded it for fucking years and you're going to pay, you gremlin cunt.
Our abuse. What about your abuse, Kaylee? What about all that stuff that you said to me about Nobby? What about laughing when I told you why I got offended because I had cancer? What about that? What about what you did to AJ? Out of everything that you've done, that's the one thing that is beyond disgusting. You ring the police and tell the police that he killed his partner. And then you also write to all poor Dupes. Good job, Dupes has lived there all these years and all her neighbours know her. But you wrote to her fucking neighbours, yeah? Telling them that she's trafficking children. Are you for fucking real? That's fucking disgusting. That is absolutely fucking filthy. Absolutely filthy. Unfucking believable. But anyway, like I was addressing a minute ago, Kaylee's run. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. What about you? See, this is what you never do. You never answer when I try to address to you. What about what you've done? What about AJ? What about Jukes? What about what you did to me? You never come back and say, "Oh, you know, maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that," or blah blah blah. No, no. You try to make out that you're absolutely perfect. No one's perfect. I know I've made mistakes, but one thing I do know is that I'm not involved with anything that you're involved with. Yeah, you're horrible. You get under my skin. You make my skin fucking crawl. Yeah, and I mean, I find it sickening when I hear you talk about God. I find it sickening when I hear you talk about other people's children. You're just cringe. Oh my God, I just like, you know, but one thing you do know, Kaylee, yeah, is, no, I'm not going to tell you, actually. You think you're so fucking smart. You should already know what I was about to say. You really are a fucking piece of fucking shit. Now, I'm going because I actually do have a life to get on with. Bye for pedos.
Jake, I don't know if you're listening. She left at 4:40:41. Exactly, bang on, 4:40:41. Can you believe it? I was going, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do it. She did. 4:40:41 it was. Mental. Well, what do we do with that? I don't think I really need to add much to that. Could she? She really doesn't understand how slander or not, but she's doing it directly to me in my space about you as well. This is insane, isn't it? Honestly, I'm not even going to waste time. I don't think anyone. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. So yeah, I'm halfway through a blog. So really, I suppose it should really put together how simple this is to format now, for you lot to see for yourselves how easy this is to put together and just now hand over to other people to look at. To psychiatrists, psychologists, police, schools. Collectively, there's a big fucking problem, and the world are waking up very much to the fact that there's a big problem online. A blog full of bullshit. What? Because Babs, who just came on the panel, said so, who's obviously part of a smear campaign, who's obviously part of the media. You're obviously a collective part of the media, probably funded by the same people that are funding certain papers. I don't know the ins and outs, but it's always going to be where the money is. Money, control, and information. It's all one and the same gig that's actually going on, isn't it? I don't spend time finding the individual people all the time. You know, it's only to call people out in certain companies and whatnot, but I'm not going to waste time thinking finding one person who's going to crack everything. The overall problem is people are chasing the wrong things. So you need credibility. That's why I stick with the law. You need credibility. Yes, Babs, it's going to be going everywhere. You can't hide on YouTube. You've fucked up my life. Listen to the way you speak to me. Would you speak to me like that? Right, you gave me a hug, you silly cunt, in real life, and you speak to me like that on the internet. Now, that in and of itself should really speak volumes, shouldn't it? But how do you think speaking to somebody like that, when you've got loads of you doing it all day, every day, for fucking years on end, how do you think that matters and affects somebody's real life, real psychological state? You silly bastard. Come on. You can't be that thick that you can't figure this shit out. It's not like I haven't been screaming it from the rooftops, but you've all been part of it, haven't you? Whether you just joined in for the fucking kicks, I don't know. But that's for you to figure out. You can't make it work now, though. It is what it is. You're part of something disgusting that in the beginning you could see clearly was going on, and that was acknowledged. And now you haven't got a reason. You just detest me. You just hate me. You've just got venom. And you shouldn't go in public just spitting venom about people if you've not got a fucking reason for it. That just means you've got a mental problem. Okay, and that's what everyone else is going to see. But your mental problem has been used perfectly, the same as Michaela Onyevosa's, and whether it's narcissism or some other derangement going on, addictions like gaming, Rebecca or Elizabeth Penman, all of these things have been used to do the job. That's why you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to automatically look out for other people, the absolute fucking opposite. And that's the duty of care, the fundamental principle of English law. Now, if you don't care, you should have got off the fucking stage about 8 years ago, you silly cunts. To keep saying you don't care right now, you're just literally clocking up custody time, more than likely. I'm going to have petitions. What do you think people are going to make of you bastards who don't care, who haven't cared for all of these years, and seeing what you've done to the people who did fucking care?
And then after, when he takes it out, it bleeds.
So how does he stick it in your bottom?
He pushes inside my bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when he takes it out, it bleeds my bottom.
Okay. So when was the last time this happened?
No, I'll tell him when he started doing it when I was a baby.
Okay. But when was the last time it happened?
The last time it ever happened is when I stopped the last day of school.
The last day of school.
Yeah.
So tell me about the last day of school.
Yeah, we had a big party because it's the last day of school.
Okay, so it's last day of school, you've had a big party.
Yeah, at school. And my dad goes to the school, and my dad doesn't let me learn anything. He doesn't let me have education.
The party?
Yeah.
What was the party like?
I don't like the party.
Why not?
They touch me.
Who?
They kick me. My front privates to hurt me. So when they stick a big plaster really in my bottom, and when it bleeds, if I cry, he like, do you know those spaghetti spoons? Like, yeah. Those metal ones. If I cry, he hits me on the head with it.
Okay.
But if I cry, nurse teacher, I'm smart, and she injects me, and a sleeping injection on my neck, and then I fell asleep straight away.
Right. And what is the sex?
They touch me in the privates. They tell me to lick the privates.
Who says that?
My dad's, the teachers, everybody's.
Okay.
That's quite a bold statement to make there, Danny West. Now, you've just said that you're taking me to court, so obviously this will come up. But of course, you're going to need an identity first, and you're going to need to explain why you haven't actually dealt with the situation here when you've brought yourself to this situation over and over and over again. At that point, the power's yours to leave again. You just don't understand the law. There's no point in threatening me with anything. I understand what's going on completely. All right? You're in my church. There's no point in threatening me with anything, you silly bastard. Especially as an anon. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. But yes, this is quite a statement to make, isn't it? How is plain children's testimony proving that we've got an unhealthy attraction to them? Wouldn't it be more likely that we're more concerned for their safety? If we had an unhealthy attraction to them, why would we be highlighting paedophilia? You're anonymous. You're threatening me in my church. I'm here all day, every day, under duress in my own name. All these men, all day, every day, getting excited at my distress and telling me it's all in my imagination. Pretty fucked up, but carry on, Danny West. Got nothing to say about what this child's saying, no? Just that you're going to be taking me to court as an anonymous person. Not here every day. Again, you don't need to be here. I don't know who you are. I can't accuse you of anything until I know who you are. Ask YouTube, ask your solicitor. It's very, very simple how this is all panning out at the moment, mate. You just don't need to be here. You literally can just go away. I'm under duress, Babs. All of you can fuck off out of my life at any point, Babs. Me responding to you constantly, doing what you do, is not threatening in the sense that you're trying to make it out. It's not. I'm letting you know what's going to happen, the repercussions of your decisions and your actions. Okay, again, you need to learn the law.
So that's happened.
And we didn't want to do that, but my dad made us do it, and he forced us.
Okay.
But my mum doesn't do it.
No? Okay.
But my family doesn't do it. Only my father does it.
Okay. He's 3 years old.
I think it was more later that broke up. My dad was fighting with my mum. But my mum didn't fight back.
Can you remember that, or was you too
I
small?
remember it. Yeah, I remember it.
He wasn't too small.
No.
No.
No. My sister had the door slammed, and my sister hit her head, and then my dad was fighting.
Your dad was fighting with your mum, and they broke up.
Because my dad wanted to take me and my sister to a party, to a sexual party, with all the friends who do sex to me.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
My mom didn't let my dad to take us to a party.
When was that?
Really late, like it was like, I don't remember when it was, but it was in a day. But and he wanted to take her me because my mum found out he was behaving really strange. My dad, yeah, my mum thought not to let us, and then she didn't let us, and then my dad, when my mum was fighting, and they had a big fight.
Okay. So your mum and papa split up.
Yeah. I remember 1 year old too.
You can remember when you? Wow.
Yeah, and I also see a picture.
A picture? What picture?
Like my dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph from like where he keeps them, like the photographs.
Okay. So you're all in this toilet, and then how's it started? Who's done the sex to you?
My dad, the teachers, the parents.
All of them.
Yeah.
And what have they done?
They strip willies, test the willies in my bottom. They lick our privates. They tell us to.
How's it started? What I don't understand. So you got
What is it that I can't stop that you're saying, you anonymous little shit? What is it that you're saying I can't stop and that I'm addicted to? The truth, getting out of this situation so I can be with my fucking children to protect them from scumbag cunts like you. What am I addicted to? Surviving this. The irony of the fucking projection and the hypocrisy, you disgusting cunt, and the fact that you're choosing to ignore when I'm clearly telling you how much people are going to enjoy hurting you. And you fucking deserve it. And I don't care if nobody sees. Because you deserve it. And you come back every fucking day. Now, what is it that's so important to you to do this every fucking day, you sick fuck, knowing that you're making it worse every fucking day for Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyavosa, Luke Horan, Cleon Millward, Valerie Stroud, loads more. I can't stop. What am I addicted to? I'm under duress because of sick fucks like you. You can fuck off, you dumb cunt, can't you? You can fuck off. You can stop making it worse for all of the fucking whores for Satan that got involved. You can fuck off, you stupid cunt. But it's because you're a paedophile, isn't it? And you know that you're going to be known, and you know that you're going to get fucked over, and you're just desperate. If you're here and somebody knows you're alive still, it can't happen in real time, can it? You're fucked and you deserve it. You choose to be here every fucking day, you sick cunt. You go on and on about my children, on and on and on about my ex, you sick cunt. You deserve to be tortured to death, you sick cunt. And you're making it worse every fucking day for all of those cunts that got involved as well. So you carry on, you stupid bastard. This is all recorded. This is all recorded, you stupid cunt. Every fucking minute of the day, you're just there, aren't you? And you think this isn't illegal. And never mind whether it's illegal or not, you think people aren't going to see this for what it is, you sick fuck. The problem is you might have a real bad mental illness. Now this is where the authorities really need to sort this shit out, don't they? What's going on? How have we got into a situation where we've got all of the different variations of mental illness, just a big fucking free-for-all, attach themselves and intrude upon whoever's life that they fucking feel like. So while normal people that do function in society try off and go and do things in the real world, the degenerates are left to create a fucking army. So we've got degenerates, we've got mentally challenged people, we've got addicts who will make an extra buck to do a gig online, gamers. What a perfect fucking army to target innocent people and destroy their reputation in an age of lockdown. You couldn't make it up. I think you could, actually. And I don't believe there's any coincidences, especially not in that Henry Milner in 2020 published No Lawyers in Heaven. Henry Milner, the same defence lawyer, Mandy Mosley, kosher rat from Birmingham, the funder of all the fucking chaos and mayhem and bullshit on social media, may or may not also be a thing. Now, who gives a flying fuck? You're all going to have to answer. And like, I mean, it's flying around in the mainstream media. It's actually a tagline now. It was probably hashtagged on Twitter or X or whatever it is. I just don't do that sort of thing. But follow the money. That's actually being thrown around to do with the Epstein files right now. So, Mandy, Luke, how did that all come about? How is it that Luke accidentally doxed Brian Leroy Hansford's son-in-law, so his daughter's husband, the property owner, nightclub owner, Clive Lilly? Luke Horan doxed him to me, believing it was Eric. It was Eric's crack bitch at the time that he was trying to dox. He turned out to be Brian Leroy Hansford, director of Advanced Demolition Southern, But Luke fucked it up, and somebody obviously had a word, because overnight everything changed and nobody was allowed to ask any questions about Sabina, and it was all, if anything, it was Kaylee's fault. That was just the arrangement. All of a sudden, overnight, it went from Luke doxing Brian, fucking it up, and then someone blatantly got in his ear. Mandy got on the phone to the club and spoke to Rachel. I didn't know Rachel was his daughter. I spoke to Rachel herself, and apparently that was my fault as well. But I didn't even know that was Brian's. I wouldn't have known any of this. None of these people were in my life. If Brian wasn't hassling me in the first place, I wouldn't need to know who he is. If Luke hadn't sent me the wrong fucking information, I wouldn't have contacted those people. And they've tried to make all of it my fault the whole way along. I'm harassing all of their families. I mean, what the fuck? And this has been going on all day, every fucking day, for all of these years, still going on today. So many women involved just joined in, have destroyed my reputation, still fucking do that to this day as well. You cunt, Michaela, on your face. So you're going to fucking pay. You're going to fucking pay, Rebecca Elizabeth Penman. I think it might be pittance, but there's actually fucking money coming out of my account for a fucking court fine. I mean, as if I was going to go for a court fine for that fucking whore getting involved at the last minute, and then, oh, the buttons on YouTube aren't working. Let's try the fucking police. We'll tell them we'll tell her like 2 or 3 things that Kaylee said in response under duress after how many years, and I'm destroying her life with all of these paedophiles. I won't mention that bit. Fuck you, Rebecca. Fuck you, Rebecca. Fuck you, Rebecca. Repent, you cunt. Fucking whores think you're just gonna crack on. You're just gonna crack on and pretend like it never happened, yeah?
In there?
Yeah.
What happened first?
They touch us, then they do sex.
Who's they? Who did it?
My dad and both parents.
They touched you. And what does that mean, touched you?
They touch our privates.
And what do they do by touching it? What do they do?
They squeeze it. Do you know the white stuff? When you eat, you rub it and then the white stuff comes out.
Right.
Yeah, they do that to us too.
What do you mean? They do it. What does that mean?
Like to boys, do you know they have white stuff?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you put the white stuff in girls' privates,
Yeah.
they create a baby.
So, and how does your body feel when it comes out?
Like and it's also bad because it takes all your and really but the ladies tell me to lick the middles. parties, to a sexual party with all the friends who do sex to me.
Okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
My mom didn't let my dad to take us to a party.
When was that?
Really late, like it was like, I don't remember when it was, but it was in a day. But and he wanted to take me because my mom found out he was behaving really strange. My dad, yeah, my mom thought not to let us, and then she didn't let us, and then my mum was fighting, and they had a big fight.
Okay. So your mum and papa split up.
Yeah. I remember 1 year old too.
You can remember when you wow.
Yeah, and I also see a picture.
A picture? What picture?
Like my dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph where he keeps them, like the photographs.
Okay. So you're all in this toilet. And then how's it started? Who's done the sex to you?
My dad. Teachers the take a private
Okay, so how's it started? What I don't understand. So you got in. What do they do?
and the white stuff comes out.
Right.
Yeah, they do that to us too.
What do you mean? They do. What does that mean?
Like to boys, and it's also bad because it takes all your energy away.
Okay.
It makes me weak, so and puts all his weight on. Puts this and put all his weight on me, and it really hurts.
Willies or something. What does that mean?
Do you know what a willy is?
Yes.
They put plastic willies in my bottom, and then and then it bleeds after they take it out.
And how do they get it in your bottom?
They stretch it, and then they put it in.
Right. And so they put it in.
Yeah.
And how does that feel?
Really hurting. And they
How
also
much?
tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
They read to what?
They also tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
What
Yeah.
does that mean?
They suck.
Suck.
The real ones, not the plastic ones.
And who makes you do that?
My dad, all the mans.
All the man.
But the ladies tell me to lick the middles.
What does that mean?
Do you know the middle, like between your bottom and your private? Do you know the middles? He tells me to lick it.
A lady?
Yeah.
So what does a lady's middle look like?
It looks like the boys' ones.
It looks like the boys' ones.
Yeah.
And what does the boys' ones look like?
It looks like do you know your balls?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Do ladies have balls?
No, they don't.
What do they have then?
They have like lips like this. They have it like this. Look, the private looks like this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, like
Okay.
And this is where the wee is, and they have a wee hole, and they also have a baby hole where the baby comes
So they have
out.
a wee hole and a baby hole.
Yeah. Yeah, but women's
Yeah.
private's like really long, but girls are really short, and it's like this,
Okay.
like this. It's like
Okay. And they make you lick it.
yeah, and it doesn't have nothing sticking out.
Nothing.
No,
sticking
not
out.
like a willy sticking down.
No willy. You sure?
Yes, and it doesn't, and they don't, and they ladies don't have balls.
No?
No.
You sure?
No.
Okay.
You know, my dad left me and my sister on a tall fence ourselves, and he went to McDonald's. I was really drunk of him. And my dad also gives us alcohol.
Right, okay.
And
So-
we're not allowed alcohol.
No?
No.
What does it taste like?
Like, and he also gives us red wine, and it tastes like really sour, then it tastes sweet, like kind of sweet, and then it's bitter like that. When you taste wine, it tastes like different.
Okay.
The taste changes. First it's sour, then it gets bitter, gets sour, then like that. Changes taste.
So when you're on,
And he also gives us some white powders to sniff.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. There's lots of things you said there.
And my
so-
dad also does cigarettes.
Okay. There's lots of things you said there.
Yes, and he forces me to smell the cigarettes. Okay. And it's really bad. I can have cancer from it. It's
Could do.
cigarette.
How do you know that? How do you know you could get cancer from it?
Because my sister told me.
Okay.
What my Sophie from my sister's class. She's a really mean girl. She's really mean to me. She's really mean to my sister. And her grandma sat next to a lady. My grandma. Her grandma has a friend. And she was smoking right beside her.
Yes.
Yeah, and she got cancer and she died. Her grandma.
Okay. So I just want to talk about those things you
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
So you said lots of things.
Yeah.
You said that it stopped because you were left on a wall outside McDonald's. Is that
Yeah,
right?
and that's what I told my mum that, and that's why we stopped the contact.
You said it was drunk of him.
Yeah,
He gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
And he makes you sniff white stuff.
yeah.
Okay. So what we do, first of all, he left you on a wall. What does that mean?
Like he left us on a tall wall, like a brick one.
So he
And
left
he
you-
went on a car on his own to McDonald's.
and where was this wall?
Like he was up there, but McDonald's was far away to Hampstead one. But do you know where Finchley Road is?
Yes.
And do you know how's it called? Do you know that warehouse? Like
No, I'm not sure. But you're left on a wall. He's got
Yeah.
to McDonald's.
yeah.
And then you've told your mum.
Yeah, and then we stopped the town contacts. But he was actually.
I'm sorry, I hate sort of stopping. It's just otherwise I lose track with what you're saying. I know it's rude of me, but it's just.
It's okay. It's okay.
So you're on the wall. He's gone away. You said it was really drunk of him.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He was really stupid of him to do that.
Why did you say the phrase "really drunk of him"?
Yeah, why did he do that? Really strange.
So he wasn't drunk.
He was drunk. He is actually drunk.
How do you know that?
He walks. The way he talks, the way he walks. He walks like drunk like that.
Okay. And then you said he gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
And what alcohol does he give you?
Normal alcohol,
What's normal alcohol?
like just normal one, like in a green. How's it called? Green bottle.
It's in a green bottle.
Yeah, and he
And-
makes us drunk.
And what colour is the alcohol?
White.
So it's white. So it's in a green bottle. It's white.
Yeah, but you also have red wine.
So white and red.
Wine is alcohol, actually, too.
Wine's alcohol as well. So the alcohol you have is white.
Yeah.
It's in a green bottle.
And I also had red one.
And
Red
red
wine. Red wine.
Okay. And how much of it do you have?
Quarter.
Quarter of what?
Like he gives us a cup, not from there, like this.
Okay. So it gives you a cup.
Yeah.
What sort of cup?
Like a glass.
So it gives you a glass. And how much of that glass do you have?
Like glass is like big, and we have the whole thing.
Okay.
And he also gives us beer. Then beer is like orange, yellowy.
Okay. So what does this wine taste like? Tell me what the white one tastes like.
The white one tastes like really sour and disgusting. It's like
Okay.
bitter too.
And how much of it do you drink out the glass?
Like this, it's in it full,
Yeah. So you
and
drink
it's like
it.
this, and it's like this, like this, like this, big.
So you drink it, and how does it make you feel?
After I feel really drunk.
What does drunk feel like?
Like drunk feels like this, like I'm like it feels like it feels like really like it feels like has like feels like drunk. It feels like I really like really like that.
Yeah. You keep saying drunk. What does drunk?
Crazy.
What do you mean crazy?
Like and it makes me it makes me say swear words like
Benjamin Netanyahu does.
It is an understatement.
I'm just interested in your support this time. Is that reflected across Israel, do you think? Is there a general feeling that this is what needs to happen?
Yes. This is beyond Israeli politics. This is beyond day-to-day politics. This is existential. Listen, in which one of them is openly saying our aim or our goal is the total destruction of another. And this is Iran about Israel. So this is an existential threat. It is coming to us. We're not going to allow this to happen anymore. So if everybody messes with us, this is the price he's going to pay.
And when these are our sort of scrap missiles, we've got unforeseen weapons to unleash on Israel. What's your level of concern?
Well, I am concerned. I have children and grandchildren here, and I care about my people. And but I wouldn't go too far in believing them with. I mean, it's their way, a very Middle Eastern way of throwing threats into the air in the hope that somebody will get really frightened and make mistakes. We are strong. The Israeli army is strong. We got the strongest military power in the world, which is the American Army and Navy behind us. And even the people of the region are losing patience to Iran. So I think this is an opportunity for us to get rid of this horrible regime.
And just finally, isn't the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu he wasn't interested in diplomacy at all. He always wanted to persuade Trump to go along with an attack like this on Iran?
Yeah, we're pushing it out now in me agreeing with Netanyahu, but I do agree with Netanyahu on this one. I thought that this negotiation was just a way of stalling. It wasn't real. And therefore, the military option was the right option in order to try to A, as I was saying, obliterate the military side of it, and B, pushing for a change regime. There's another siren, so I'm pushing my luck now. So I'm letting you finish the interview without me. Or is it okay?
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Lapid there, opposition leader in Israel. Michael Clark here, Sean Bell here. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, he's there supporting what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, and he was quite clear. Regime change is what is needed. Not that it is sort of certain to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Israelis have been saying this for over 10 years. They say that, everything we try with Iran just gets spun out, and that ultimately we have to confront the Iranians. They've always said that. They've always failed in the past to get the Americans to back that view, but President Trump is a different sort of American president. So this is their historical moment. And two things. I mean, first, the attack on Israel on the 7th of October 2023 was a great shock. Of course it was an atrocity, but the Israelis absorbed the shock and then came back with their own agenda, which is now a very assertive agenda. And then in November 2024, President Trump was elected. And those two historic events have lined up to give a sense in Israel of a historic moment. This is our moment to change the balance of power in the Middle East, to create a greater Israel, and to put ourselves in a new security situation. And so far, it looks as if they can do it. The losers, as always, will, at the moment, feel that history is moving in their direction, mainly because of what has happened in the United States.
Yeah, and they spy it's their moment because they see the regime as weak, militarily as well. I mean, do you think that is true, or do you think that the Iranians will have a capacity to resist?
Yeah, I can't help feeling that President Trump's been sort of encouraged into something which possibly is a bit more than military can achieve. It's one thing having an existential threat to Israel, but for America to get drawn into a regime change, militarily, we've discussed, it's really difficult to see how you could ever do that. And I do wonder whether America may have taken a bit of a step too far I think the other thing, what we're seeing at the moment is we're looking a lot about the missiles and what Iran can do with missiles. Now, the Americans have got very good defensive capability, but I think we've got a bit of video. I'm not sure if we are able to show it at the moment, but it's actually from Doha. There is what we're seeing here is a picture of a missile falling. And actually, as it falls, there's a big explosion. Now, can you imagine if you're anybody in Doha? That would be dreadful. But when you look very, very carefully at the picture, what's happening is the missile has actually been shot down. And just before it impacts the ground, it's almost flat plating. And the fact is, I think most of the missiles are not going to be hitting their intended targets, but that is still not going to be of any comfort to the people in the Middle East as they fall around them. As we heard, Sally was very concerned, understandably so. And I think as the longer this goes on, particularly this is one of the strengths that Iran has, very large stocks of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, that even when they're shot down, they're going to cause havoc. And it only takes one lucky strike, and all of a sudden there'll be a very bloody nose for America and some others. And the poor old Qataris, I mean, they tried to play the role of mediator around the Middle East, and they've been attacked 3 times now, twice by Iran and once by Israel. And the Qataris must say, why is it always us? We try to play the positive role, and everybody attack. They go for the Al Udeid base, of course, which is this big American base where the British operate as well. So there, the irony is the most active peacemakers in the Middle East have now been attacked 3 times by.
Agileft has had a very positive impact on our organization. It has improved our relationships across the business between legal, finance,
including this idea of a limited attack to try and bring the Iranians or encourage them to give a bit more in the talks. Are you surprised by what we're seeing?
Yes. I mean, I thought we all thought that, the Pentagon wanted to give the president a full range of options. And it's very much Pete Hegseth, a man who calls himself the Secretary of War now, still technically Secretary of Defense, because that hasn't officially changed, but that's what he says. And so Pete Hegseth is very assertive about this. And the sort of resources that have been put into the Middle East, these 2 carrier strike groups, the Lincoln and the Ford, at least 100, well over 100 land-based aircraft transferred to Europe, all the tankers, all the AWACS aircraft, the airborne warning and controls, at least 6 of them, Sentry aircraft in the region, all of that, plus the aircraft that's on the carriers, all the Super Hornets, the F-18s. This is a big concentration, the biggest since 2003. And we all thought, okay, well, that's to give the president lots of options. I don't think we anticipated he'd use all of them immediately, all at once. But that clearly is a decision that he's made. He's very instinctive. It's a decision to go for broke and to create an air campaign, predominantly an air campaign, to destroy the government of Iran. And when you aim to destroy, you're never aiming to destroy the people. That would be genocide. You're aiming to destroy the government of Iran. And in principle, it's no different to Putin's decision to destroy the government of Ukraine. It's an aggressive war on a foreign government.
But Putin is using thousands of troops on the ground to do that.
Boots on the ground.
This is
President Trump is trying to do it from a distance, remotely. And it'll be a neat trick if he can do it. But we shouldn't, be blind to the fact that this is an unauthorized operation. It's got no UN backing. It's got no regional backing. There's no regional organization that said it. It's got no congressional backing. This is President Trump. So this is like another Venezuela operation, but on a grand scale. And it's a great experiment, both in military power, that Sean would understand better than me, and in, as well, political persuasion. See if he can do it.
But I think on the final footnotes there, General Kane, obviously the chairman of Joint Chiefs, his silence speaks volumes about they put military options on the table. It feels pretty clear that President Trump has gone, I don't care, this is what I want to do.
Yeah, okay, thank you both very much indeed. There's been a meeting of Cobra this morning, chaired, I think, by Keir Starmer. Amanda Akas is in Downing Street. Amanda, just bring us up to date with what, not in Downing Street now, in Westminster. Just bring us up to date with what emerged from that Cobra meeting.
Yes, so not long after that meeting, which finished just before 10:30, the Prime Minister embarked on a series of phone calls with our European allies, France and Germany. We know he's been speaking to, and they're leaders of the UK, France and Germany have all issued a joint statement now following those phone calls. And let me read to you what they had to say. So it's from President Emmanuel Macron, Chancellor Friedrich Merz, and Prime Minister Starmer. France, Germany, and the United Kingdom have consistently urged the Iranian regime to end Iran's nuclear program, curb its ballistic missile program, refrain from its destabilizing activity in the region and our homelands, and to cease the appalling violence and repression against its own people. We did not participate in these strikes, but are in close contact with our international partners, including the United States, Israel, and partners in the region. We reiterate our commitment to regional stability and to the protection of civilian life. We condemn Iranian attacks on countries in the region in the strongest terms. Iran must refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. We urge the Iranian leadership to seek a negotiated solution. Ultimately, the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future. Now, I think what's really interesting about this is how much more supportive of the US and Israel and critical of Iran this is than the statement that the British government put out a few hours earlier, which really went into talking about the importance of a negotiated solution, really stressing the importance of diplomacy, which obviously the converse of that is the use of military strikes by the US and Israel. So that seemed to be a bit of a sort of tacit criticism of this action, and also warning about the risk of escalation across the wider Middle East. And although this statement does touch on their commitment to regional stability, we don't have that kind of warning, and we also don't have a statement about the importance of democracy and negotiation here. Instead, it's criticism of Iran and criticism of Iran's responses. So I think certainly Sir Keir Starmer has been moved into a slightly more hawkish, pro-Israel, pro-US position than perhaps he had initially this morning.
Amanda, thank you very much indeed. It is just approaching 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It has been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and by Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have been killed. Civilian targets were hit too, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, including in Bahrain, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 o'clock in the morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafar in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the United Arab Emirates says one person's been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. And Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in midair amid the threat of a widening conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem this morning.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just... Well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
That is Adam Parsons in Jerusalem for us. President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway. And he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but left little doubt that that is his goal. Let's take a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. the Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
We can show you a picture now of a satellite image taken today which shows black smoke and extensive damage at the compound of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The image showing the Supreme Leader's compound in central Tehran was taken just after 11 o'clock in the morning local time. It wasn't clear if the Ayatollah was there at the time. Let's go back to Jerusalem. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons is there for us. Adam, any signs there about the Israeli and American military operation?
Yeah, Matt, in the past few minutes, we've seen a series of jets going. You have a very, very high in the sky F-22s heading in that direction. Well, it won't surprise you to know that direction goes towards Tehran. So the operation clearly continues. You might be able to hear a few rumbles in the air around us. I mean, there are still interceptions happening through Israel, have been over the course of the day. We are told that there may be drones heading from Iran to Israel. So this operation continues, and I think we are going to see waves coming from Iran and further waves coming from Israel and from throughout the Middle East. And indeed, of course, you are still going to see attacks taking place not against Israel, but against, we've already seen it, Bahrain, UAE, in Abu Dhabi. This is Iran trying to turn this into a regional conflict, doing what it said it would do, which is to attack US bases and countries that have offered support to the United States over long years. This has escalated very, very quickly from a base where, although tensions were high in Israel and across the region, I don't think many people woke up this morning thinking this would be the day when it started. There were, of course, talks still continuing in Geneva, that those were supposed to resume next week. One assumes that that's now unlikely. But we should perhaps have looked at the precedent back in June when, in a similar position during negotiations, that's when the 12-day war started, when Israel attacked Iran, and of course America came into that conflict as well. So I don't see, Matt, any path to this de-escalating quickly. Simple fact is that when both the United States and Israel have come together after weeks of planning to launch a coordinated attack on Iran, to attack the compound used by the Ayatollah, as well as, for instance, the intelligence ministry, Republican Guard targets, Iranian media reporting that a school has been hit and that a very significant number of children, they say, have been killed in that attack. This will provoke a huge response, is provoking a huge response from Iran. And according to Telegram channels, messages coming out of Iran, they are in no mood to now make peace. So I fear that what we are seeing is the start of a war. How long it will be, whether it will be 12 days, whether it will be shorter, whether it will be much more protracted and complicated, that remains to be seen. But I would say right now, the chances of this coming to a rapid end seem slender.
Thank you very much indeed for the time being. As you'd expect, plenty of response from governments in the region. Let's start with lines coming from Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi saying we may have lost a few commanders, but that's not such a big problem, he's reported to have said. Also, Araghchi saying the attack was unprovoked, illegal and absolutely illegitimate against international law and should be condemned. This from an NBC News interview, our colleagues there. Araghchi also saying what we are doing is an act of self-defense, which is absolutely legal and legitimate, they think. But the Saudi Foreign Ministry has said at the same time the Iranian attacks in its territory were dealt with, but the attacks on Riyadh and the eastern region were condemned. They said the Saudi Foreign Ministry condemning the Iranian attacks on their soil, not least on Riyadh. and the eastern region. Let's go elsewhere in the region now. Joining me is our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who is in the UAE, I think. Sally, aren't you? What's the situation there right now?
Rather surreal, Matt. Few could have imagined the United Arab Emirates having to experience loud bangs and explosions and air raid sirens a matter of hours ago, but that is the reality today. Even just over where I live here, there were Iranian missiles flying around 45 minutes ago, perhaps, and then that was followed by loud bangs, one extremely loud bang. The building shook, and there's certainly a lot of concern here. The British Embassy gave travel advice to British citizens in the UAE earlier, warning them to shelter at home or in a safe place and to stay away from windows. I mean, advice like this is not something people living here are used to. There's around 240,000 British citizens living in the UAE, and one of the big draws is the sense of safety, which has been shattered today. That said, we have been braced for this. It is something that we've been keeping a very close eye on in recent weeks. It's something that Donald Trump warned was going to happen and threatened was going to happen. And indeed, it seems America and Israel are now at war with Iran, and Iran is now carrying out those retaliatory attacks that it threatened. It threatened that this would result in regional conflict. It threatened to target American military assets in the region. It said that they would all be completely legitimate in the event of war with America. And even the Supreme Leader threatened to sink American warships, of which there are many now here in the Gulf, just to the north of here. Now, we don't know the extent of this war. We don't know how long it's going to last, but there have been 3 waves of missiles sent over the UAE today, and the Defence Ministry here has confirmed that they were successfully shot down by air defences, but due to falling debris, there has been some damage, and it's been confirmed that 1 person in Abu Dhabi has been killed. Of course, we know that other countries in the region have also been targeted, as you said, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Qatar. Now, I've heard from a local source in Qatar in the last half an hour who said that there's been more loud bangs there. She said the loudest they've had so far today. And there's been that extraordinary footage that we have now seen that someone filmed on their mobile phone of an Iranian missile being shot down by air defences, but we saw it land on the ground in a street full of civilians with people having to flee. And then you see the big explosion and plume of smoke and flames. Absolutely terrifying. And in the last 12 months, it's been an extraordinary time for people living in Qatar. They had that 12-day war between Iran and Israel last June, which resulted in Iran firing missiles at Qatar, albeit it was choreographed and it was coordinated. Diplomatic channels were open. It was a face-saving attack by Iran, but still absolutely unnerving for people living there. And I spoke to corporate companies that are based here in the Middle East who said, you know, they had staff that wanted to evacuate Qatar after that attack. And then, of course, you also saw the attack on Hamas residents in downtown Doha not long after that, carried out by Israel. And now this, a third attack on Qatari soil in less than 12 months. And this is a country that normally would be an extremely safe place to live. And people there are feeling extremely shaken up. And I think the big concern this time, compared with last June, during that 12-day war, is that last June they were targeting nuclear facilities. It was very targeted strikes. And then a very targeted response, a very coordinated response by Iran that America was aware of, that Qatar was aware of. This time, Donald Trump has made very clear that they are targeting the Iranian regime, that they want to see regime change in Iran. And the Iranian regime, it seems, will potentially go down fighting, that this is existential for them. This is about survival. They've got very little to lose. That makes their response extremely unpredictable and extremely concerning for people living in this region.
Sally, thank you so much. Let's go to the US now, bring in our correspondent David Blevins, who is there. And David, look, the whole country now waking up to this news that happened overnight, that the US is now involved in this military action in the Middle East?
Yes, and some Democrats will already feel that President Trump should be impeached for going to war with Iran without congressional authorization. And they're not alone in that thinking. One Republican representative, at least, Thomas Massey, is describing this as an act of war unauthorized by Congress, because there hasn't even been a debate on Capitol Hill, never mind a vote authorizing the president to engage in this sort of military activity. But he clearly felt it was time to do so and expressed as much in that very bombastic overnight address from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, where he has been monitoring developments from a makeshift situation room there. He spelt it out very clearly, didn't he, that this was a major combat operation. He talked about Iran and its proxies having posed a mass terror threat for 47
money. You work hard for it. But is it working for you? Because for millions of people, it already is. At XTB, no matter how much they start with, join them to shape your reality. Don't just earn money, take control of it. Step by step, investment by investment. You work hard for your money. Now let it work for you.
Be careful. Investing involves the risk of losing money and may not be suitable for you.
with CBS, he said a peace deal could be struck within 24 hours. Instead, within 24 hours, the president of the United States was engaged in a military operation against Iran. And I think perhaps the most telling remark so far has come from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. You quoted some of it earlier, but he also said Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. So they are quoting the president's own words, because America first was the platform on which he stood in a bid to win the White House last year. And the Iranians are making it very clear that they know some of the president's own base here in the United States will be very uncomfortable about the idea of a foreign war in a far-off place in this midterm election year.
David, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier, my colleague Mark Austin spoke to the former Israeli Prime Minister and current leader of the opposition in Israel, Yair Lapid.
It is justified. I mean, it's a rarity these days to have a just war, but this is a just war against a horrible regime that was trying to rehabilitate its nuclear program and its ballistic missiles program. So it was totally justified, and I totally support it.
Right. I mean, but how dangerous a moment do you think this is? Because as we've just been talking about, once you start a war like this, you don't really have control over where it goes or how it ends.
Yes, but sometimes, you know, I mean, try not to make a habit out of this, but sometimes you have to go to war in order to prevent more horrible things. As I was saying, it's a rarity, a justified war, but this is a just war because we cannot allow not only Israel, the world, the global community, the Americans, the region, we cannot allow a nuclear Iran, and we cannot allow the scale of the ballistic missiles program they were building. And therefore, we were forced into this war, and we're going to win it. I think, you know, the best case scenario, of course, is the fall of the regime and help for the people of Iran who are just being massacred by their own government. And if this is, for the flair of the dramatic, this is the sirens of another missile attack on Israel as we speak.
Right, and there have been these sirens throughout the day. So are you clear? Do you have to go, or can you carry on?
Yeah. I'm fine. But everybody around me have to clear. Okay, go ahead.
Right. I mean, so do you think the aim is clearly then regime change?
Well, the aim is to obliterate the nuclear program, to obliterate the ballistic missile program, but also if the regime will fall, everybody will be better off. Maybe first and foremost, the Iranian people. This is a horrible regime that creates the biggest exporter of terror in the world, and an unstabilizing force in the entire region. So if they will fall, everybody will be better off. This is part of what we are hoping will happen.
But hoping that will happen. This is interesting because Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump want regime change, it seems, but they want the people of Iran to do it. Now, in June, Benjamin Netanyahu called upon the people of Iran to rise up, and they didn't.
Well, there is a difference because since then they did. We just saw that a few months ago. The regime killed more than 30,000 people in Tehran and elsewhere, and they said, okay, enough is enough. We want a regime change. We want to be free. So this is also a fight for freedom, and we need to support this as much as we can. But it's up to the people of Iran to decide whether or not they want to live under this horrible oppression and forever, or to take their destiny into their own hands.
Is it fair to ask the people of Iran to do this, given, as you say, what's happened in those protests when thousands of them were killed? Is it fair to ask them again to rise up?
Well, I think right now, and that's the difference, right now the civilized world is there to help them. Bombing the Revolutionary Guard's bases and making sure it is more doable than before. But still, nations have to decide their own destiny by themselves. We all hope, and we know that the people of Iran hope for a regime change. So, but it's up to them, and we're just being as supportive as we can.
What about the timing of it all, Mr. Lapid? I mean, these talks were going on. There was suggestions there'd be another round of talks in, I think, Vienna on Monday, lower level diplomats, but nevertheless, the talks were technical talks, I think they were. So there was obviously some sort of progress. Didn't you favor that route? Or have you always favored the military route like Benjamin Netanyahu does?
Well, I thought the talks were another way of Iranian deceive. I mean, they were just stalling, buying time while promoting the murderous plans. So we didn't think much of this as a real thing. It was said before that the Iranians never won a war and never lost a negotiation. What they did was stalling and buying time in order to push forward the nuclear program, getting as far as they can from the riots within their own cities, and building more ballistic missiles and launchers. So we couldn't allow this to go on forever.
That was Yair Lapid speaking to Mark a little bit earlier on. Some more lines to bring you now. As you can imagine, plenty of lines coming from all sorts of places this afternoon. Let's start with another one from Iran's foreign minister saying we may have lost one or two commanders, but almost all officials, says Abbas Araghchi, are safe and alive. Plenty of rumours flying around as well, a lot of them unsubstantiated, of course. But that is what Iran's foreign minister is currently saying. Turkey's presidency communications head said escalating tensions between US, Israel and Iran are unacceptable. There is serious concern for the region, and Turkey would prefer the negotiation mechanisms, they say, to be urgently reactivated. They were due to happen in Vienna next week, but you wouldn't be surprised if that didn't happen now. Things have escalated. Let's bring in journalist and human rights activist Daniela Saperi to discuss this. Afternoon to you, Daniela. Your reaction to what we're seeing in the Middle East?
Yeah, so what we are seeing is that, again, no one really cares for the people in these countries. We always see that in a war, civilians are the one party who have no lobby and who are on the front line of the death numbers and on being killed. Especially in Iran, there are no safe havens, there are no alarm systems. The people cannot be warned if there is an attack. And we have just seen that in Minab, there was even a school, a girls' school that was attacked, and we still don't know how many children died in this attack.
Donald Trump and his supporters would say they are doing this for the people. He said that in his address overnight, and we just heard the former Israeli Prime Minister say to my colleague Mark that he believes this is a just war.
Yeah, this is what they have said in June as well. But we have seen in June that civilians died, political prisoners got injured on the attack on the Evin prison. And it would be the first time that bombs caused a country in the Middle East to be free and democratic. And we have seen it in the past. Wars do not bring peace and democracy. But what we do see, and this is something happening at the same time, the people in Iran are, there are people that are dancing on the street. That are happy about these attacks because they are so desperate. They really believe that these attacks can bring the fall of the Islamic Republic, while also being scared of these bombs because, as I just said, there are no safe spaces for the people in Iran to go and protect themselves from the bombs. So they are in the hands of the murderers. Regime and of murderous bombs.
Yeah, I think people hearing what you say may think about the situation in Libya following regime change there and a power vacuum that was then filled effectively by chaos and anarchy. But they may also point to the situation in Syria and the toppling there of President Assad. And so far, look, of course, Syria isn't without its problems or its continuing violence in some parts. But so far, things seem to be holding a bit steadier there than they were previously. So it begs the question, which way could Iran go?
Well, I would not say that Syria is more stable now. The minorities especially would not say that. The Druze, the Alawites, the Kurds who have been under attack of the Shabat regime. And it's good that you mentioned Syria because a few hours ago, several people were killed in Sweda as well during the Iranian missile attack that was stopped in Sweda and fell on the people. So what if the war causes freedom in Iran? This is something that I cannot say. I would be the first one celebrating if after this war, Iran will be free and democratic. But we have seen in the history that this is normally not the way that brings democracy or freedom to a country. And what I really hope is that the people in Iran can achieve the downfall of the Islamic Republic. And I really fear for the political prisoners, especially who are in the prisons, who have no way to hide or to escape the bombs and are at the hands of the regime. We have seen in June that under the shadow of this war, there were more repressions in the inside of the country. Dissidents were arrested more. There were more executions. And I sincerely hope that this will not be the case this time. But I fear that the regime will get its revenge on the people in Iran again.
Yes, our viewers will well be aware that amongst those prisoners being held in Iran are two British visitors who were arrested and imprisoned there and remain so today. Do you think the talks that were happening should have continued? Would that have been preferable? Because certainly with hindsight now, it may seem like both sides were bluffing.
I think the talks were just to buy both sides some time. Trump needed some time to prepare for this attack, and the regime in Iran needed the time as well to retaliate their own forces, to get back the strength, because they had a really bad pushback from the Iranian people who were on the streets protesting. And what I hear from the people in Iran is that they have been very angry about these negotiations, about these talks, because they said that the regime in Iran has murdered thousands of people. There were mass killings on the streets, and now the USA, instead of helping the people in Iran, are negotiating with exactly those people who are responsible for these massacres, for these mass killings.
Look, as we've been speaking, Daniela, Russia and China, both, of course, allies of Iran, have requested an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. They are both, of course, permanent members of the UN Security Council. Do you think that could achieve anything?
I don't have high hopes for that, because we have seen it in the past. It never really helped having these council meetings, because especially Russia and China also not allies of the people in Iran. And this is the big dilemma we are having. The people in Iran have no own lobby. They have no one talking for them. The regime is not the representative. America and Israel, but also Russia and China do not have the interests of the people in Iran in their mind. So I don't have a lot of hope about this meeting.
Daniela Saperi, human rights activist and journalist, appreciate you joining me here on Sky News this afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's talk to international negotiator now, Nomi Bar Yaakov, who I think joins us from Jerusalem. Nomi, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that is where you are, how are things where you are?
Hi, Matt. Good to see you. How are things? I think tense would be the, if I had to just describe it in one word. Since early this morning, there have been many sirens, calls for the population, not only in Jerusalem, but more or less in the whole country, to get into a safe space. There have been very loud bombings, louder than the usual. The bombings, of course, are usually the interceptions of the missiles, but the warnings are that the missiles coming from Iran, and these are missiles, not drones, are carrying heavier warheads than the usual. So we're expecting massive blasts, and certainly the interception sounded very close, the interceptions, plural. And as I said, extremely, extremely loud, and they're ongoing. So it's tense, the jets flying overhead, and by jets, I mean fighter jets, and as well as drones. So they're all, the sounds, the music around is very much a dance of war.
It's interesting you call it a dance, because previously when Iranian missiles have come in, almost all of them have been downed by Israel's Iron Dome defense system. But you speak to military analysts, and if Iran unleashed all the missiles it has, then that system could well be overwhelmed.
But it's not just the Iron Dome. There are a number of air defense that are deployed. The Iron Dome is one of them. Then, of course, there are the THAAD deployed in the entire region, and another sort of long-range Israeli-owned made system. So you've got a huge amount of air defense, and you've got the deployment. The US had come in early. The Gerald Ford is docked outside on sort of the Mediterranean in northern Israel. So there are, yes, very, very, very serious deployment to try to prevent attacks. But that said, there have been Israelis taken into hospital, wounded, and some of the Iranian missiles have managed to target certain areas. So it's all kept, as you know, under wraps at this stage, but there's certainly some penetration. Yes. The vast majority has been intercepted. Certainly the very loud booms that I hear where I am sound to me very much like a massive interception. But again, interceptions can be very, very dangerous. And then, of course, whatever wasn't the missile that was intercepted has to be dismantled by a special anti-bomb team.
Nomi, we'll discuss
bomb dismantling team. Sorry.
Understood. Look, we'll discuss how you think this is going to play out in a minute. But before we do, it'd be good to just look backwards a little bit, given your background as an international negotiator, and talk about the diplomacy or lack of leading up to this point. I mean, it's only a matter of hours ago that Oman's foreign minister, who was chairing these negotiations in Geneva between the US and Iran, Badr al-Basadi, was making positive noises about progress, planning meetings in Vienna next week.
Correct.
Do you think it's regrettable that that is not happening, that has not succeeded, and perhaps the US, perhaps Israel plan to do this all along?
Yes, I think that Israel and the US agreed on this date all along, and that is what is happening, because progress was made in Geneva on Thursday, and the Omani foreign minister then flew on Friday to meet with J.D. Vance and other US officials, the US vice president and others in Washington. And as you said, technical talks were scheduled in Vienna, the seat of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Commission, for Monday. So usually in negotiations, the framework is decided first, on what is going to be discussed at that level that you saw. Arachi, the foreign minister of Iran, and the foreign minister of Oman. And at that high level, the US president deployed his two key envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. But what you saw, though, is that the US had set the bar extremely, extremely high. It wasn't only the nuclear issue that they wanted to discuss, where very serious progress was made, and that was what the technical team was going to discuss in Vienna Monday onwards. It wasn't just Monday. There were scheduled talks for Monday and Tuesday, and then on Wednesday there was supposed to be a political meeting to follow. So so it's not, and this is exactly what happened last time in June. I mean, they were in the midst of negotiations in Muscat, the capital of Oman, when Israel got the green light from the US to attack Iran, right at the heart, in the middle of negotiations. So you're seeing this again. Am I surprised? Unfortunately, I'm not surprised, because I think this is part of the tactic. There's a surprise element there, although the Iranian regime had said that they have no faith in the way that the US was negotiating. It was very clear to them that the US had set the bar too high, and they basically were set to fail, because the US also requested, that the reason the talks failed is because the US was insisting that ballistic missiles program would be discussed, not just discussed, but eliminated, that the nuclear program would be eliminated, and that Iran will stop all support to all of its long arms, i.e. the proxies, the Houthis and the Hezbollah and the Shia militias in Iraq. So that wasn't going to happen. The US knew that wasn't going to happen. So that's why we are where we are at today.
Nevertheless, Nomi, final question from me. Plenty in the States now, plenty of people who do not support Donald Trump, saying this completely undermines, in fact, tears to shreds his America first ambitions, and are calling it more like Israel first. Is this an Israeli-led operation that America is providing the muscle to?
Well, it's an excellent question. Well, I think that the US president is taking the lead here, that, Israel could not have done this alone, not at this scale. It's very clear that the aim of this operation, inter alia, is regime change. It's not just the elimination of the nuclear program. It's the elimination of the nuclear program, the elimination of the ballistic program, the elimination of the naval forces, and any, air, land, and sea, the whole shebang, plus regime change, which is much more complicated. And as you know, Israel has announced that it targeted the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. They say that he's definitely wounded. Some say he's definitely dead, but he's definitely been targeted. There's no doubt about that. And that is very, very big news. And then the question really is, he's not the only one that was targeted. So this morning, yes, the Israelis commenced with the targeting of Iranian officials. The US commenced with the bombing of military sites, and that was obviously very well coordinated. Is Trump leading? Yes. Who is behind it all? Is Netanyahu the one that persuaded him to do so? Yes. The answer is yes.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you and say thank you very much indeed for your time, because I'd like to play our viewers some response from Prime Minister Keir Starmer in the past few moments. Here it is.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat
to dissidents, and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've...
Hell Let Loose Vietnam launches later this year. But first, experience where it all began. Hell Let Loose is free to play on Steam this.
And British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Well, let's cross to Westminster. Our political correspondent Amanda Akas is there for us now. A bit of a tightrope for Keir Starmer to walk, calling the Iranian regime abhorrent, but also keen to say there, Amanda, that Britain played no part in this operation.
Yes, absolutely. I think there are a number of interesting lines within that, of course. So the Prime Minister really focusing on his criticism of Iran, on the indiscriminate attacks carried out on partners of the UK across the region. He said he knew that people would have friends and family members living in the broader Middle Eastern area and would be concerned about that safety. He also talked about the defensive role that UK military Sky working alongside our allies in terms of defending the region, which is something that we knew that previously that the UK government had said that they have bolstered their defences in the region. We knew that Typhoon jets have been sent to Qatar, for example, in January. We knew that there were new F-35 planes that were sent out there, along with a load of other additional military capabilities, anti-drone capacity, and additional missile defence systems and so on that we've been told have been sent out there. But I think this is the first time we've heard from the Prime Minister saying directly the British planes are in the sky, although he was clear that this is about protecting our allies and our interests and in line with international law, which clearly is his underlying commitment. As part of his criticism of Iran, he also talked about the fact that the Iranian regime has not just murdered many of its own people, but also talked about the direct threat posed by the Iranian regime to the UK. He talked about at least 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. He talked about the direct threat posed to the Jewish community and Iranian dissidents. So he's very much trying to bring it home. And certainly I think the overall message was supportive of the goal, clearly, of getting Iran to end its nuclear ambitions and to come back to the diplomatic negotiating table. And he ended by saying the route, if they do so, that is the route towards de-escalation and a return to the negotiating table. Now, clearly, what is missing there is really any commentary on the US, the actions of the US and Israel. It's very much about the ends and what they would like, the UK government would like Iran to do in response to what has happened, but not a commentary on what the US government has done. Now, that's in the light of quite a growing political debate, really, in the UK about the nature of these strikes. You've got many politicians on the left, Prime Minister, really to take a stand to openly oppose the action taken by President Trump and to describe it as illegal. Now, clearly, that's not something that the Prime Minister is going to do, as you said in your introduction there. He's clearly believes the security of the UK rests on this close relationship with the US that he's spent a long time trying to develop over his time in office. On the other hand, you've got those on the right of politics, the Conservatives saying they support these strikes, they stand with the US and Israel, saying the Prime that he should be more overt in his support for the US and Israel about this, and indeed saying that he should change his position and allow the Americans to use RAF effort in Gloucestershire and Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands for American forces to have carried out these strikes and indeed to do so in future. Now, clearly, that's something that it seems Donald Trump had previously been putting pressure on the UK to allow. We saw Donald Trump's outburst over the Chagos deal, telling Sakir Summer not to give away Diego Garcia just over a week ago, which seems any of these strikes. Clearly, they didn't need to use them. And we saw in last June, the same thing happened. The US able to clearly operate its attacks on the nuclear facilities then without using UK bases. And once again, I think Sakir Summer very keen to distance himself from the direct military action. But also, I think in this statement, taking quite a clear position in terms of Iran and in terms of urging the Iranians back to the negotiating table, and very direct criticism of the Iranian response to these attacks, but steering very clear for diplomatic reasons of any commentary on the American-Israeli activity.
Amanda in Westminster, thank you very much indeed. Joining me now in the studio is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, good to see you. Listen, as Amanda was just speaking there, reacting to all we heard from Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Russian UN mission.
It'll go through the process of condemning the action. I mean, the Russians and the Chinese will undoubtedly put a very critical resolution to the Council.
Yeah.
It'll give everyone a chance to make their points. Difficult for the British. Because this won't get through. Of course it won't. It'll be vetoed by the United States. split the United States from its European allies a bit further, because already Britain, France and Germany have already issued a joint support. Western country that has said good on you. For launch this is Australia. Albanese this morning said the ultimate objective of a negotiation away from nuclear weapons for the Spanish, Prime Minister, he's very distanced from the United States. He's talked about international law. More seriously, Espen Barth Eide, Foreign Minister of Norway, very good man. He has said this is not international law. This is not, and he concentrated his criticism on the Israelis, but that's a way of criticizing the United States. Something less than that. So they've said they support the ultimate objective of a negotiation away from nuclear weapons for Iran, but not the means. And people like Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish, Prime Minister, he's very distanced from the United States. He's talked about international law. More seriously, Espen Barth Eide, Foreign Minister of Norway, very good man. He has said this is not international law. This is not, and he concentrated his criticism on the Israelis, but that's a way of criticizing the United States by proxy. And the Russians, interestingly, Dmitry Medvedev, in one of his more sober moments, he actually had quite a good little joke about an hour ago. He said, this is typical. The Americans never negotiate in good faith, but this is a matter of history. He said, the United States is 249 years old. Iran is 2,500 years old. So we'll see who's there in 100 years' time. I thought it was quite good for him, really.
Well, let's look at recent history, because the Russians themselves thought their invasion of Ukraine would be done and dusted within a week. It does make you wonder if the Americans and the Israelis have a better idea of how to conclude their own military operation more quickly than has happened in Ukraine. I guess the question there, Michael, is what is the strategy for them?
Well, this is what's been interesting since, in my case, 6 o'clock this morning, that the United States is going for broke. I mean, we all wondered, and the American critics have said, look, this is a war in search of a strategy.
Right.
The Americans have got a war plan, but they don't know why. And we thought, well, is it about forcing negotiations? Is it about curtailing the ballistic missile program of Iran? Is it about curtailing Iran's ability to operate around the region in a mischievous and difficult way? Is it about the opposition in Iran being given the chance to replace the government? Which of these things would it be about? And Donald Trump answered the question this morning in this astonishing 8-minute video on Truth Social. He said, it's about all of them. It's about everything. And so it was clear. He said, this is major combat operations. No, Mr. President, this is a war. What you're trying to do is actually destroy the government of another country. Now, most of us don't like that government, but you're trying to destroy the government of another country. You're not trying to destroy the people, because that would be genocide, but you're trying to destroy the government. That's war. And so that's the answer. The United States has gone to war. And something else, Matt. The date today is the 28th of February, right? The 28th of February last year was the day upon which Donald Trump and J.D. Vance beat up Zelensky in the Oval Office.
That's
Remember
a year
that awful?
Ago.
It was the 28th of February. And so last year, the world was kind of shaken by the fact that the United States seems to have changed sides in the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
And this 28th of February, the president has gone to war. The man who seemed to be annoyed that he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize has gone to war.
I wonder if Zelensky would be watching this and wishing he had that kind of military might.
And do you know what
behind him.
Zelensky has said, or at least what the Ukrainian government have said? They've concentrated on the fact that Iran is a power that is a nuisance to everyone else. They've not talked about American action, but they've lent as far as they dare towards supporting the United States on this, without actually saying we support the invasion of another country.
Will Iran's actions, insofar as sending missiles towards Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, will that catalyse more support from those countries for the US and Israel? That might be quite a leap for some of those countries, but could that bring them into their tent, if you like?
It might, but I think they'll try to keep themselves separate. And that was really what was in our Prime Minister's statement. He said, we stand ready to protect our interests. And what the British have said, and what the Israelis have said to Lebanon, they said, if you retaliate, if you're involved in Iranian retaliation, we will act. And that's what Keir Starmer was really saying, is that we're ready to act if the Iranians retaliate against our interests, which really means the base in Doha and the base in Akrotiri.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll catalyse support, lining up behind America, but it may well catalyse an anti-Tehran front, as it were, who, reluctantly will feel that they've got no alternative.
So many questions for you. I mean, you've got Democrats in the state saying Congress was not made aware of this. They're claiming that means it's unjustified and unconstitutional, illegal, effectively. But recently, we've seen diplomatic engagements between, for example, Narendra Modi and Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you think those people would have been given a heads up that this was a likelihood?
I doubt it directly, because it would leak. But I think that the sense that the United States was moving towards a decisive moment, I think that's been clear. And I think they've been clearing their lines with other powers that we may have to do something. But most people felt, I guess, that what the United States would do would be less than go for broke. And what has been interesting and surprising to all of us, I think, is that the first action that Trump has announced is to go for broke. And where that leaves the United States in 72 hours or not, we don't know. The Iranians are trying to get lucky. I mean, they're not. Whatever they can do, they've got to fire off whatever they've got quite quickly, or they'll lose it.
Yeah,
because those sites will be known to the Israeli intelligence, so they'll use whatever they've got quite quickly, and they hope to get lucky by hitting some American facilities, killing some Americans if they can. And Trump has already priced that into his speech. He's, amazingly,
he said we may lose some people.
We may lose people. Yeah. Again, it's an indication we are going to war. He didn't use the word war, but in every other respect, that was a speech about going to war. So it'll either end in a sort of a big version of Venezuela, and everybody said, well, give them respect. They've done it. They've made it. Or it will get very messy indeed by the middle of next week.
Michael, stay there, because there's some breaking news to bring people. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is reported to give a speech within minutes after the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. That's coming to us via the Reuters news wire and attributed to Al-Alam TV. So the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is apparently going to give a speech within the next few minutes. Look, plenty of rumours flying around online, as I'm sure you'd expect, about his whereabouts or his situation. But we may well hear from the Supreme Leader where and when. Well, we can't be exact, but that is a line that is coming out of the Middle East. Michael Clark is still with me. What do you make of that?
Well, yeah, we were saying off air, there's been rumours flying around for the last hour and a half.
As you'd expect, right?
Of course,
you'd expect these kind of rumours.
Ali Khamenei, they've got it. They've got Shamkhani. I mean, they've killed Ali Shamkhani, who's effectively the defence minister, who's the chief of the Supreme Defence Council. Now, he is confirmed dead, and that's a big name. And so about half an hour after that was confirmed, rumours about the Supreme Leader being killed have been circulating around several sources. The way to scotch those rumours is put him on television, and to make sure that what we see is today and not something done a week ago.
Quite.
For exactly this eventuality. Because if he has been killed, the Iranians will try and cover that up for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah.
So this statement, as and when it comes, will be very interesting. I mean, what he should do is hold up a newspaper or something, do something as in an American cop film, show some indication this must be live and today, whatever. But the best way to disprove the rumour is put him on television.
However, if he does that, he's effectively putting his head above the parapet, isn't he?
Yeah,
and that's a risk for
his
them.
compound. I mean, his home compound has been destroyed. There's plenty of Area 11s of that. But I mean, he'd be a very foolish man if he was there last night. I mean, he moves around a lot, and you know, the fact is, the Israelis have gone after lots of these areas, these compounds within a particular part of Tehran. But I mean, all of the Iranian leaders are not so foolish as to sleep at home in times like this. They all move around, and so I mean, Israeli intelligence is very good, but you can't guarantee to get everybody. And when you look at the pattern of Israeli strikes earlier this morning that were in residential areas of Tehran, the first thing I thought is that they're going after people. They're going after individuals. And that's maybe dictates the timing of this. The timing has always been very curious about this. It's very late in the day to be launching these attacks. I think the Israelis probably had people lined up with intelligence. And they said, look, there's half a dozen of them we can locate. We can get them now. And they said to the Americans, can we do it? And the Americans probably said, okay, that's not ideal. Go for it.
Michael, thank you. It is 3 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It had been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and by Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have now been killed. Civilian targets have been hit as well, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, including in Bahrain, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's Supreme Leader's offices around 6 o'clock this morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes across Iran, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in the west of the country are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the United Arab Emirates says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. And Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there as well. A number of major airlines have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in midair amid the threat of widening conflict. Air raid sirens have been sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons, who is in Jerusalem this morning.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem. and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation, he said, was underway. He urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government, but stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but left little doubt that is his goal. Have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. Time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
We can show you a picture now of a satellite image taken earlier on, which shows black smoke and extensive damage to the compound of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. As you'd expect at times, there's plenty of rumours flying around online as to his well-being and whereabouts. But in the past few moments, we learned via Al-Alam TV, which is Iranian state-owned outlet, they're saying that the Supreme Leader is going to give a speech within minutes. So we await to see if that will happen. Let's bring in Sky Security and Defence Editor Deborah Haynes right now, though. This was signalled for quite a while because of the build-up, Debs, of plenty of military assets of the US in the region. And that said, the people involved in those talks in Geneva thought they were progressing positively. So that all looks now perhaps like a bit of a smokescreen on the part of the US itself.
It does, and it's interesting to see the British, French and German positions on this. They are all absolutely condemnatory of the Iranian regime and united in that expressed intent from Donald Trump that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. However, they all clearly favour diplomacy to resolving this crisis, and are not expressly supporting the US military action, which is so different to previous large-scale interventions. You'll remember the run-up to the US invasion of Iraq. There was months of effort.
I watch the swallows bloom into a cloud of dust. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. Don't let the wreckage call what the wreckage wants. Now let's just ride on highs while the moment is right. No, don't you fold my wings for the fear of flight and your eyes. You curled up guards while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. It feels like this.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
I forgot to tell you about my chest. Oh, here I am again in another bear house. No, actually, when I went to the shop the other night, this is absolutely perfect. I've got literally no I've got no oven. I can't figure out the heating yet. I've got no washing machine. I'm not sure where the fridge, I suppose the fridge would go there. But for now, this is my office, and we're just going to make it work.
Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we'd both be free? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the...
Teacher, we know that what you say and teach is right. We know that you pay no attention to man's status, but teach the truth about God's will for man. Tell us, is it against our law for us to pay taxes to the Roman Emperor or not?
Careful, Lord! He'll try to trick you!
Show me a silver coin.
Whose face and name are these on it? Caesar! Then render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher, or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church too. So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. Okay. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families or.
Dear Channel 4. This email is written in response to your recently aired documentary titled Accused, The Hampstead Paedophile Hoax, THPH. I am the mother of the 2 children whose horrifying disclosures to myself and others, London police, social services, and various local authorities, form the foundation of the alleged hoax. For 7 years, Britain's mainstream media, including Channel 4, had stoically ignored both my own concerns and those of the general public. Shortly after I uploaded Documenta to my website, citing officially recorded factual details of the case and published as part of my efforts to raise funds for legal action against all authorities involved in denying justice to children, I was contacted by a production company requesting an interview for their so-called investigative documentary to be shown on Channel 4. Naturally suspicious, I refused. Why should I go through the trauma of such an interview merely to add substance to an inevitable rehash of propaganda that has already robbed me, my children, and countless others of our rights to justice and protection, while portraying us and our supporters as the criminals? The production team was sent a link to my website. It could not have been easier to investigate. All supporting IPCC, police, and medical reports relating to document are published there. As anticipated, THPH focuses solely on inviting public empathy for the so-called victims of hoax CSA allegations, while highlighting a small number of people previously convicted for harassing the alleged innocent accused, notably represented by actors. I was also included via extracts from one of my videos and images of sensational newspaper headlines portraying myself and my ex-partner, Abraham Christie, Abe, as child torturers who allegedly fed my children cannabis to force false crime reports against their father and his associates. THPH repeatedly referred to Justice Porfley's alleged judgment confirming the case as a hoax, including her assertion that anyone challenging the official narrative is evil and foolish. In effect, this condemns all members of the public who remain deeply dissatisfied and badly impacted by the blatant negligence exposed in this case. Justice Porfley's March 2015 decision in the Family Division of the High Court forms the foundation for mass arrests and prosecutions of people merely sharing already publicly available articles and videos online. She effectively issued a public gagging order. How can this be acceptable in the context of alleged organized child sexual abuse, trafficking, and murder? It amounts to an attack on human rights. Whether my children's crime reports are true or false, UK authorities have acted negligently and have discredited and victimized me, my children, my ex-partner, and hundreds of members of the public. I know that neither I nor my ex ever conspired to force our children to lie. We did not upload the disclosure videos to YouTube. My children drank hemp protein smoothies. Hemp is not cannabis. They were never tortured by me or Abe. If my children had fabricated the allegations, then everyone impacted, including myself and the public, are also victims of hoax allegations, as we initiated police action and expressed lawful dissatisfaction with the authorities' handling of the case. Our demands for justice have been criminalized as harassment, while living with lawfully evidenced suspicion of horrific crimes against children is itself profoundly harassing. Unlike the individuals presented as victims on Channel 4, we have not received support from powerful authorities or the media. Instead, we have been attacked, ridiculed, and vilified. THPH fails to clarify that neither Abe nor I were ever formally charged with crimes against my children. Police closed the case on the 22nd of September, 2014 as false, with no recommendations for arrest or prosecution. From a week before that date, and for the following 9 months, I was engaged in family court proceedings to regain custody of my children, while also submitting complaints to the IPCC regarding police mishandling. 2 IPCC responses upheld the bulk of my complaints regarding lack of arrests and investigations. The 2015 IPCC response explicitly refutes Justice Porfley's commendation of extensive and thorough police investigations. The 2016 report states that the retractions do appear to be led by the interviewing officer. These IPCC findings establish lawful reasonable doubt regarding the validity of the retractions. The legal basis of Justice Porfley's decisions is therefore lawfully compromised, and the suspects remain lawful suspects. Police only sought to arrest me once the crime reports became public in early 2015, acting on behalf of the family courts and without evidence, purely on suspicion of breaching family court privacy rules. I faced a potential 7-year prison sentence. From my perspective, this revealed a highly organized cover-up. My remaining faith in the family courts vanished when 12 police officers arrived to force entry into my home, 2 carrying medical kits, despite earlier claims of insufficient resources to arrest even one named suspect. It was clear that London authorities were prioritizing concealment of their own negligence or complicity, and protecting suspects while vilifying public protest. Why were medical kits required to arrest one defenseless mother? Were they preparing to section me, as was done to Holly Gregg's mother? Police had already stated, without evidence, that I had mental health problems. Holly Gregg's mother was released only because she already had a full psychiatric report declaring her mentally sane. Perhaps Channel 4 should interview her to expose systemic cover-ups of organized child abuse. I fled the country in February 2015 to continue my fight from abroad. At that time, I was midway through a family court fact-finding hearing following my solicitor's application for judicial review. Another reason I would never have jeopardized proceedings by publishing videos of my children. All police CRIS reports are publicly available on my website, yet THPH producers evidently did not consider them worth reading. Astoundingly, THPH barely addresses the reality of child trafficking and organized abuse. London is a recognized child sex tourism capital. Those portrayed as hoax victims admit involvement in Hoaxdead, a website dedicated to spying on, trolling, threatening, and harassing me and others expressing concern. My supporters experienced doxing, death threats, and coordinated online gangstalking, with police refusing to act. Hoaxdead operates as a coordinated group using sock puppet accounts to provoke reactions later used to justify arrests and gagging orders. Police appear to have granted them impunity. Is this acceptable policing? Is this not evidence of systemic collapse of law and order? THPH does expose one truth: the vindictiveness of alleged hoax victims, who show no concern that police failure to investigate is the true source of public distress. I and my supporters are not wrong to expect medically confirmed children's crime reports to be taken seriously. I have repeatedly been denied rights of appeal. Secrecy around children's crime reports must end without protecting suspects. The public has a right to know the nature of crimes occurring in our nation. The UN Child Protection Committee's 2014 report for Britain confirms the types of crimes described by my children. Channel 4 should read it. When alleged suspects include professionals entrusted with children, society requires evidence far beyond that currently provided. EU and UN child protection directives recognize the public as an authority when regular authorities fail. Freedom of speech is a vital safeguard against organized abuse. Children's rights to protection override privacy rights. This case has devastated public trust. Organized abuse of children is officially recognized as widespread across England. Why have police, local authorities, and the media ignored this? Whichever narrative one accepts, all children in this case were denied justice. Organized abuse of trafficked children is not a hoax. It is daily reality. Family courts have no jurisdiction over crimes against humanity. This case was improperly diverted from the criminal courts. Only suspects formally investigated, arrested, and charged can be accepted as innocent. None in this case were. On what lawful grounds did Justice Porfley declare innocence? Why were children removed, placed into care, and pressured into retraction within days? Why were suspects invited to strategy meetings with police and given advance notice of searches? Why was forensic evidence ignored? Channel 4 could have consulted Kylie Wilson, an expert child interview specialist, who concluded that claims of coaching are not feasible. Dr. Deborah Hodds stood by her medical findings of long-term abuse. Channel 4 ignored her. Channel 4 has reinforced defamatory narratives that endanger me and my children. After THPH aired, flyers appeared in my neighborhood stating my name and address. I am a vulnerable adult at risk from lawfully suspected organized criminals. Channel 4's actions amount to state-endorsed persecution. Channel 4 has a duty of care as a public broadcaster. What my children and I need is an opportunity to set the record straight. I request that Channel 4 review Document A and associated evidence and issue a formal public apology. Please visit https://hampsteadexposed.com/index.php/doc-a. Channel 4 has 14 days to respond, after which I will seek legal advice regarding defamation and human rights violations. Yours sincerely, Ella Draper. This dossier is submitted with the intention of clarity, integrity, and care. The work presented here was developed through a deliberate and transparent process that begins with the establishment of a clear legal and ethical framework before any conclusions are drawn. Our approach is grounded in long-standing legal principles commonly referred to as the maxims of international commerce and natural law, which emphasize truth, accountability, good faith, and the protection of the innocent. These principles have historically existed to prevent abuse of power, reduce distortion, and ensure that law serves justice rather than privilege. By working within this framework, and with the assistance of artificial intelligence as an analytical tool, we aim to reduce the risks of human error, unconscious bias, emotional pressure, and manipulation that can arise when individuals are required to carry the full burden of articulating uncomfortable truths alone. Artificial intelligence is used first to organize, cross-reference, and analyze large volumes of material in a consistent, non-coercive, and time-efficient manner. Human review and fact-checking then follow. This sequence is intentional. It allows the law, evidence, and oversight findings to speak for themselves before personal interpretation is applied. In doing so, responsibility is shared, transparency is increased, and no single individual is placed in a position of undue pressure or exposure for taking an initial step toward accountability. Umbrella Grape Solutions and the UGS Common Law Church exist to support this kind of ethical process. Our purpose is not to favor wealth, influence, or status, but to restore lawful balance and protection for those who are vulnerable, unheard, or harmed by systemic failure. We believe true law exists to protect the innocent, to encourage responsibility, and to make resolution possible without fear. Jake Clark, the author of this dossier, has approached an exceptionally sensitive and distressing matter with care, restraint, and respect for all those affected. With the assistance of AI, he has focused strictly on documented procedural realities rather than narrative, speculation, or accusation. This work recognizes that fear, confusion, and avoidance often arise in situations where people do not know how to acknowledge or address what has gone wrong. Our position is that accountability and healing are not opposites. The first step in any meaningful resolution is acknowledgement, undertaken compassionately and with safety for all involved. As a global society, and in light of wider developments across political, institutional, and cultural arenas, it is both reasonable and necessary to revisit certain disturbing cases calmly, lawfully, and without dehumanization. This process is not about blame for its own sake. It is about creating conditions in which the right thing can be done without individuals feeling isolated, threatened, or destroyed for speaking truth. When analysis is conducted methodically and independently first, and then verified by people, the pressure to be the first voice is removed. The law remains the law, but it is applied with fairness, proportion, and care. This cover note is submitted in good faith, with the sincere intention of supporting truth, accountability, healing, and the restoration of trust in lawful process. Kaylee Ainov. On behalf of Umbrella Grape Solutions and the UGS Common Law Church. Partner to Jake Clark. The Hampstead Investigation. A Systemic Failings Dossier. based on official oversight findings of the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, 2015 and 2016 determinations. Prepared by Jake Clark. 1. Executive Overview. This dossier documents a pattern of serious procedural failures in the Metropolitan Police Service's handling of the 2014 Hampstead investigation, as formally identified by the IPCC 2015 decision and the IPCC 2016 decision. These two statutory oversight findings, which remain legally binding, establish that 1. The original investigation was incomplete. 2. The internal professional standards investigation was inadequate. 3. The first reinvestigation was also inadequate. 4. A second reinvestigation ordered in 2016 appears not to have been conducted. 5. Oversight directives remain unfulfilled more than 10 years later. This dossier argues, firmly and within lawful boundaries, that the investigation into the Hampstead allegations has never been completed to the standard required by law, policy, or the IPCC itself. This represents a systemic failure rather than the actions of any individual officer. 2. The oversight documents, what they are and why they matter. The Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, was the statutory watchdog for police conduct prior to 2018. Its determinations are legally binding, authoritative, and subject to mandatory compliance by the police force concerned. The IPCC determinations issued in 2015 and 2016 are not opinion, are not speculation, and are not based on external advocacy. They are formal legal findings grounded in documentary evidence, interviews, police records, procedural standards, and statutory complaint regulations. Both determinations concluded that the Metropolitan Police Service's handling of the case required reinvestigation. 3. Investigation timeline, documented failures. 2014. Criminal investigation, 12 days. The Metropolitan Police Service opened the investigation on the 5th of September, 2014. Closed the investigation on the 17th of September, 2014. The IPCC recorded that major lines of inquiry were abandoned. Medical evidence was not followed up. Digital devices were not seized. No arrest was made despite recorded grounds. Multiple known addresses were not searched. Professional assessments were not obtained or logged. The investigation lacked adequate documentation and rationale. The closure of such a serious investigation after 12 days was identified as highly irregular. 2014 to 2015, complaints submitted by the mother. The complainant submitted Complaint Letter 1 on the 6th of October, 2014, and Complaint Letter 2 on the 15th of May, 2015, consisting of a 25-page supplementary complaint. These complaints raised issues relating to procedural failures, safeguarding concerns, and evidence handling. 2015, Directorate of Professional Standards Investigation. The Metropolitan Police Directorate of Professional Standards, DPS, produced a 5-page report. Failed to address the majority of complaint points. Included irrelevant material that undermined the complaint. Omitted critical investigative questions, and provided no substantive analysis. IPCC outcome in 2015. The appeal was upheld. The DPS investigation was declared inadequate. A full reinvestigation was ordered. 2016, first reinvestigation. The reinvestigation was conducted by an officer involved in the original criminal investigation, creating a conflict of interest. Failed to address major complaint points. Repeated many of the original investigative omissions. Misrepresented or misunderstood key evidence. Failed to properly assess concerns relating to ABE interviews. Did not examine contradictions between officer accounts. Did not investigate evidence handling issues. Did not explore discrepancies in the medical timeline. IPCC outcome in 2016. The appeal was partially upheld. The reinvestigation was declared insufficient. A second reinvestigation was ordered. The new investigating officer was required to have no prior involvement in the case. 2016 to present. There is no evidence that the first reinvestigation was remedied, the second reinvestigation was commenced, or the IPCC's mandatory directions were fulfilled. 4. Procedural failures identified by the IPCC. The following failures are drawn directly from the IPCC's 2015 and 2016 findings. 4.1 Inadequate investigation. The IPCC concluded that the investigation was incomplete, poorly documented, lacking justification, and deficient in pursuing required lines of inquiry. 4.2 Failure to pursue key evidence. The IPCC identified failures to obtain medical records, request professional assessments, seize digital devices, retrieve CCTV footage, interview relevant individuals, search known addresses. These are basic investigative requirements. 4.3 Arrest-related failures. Police records indicated that arrest criteria were met. However, no arrest was made, no clear rationale was documented, and reinvestigations failed to justify the decision. 4.4 Mishandling of medical evidence. The IPCC found that medical information was initially treated as significant. Officers received relevant medical information early. There was no explanation for why this evidence was not pursued. Inconsistencies existed between officer accounts. This constituted a serious procedural failure. 4.5 ABE Retraction interview failures. The IPCC identified leading questions, pre-interview discussions about retraction, absence of recorded notes, failure to respect a child's request to stop, pressure to confirm retractions, incomplete application of ABE guidance. The IPCC explicitly stated, "In my opinion, this is inappropriate." 4.6 Evidence handling concerns. The oversight findings raised concerns regarding inconsistent statements about viewing disclosure recordings, inadequate explanations for CCTV failures, possible loss or non-preservation of evidence, absence of documented rationale. 4.7 Professional standards failures. The IPCC found that the DPS failed to address major complaint points, produced an inadequate investigation, inserted irrelevant material, failed to apply investigative reasoning, mishandled the complaint process. As a result, the IPCC ordered the entire review to be repeated by a new investigator. 5. Core issue. A legally mandated reinvestigation remains outstanding. The record demonstrates that the original investigation was inadequate. The professional standards investigation was inadequate. The first reinvestigation was inadequate. A second reinvestigation was ordered by the IPCC. There is no evidence that it was carried out. This is a systemic issue with implications for public trust, legal compliance, safeguards, procedural integrity, accountability, and the credibility of oversight mechanisms. This dossier does not seek to prove or disprove the original allegations. It concerns compliance with lawful process. 6. Summary of systemic failures. The investigation was too brief, insufficient, incomplete, poorly documented, not reinvestigated despite binding orders, compromised by conflicts of interest, missing steps required by policy. All findings originate from the official oversight body. 7. Required actions. The IPCC, now operating as the Independent Office for Police Conduct, IOPC, must 1. Acknowledge the outstanding reinvestigation order. 2. Appoint an independent investigator with no prior involvement. 3. Review all unresolved complaint points. 4. Ensure compliance with statutory duties. 5. Provide formal confirmation of actions taken. 8. Closing statement. This dossier documents that the Metropolitan Police did not conduct a full investigation. The professional standards review was inadequate. The reinvestigation was inadequate. A second reinvestigation was ordered. There is no evidence that it occurred. These unresolved procedural failures require formal resolution.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy."
They also
so I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
And they put it in the skin, like in a baby skin.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like this. But anyway,
she's like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum.
Yeah, but let me keep the smoke for later.
Those ones with big, it got a big star, and it's baby skin, but it's not like, it's not, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was, wait, pause, I have to go and draw this star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs and
They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them. As part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future, in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table.
Our political correspondent, Amanda Raycas, is in Westminster. What do you make of that from Keir Starmer, Amanda?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that are interesting in terms of moving our understanding of the UK situation is forward, in that we already knew that UK forces weren't involved in the attacks and US weren't given permission, it seems, to use UK military bases as part of their operation. But the Prime Minister there explaining that British planes are currently in the sky at the moment as part of a coordinated defensive military operation to defend our people, our interests and our allies within the broader region. Now, we do know that in January, the UK sent some Typhoon jets to Qatar to help bolster defensive capabilities of the UK in the region. We know that F-35 jets from Cyprus can also operate as part of the UK capacity there. We don't have any more detail yet as to exactly what involvement that is, but I think it's interesting as well, the Prime Minister stressing his commitment to international law on that front. Now, more broadly, there was no either overt support or overt criticism of the US-Israeli action. The Prime Minister is clearly trying to tread a very careful diplomatic line. There are many within his party and to the left of British politics who have been calling for him to come out and condemn the US-Israeli military action, describing it as illegal, unprovoked, unjustified. Clearly, there is real concern within the Labour Party after what happened with Iraq for any kind of military involvement in the Middle East of this kind of nature. And Sir Keir Starmer has clearly lived those concerns, but he obviously hasn't come out and been critical of the UK's closest ally, America. Certainly, he's also quite keen to express his support, not for the means perhaps, but for the ends. He talked a lot about the threats posed by Iran, criticising.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web.
In Dubai. Let's bring Alan back in, because Alan, this does rather show that this is not action that is confined to Iran or Israel, the wider region, and parts of the wider region that people would consider very safe previously, like Dubai, like the wider United Arab Emirates, like Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. They're now involved in this.
Well, we knew this was going to happen. Iran, as I said, felt it with missing strategic deterrence. So it said if in fact the United States attacked, it would respond aggressively against U.S. allies in the region, against U.S. forces in the region, and against Israel. And many of these countries, to include the UAE, have U.S. military bases, their U.S. military assets there. So this is expected.
We saw, of course, in recent weeks, when there were protests on the streets of cities across Iran, how the regime crushed those, killing tens of thousands of people, we believe. How afraid are you for the wider population of Iran and the risks that are posed to them now?
The probable outcome in almost every scenario for the Iranian people is bad. It's increasing immiseration. It's a state that is less and less able or willing to provide essential goods and services. President Trump started this, I think, hoping that there would be a collapse of this regime and somehow miraculously a new regime taking its place that will benefit the Iranian people. I don't see that happening. So I think the downside of this military action for the Iranian people and for the region is quite high.
Let's finish off with a more domestic focus.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling.
Well, thank you for having me. Well, the situation on the ground is quite, I cannot say normal, but the life is going on. Everything is under control. I think Americans and Israelis have failed to, access to hit their targets, and now everything is under control. And we almost in less than 2 hours we were able to start retaliation by attacking, American bases and some targets in Israel by our missiles. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. We are handling the situation. And I was in contact with, my colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense. We cannot just sit and watch they are attacking us and we don't, respond simply because their bases are in a friendly neighbor country. So I explained for them, and I hope that they understand this situation. Another point I have to mention is, I don't know why the US administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. Today happened exactly what last June happened. We were in the middle of negotiations, and and it was interesting that this time we made a big progress. 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. we obviously have differences, but we resolved some of those differences, and we decided to continue in order to resolve the rest of questions. And we actually instructed the technical team to go to Vienna and have a meeting with the IAEA. In order to find technical solution for the problems we are facing in the negotiation. And everybody was happy at the end of those negotiations. As you saw, His Excellency Badr al-Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who is mediating between us, he concluded by posting a tweet saying that today we made significant progress. And before he posted his tweet, he consulted with both delegations and both were happy. So I don't know why, while we were progressing in our talks and we had made good, achievements, and a deal was at our reach, why they decided to attack us. Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. It's very unfortunate. And yes.
Mr. Arachi, I appreciate your comments there. And we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And the Secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Sir, do you believe that you were targeted as part of these strikes?
You mean me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. They have targeted everybody. Just now I saw the footages of their attack to a girl school in the city of Minab, in the southern part of Iran. So 57 girls were killed by their strike. So when they strike a school, so they can also hit others easily. This attack was unprovoked, illegal, and absolutely illegitimate, and against the international law, and should be condemned. That is obvious.
You said that Iran is prepared to take self-defense towards these actions. What would that entail?
Well, we are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves. So what we are doing is act of self-defense, which is absolutely legal and legitimate. So, and we think that we are fully prepared for that, even more prepared than previous time, the 12-day war. And I believe we managed this. We know very well how to defend ourselves. We learned lots of lessons from the previous war, and we will certainly teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve.
Mr. Arachi, if I may ask you very quickly right now, we know that Iran, via the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, via its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, has carried out attacks on Americans, on others throughout that region. Iran insists that its nuclear program has never been with a desire to create nuclear weapons. But my question to you is, sir, why should the United States and why should the rest of the world trust Iran when it says its efforts to create a nuclear program are only for civilian use and not to continue to carry out harm against Western and American interests?
Well, first of all, we don't have proxies. There are certain groups who are fighting for a just cause, and we support them.
So that would make them a proxy, correct, sir?
But they are not receiving orders from us. They are independent groups, but we support them, and we support them in their fight for the right of self-determination or to free their land from occupation, whatever. But for the time being, we don't need anybody for our defense. We are capable enough to defend ourselves, and we will do that, and we don't need the help of anybody. On our nuclear program, I think there are every reason that Iran does not want nuclear weapon. And the whole world has tested us when in 2015, we signed a deal and we announced very clearly that Iran would never seek, develop or acquire nuclear weapons. And that was a permanent commitment in 2015 deal. I know that President Trump doesn't like that deal, but at least we proved our goodwill, and we proved that we are not seeking nuclear weapons. And it was not Iran who withdrew from that deal, it was the US. And still in 2025, when the US offered us negotiation to find a solution for Iran's nuclear program, again, we accepted. We entered into negotiation in good faith. At least 3 times we came to a good conclusion, but my interlocutor in the other side couldn't sell it in Washington. Then they suddenly attacked us. Again, this time, we entered into negotiation with the help of our Omani friends and others. Everybody supported those negotiations. And we made significant progress this time, and then they attacked us. So it is us who have negative, bitter experiences from talking to the United States. We have never wanted nuclear weapon. There is both religious, convictions by us, the verdict by the Supreme Leader, who considered all these weapons as inhumane and against the Islamic teachings. At the same time, they have no place in our security doctrine, and I can explain. But I would like to reaffirm once again that we have proved our goodwill. We negotiated with E3 and then E3 plus 3 or P5 plus 1, and we concluded a deal. The whole world celebrated, and we remain committed to that deal in 2015. But it was the US who withdrew, not us. And again, the experiences of last year and this year. So I think
that is Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi speaking to our colleagues at NBC News. Interesting lines he said, some of which you would expect, saying the Americans and Israelis have failed. They don't know why. They insisted on negotiating and then attacking, he said, and also said that they would teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve. In the meantime, we've been hearing more coming out of Dubai. In the United Arab Emirates, emergency response teams there have been responding to an incident in a building in the Palm Jumeirah area. Let's bring in our colleague Sally Lockwood, who is in Dubai as well. Sally, what are you hearing?
Hello to you, Matt. Yeah, certainly a very unnerving last hour here in Dubai. Images and videos began circulating around an hour ago, showing a luxury hotel on the Palm in Dubai on fire with a huge plume of smoke coming out of it. I've been sent those videos from various angles, including the video I think you're showing now of the apparent strike. Now, what's not clear is whether this was a missile strike on the hotel or whether it was shot down by air defenses and then landed on the hotel. We actually don't know any detail. All we have so far are those images and confirmation now from the Dubai media office that emergency response teams have responded to an incident in a building in Palm Jumeirah area, and they've confirmed that 4 individuals were injured in this incident. Now, it's absolutely extraordinary scenes, as you can see. The Palm area of Dubai is a luxury spot for people to live, to go on holiday. It's full of beachfront properties and luxury hotels. The idea that a 5-star hotel, the Fairmont Hotel, we understand on the Palm, has been hit by an apparent Iranian missile is absolutely extraordinary. And as I say, we don't know the circumstances behind this strike. We don't know whether it was air defenses that shot it out of the sky, and that was the result, that it landed there. My hunch would be that that is what happened, because the air defenses here are extremely strong. We've had around 5 waves of missiles fired at the UAE by Iran today. Some have been flying over my house. I've seen them in the sky. I've certainly been hearing bangs and even feeling some of them. It has been a surreal day and very hard to describe the mood here. It's definitely one of tension, anxiety, and a sense that people don't really know what tomorrow looks like. The UAE is home to around 240,000 British citizens. Many people come here on holiday. One of the big draws isn't just the sunshine, it's also the sense of safety. And it really does feel like that has been shattered today. And of course, it's not just the UAE that has been attacked by Iran. Other Gulf states, Qatar, Saudi, Kuwait. We've been hearing that Bahrain as well was hit. US naval facilities there have apparently been hit. We're still awaiting confirmation on that and the extent of the damage. But it is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, we knew that Iran would retaliate. We just weren't clear on what that retaliation would look like and the extent of it. But we are now beginning to get an idea. And I'm also hearing reports from the national newspaper here in the UAE that the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very narrow waterway between the UAE and Oman and Iran to the north, at its most narrow point, it's just 21 miles wide. And it's a choke point for much of the world's oil. Around a fifth of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz, and that waterway is controlled by Iran. And the national newspaper is reporting that certain vessels have been instructed not to proceed through the Strait of Hormuz today, and that source is a regional shipping executive. There will be a lot of concern about that. The economic implications of that could be felt very far and wide, and certainly that is something that Iran has threatened many times in the past, and we can definitely expect that Iran will attempt to either close the Strait of Hormuz or severely disrupt it. But for now, what we're really focused on here is security. These missiles have been flying overhead. I would say the most recent one, the most recent series of bangs that I've heard was about an hour ago. So we're just tensely waiting to see what happens for the rest of the evening.
Sally, thank you, and do stay safe, of course. It is 4 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It's been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have been killed. Civilian targets have been hit as well, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, as we've just been hearing, including in Bahrain, Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 in the morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory.
AgileLeft has had a very positive impact on our organization. It has improved our relationships across the business between legal, finance.
Abu Dhabi, after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines, too, have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in midair with the threat of a widening conflict. As you could hear there, air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem this morning.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
That's Alan Parsons in Jerusalem for us. President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of this morning, confirming a major combat operation, he said, was underway. He urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government, but stopped short of saying the aim is regime change. He left little doubt, though, that that is his goal. Have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military has undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We are going to annihilate their navy. We are going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States armed forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do for you. The president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran, a disparate missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the Tyrant and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations with our American friends. Operation Lion's Roar, an actual cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime's safety, and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Skies over Tel Aviv, I think, reacting to missiles entering Israeli airspace, Tel Aviv, but still missiles entering Israeli airspace, obviously assumed from Iran. This has happened before. There you go, wider shots, so you get a sense of the scale there. The live pictures here of Tel Aviv in Israel, as it just gets into evening time there, and we're seeing missiles coming in. And these are the latest pictures we have. And there you go, you can just see what's going on in the skies above Tel Aviv. We know air raid sirens have been heard across Israel throughout the day. Our colleague Adam Parsons in Jerusalem experiencing that as he was reporting what was going on there. But as you can see in the skies above Israel, just what is going on at the moment. So explosions in the skies above Israel, which have been happening for the past few hours as Iran responds to the attack on it by both Israeli and US forces. As I said before, plenty of people taking to shelters in Israel as a result, air raid sirens being sounded, and Israel's defences, or at least the Iron Dome, being put into action once more. Let's head to the US now, speak to our correspondent there, David Blevins. And we'll keep showing these pictures as we discuss what's going on. David, just interested to know what more reaction there's been in the US to what has happened overnight their time.
Well, to some extent, the Democratic Party reaction is predictable, Matt. We've heard from the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer. He says President Trump has not given Congress critical details about the scope of the threat he claims is posed by Iran. He goes on to say, unfortunately, President Trump's pitiful cycles of lashing out and risking wider conflict are not a viable strategy. But we're not hearing that sort of language from the Democrats alone. The Republican House Representative Thomas Massey has described this as an act of war that was unauthorized by Congress, because there hasn't even been a debate on Capitol Hill, never mind a vote authorizing the president to engage in this kind of conflict with Iran. That is going to cause real concern. Now, it's interesting that the Iranians will be very conscious about the fact that this is midterm election year in the United States. You will remember that the MAGA base who support Donald Trump, they did so during the election campaign because he stood on a platform of America first. He said US interests would always take priority, and he was scathing about American involvement in foreign wars without any real reward for that, as he put it during the election campaign. And one of his former very close allies, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you will remember, parted company with him over this. Well, since the strike on Iran overnight, she has suggested that America first has become America last. She's goading him with his own campaign statement, and she's not alone in doing that. Because Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said this: Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. So that, I suppose, is an illustration of the challenge that Donald Trump is facing, both at home and abroad, in relation to his decision to go to war with Iran.
David, thank you very much indeed. We're going to head to Jerusalem next and speak to our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who is there. Adam, we've just been seeing images of the skies over Tel Aviv and explosions there. I'd expect you've been experiencing similar where you are in Jerusalem.
Yeah, it's a sort of curious experience being in a city like at a time like this. You tend to sort of undulate over a course of a day. There are periods when you have a lot of thumps and explosions and interceptions, others where it's much more peaceful. And at the moment, those changes are happening quite regularly. We have seen interceptions up in that sky. We've seen fighter jets going across Jerusalem. We've seen larger warplanes going across here too. Not so long ago, we saw some debris falling out of the sky. And from a distance, what it looks like is almost like a small meteor or something, just plummeting, a meteorite falling down, glowing orange, coming down to the sky. Some much larger interception falling over in that direction, which is sort of towards the west of where I am now. I'm falling with a lot of smoke coming up from it. That actually would have fallen beyond the wall, so that would have been into the Palestinian West Bank earlier over there. Similarly, debris. This is debris from interception. So this is David Sling arrow through interception missiles that are going up, intercepting the Iranian ballistic missiles way up, almost in some cases on the edge of space. And then as the debris falls down, it can burn as it comes through the atmosphere, and then it lands, and of course can cause a lot of damages you're seeing in Israel and across the region at the moment. But I think there is an expectation that things will happen tonight as well. One of the surprises about this attack was that it happened in daylight. It happened this morning. Normally, these military operations happen overnight, because it brings an element of surprise. It means there are far fewer civilians around at risk of being injured. And it means that if you attack an individual, if you're going for individual targets, well, bluntly, they're more likely to be at home in bed than when you attack during the day, when, to be honest, they could be anywhere. So that was part of the surprise, I suppose. If everyone is expecting you to attack at night, then you have surprise of attacking during the day. But a lot of military activity in these conflicts, certainly previously in the previous 12 table, did happen at night. So yes, as we've seen in Tel Aviv, yes, as I'm sure we will see here in the skies across Jerusalem, I'd be very surprised if we don't see some signs, some evidence of military conflict. The Israelis and indeed the Iranians, of course, have very sophisticated air defense systems for whether it's long-range missiles or short-range, but they will expect to intercept, I think we're just seeing up there, a sign of an interception up in the sky there, and a cloud from one of those occurring. They happen on a fairly regular basis, and you also, and it's happened so many times today, get alerts on phones and devices telling you that missiles are on the way. And there was at one point earlier when we got a message saying there had been no US-Israeli airstrikes on Iran for 45 minutes, and within seconds of getting that message, we've got another saying, in fact, if you look up there, you see a little speck of orange. I don't know if you can see that. That is the aftermath of an interception, and that is debris that is blowing, coming down towards the Earth, and is now fizzled out. From a distance, they look like fireworks sometimes. They look like shooting stars, but that is nothing so pretty, nothing so fortunate. That is the aftermath of a military missile, and that is another bit of the countless shreds of evidence that we've seen today, that this region, this most volatile of regions, has once again entered into war. That, by the way, I imagine actually is a firework amidst all of this. This is Ramadan, and before war broke out, it was quite normal in this area that people, after fasting during the day in the evening, would have food, would have something of a party to mark the end of their daily fast. And the sound of fireworks is pretty common, but it's been much less common today. People are here across Israel, across this region, are anxious to see what happens next.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Adam, thank you very much indeed. Do stay safe, of course. Joining me here in the studio is global affairs journalist and the author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangaloo. Tara, good to see you. Just alluding to what Adam said there, whether in Israel, in Iran, anywhere else, when this kind of thing happens, sadly, civilians get injured and killed. And we hear about a school being hit in southern Iran, in Minab County, which, for just to get the geography for people, is pretty close to the Strait of Hormuz as it happens. And Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, put out a statement on it talking about Shagara Tayyiba Primary School and dozens of innocent students there being killed.
Indeed, and I've covered conflicts around the world in the region, and you can very easily say that it was casualties of any
The future teaches you to be alone, the present to be afraid and cold. So if I can't shoot rabbits, then I can't shoot fascists. Bullets fire brain today, but we'll forget it all again. Monuments put from pen to paper turns me into a godless wonder. Tolerate this, then your children will be next. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. Will be next.
They got flip-flops and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross.
Erica
Those
Kirk
ones
is
with the
an
big-
adjacent
it
to
got a
power.
big star
She's born into it.
on its
A
baby
Rothschild
skin.
heiress.
It's not like
Not by
it's
rumour, not by
it's-
association,
you can do it
but by
coloured,
lineage.
but it's not like
A
it's a bit
dynasty
see-through
preserved through close bloodlines, where
Yes, it's
influence is
skin.
inherited,
Okay, we're
protected,
sorry
and
to-
never
A big
surrendered.
black
Erica
star,
represents
it
the
was-
modern Rothschild model.
Wait,
Names changed, images softened,
go and
optics
draw this star
updated,
picture.
while the underlying mission remains the same.
The paper
Erica
from
Kirk
Skin.
isn't adjacent to power. She's born into it. A Rothschild heiress. Not by rumour, not by association, but by lineage. A dynasty preserved through close bloodlines, where influence is inherited, protected, and never surrendered. Erica represents the modern Rothschild model. Names changed, images softened, optics updated, while the underlying mission remains the same. Control without visibility, power without fingerprints. The old games never stopped. They just learned how to look respectable. And when you learn the truth about Erica Kirk's relatives, you'll understand why she's desperately hiding her family tree. We're talking about crimes that change the world, depravity that knows no bounds, taboos including incest and worse. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Erica Kirk has a lot of explaining to do. A secret ex-boyfriend with Pizzagate ties.
Yo, we really got to talk about Cabot Phillips' pizza tattoo. Remember when she told Barry Weiss she was not dating before Charlie? And then it turns out, actually, she was dating this guy who likes pizza a lot. So guys, really, what's up with the tattoo? Do you guys buy the guy really liked pizza that much?
She also has a secret ex-husband, Derek Chelsvig, accused of child trafficking in Romania.
So who is Erica Chelsvig, Auntie? Well, let's go back. Erica Franzwe, like I said, was her name, her maiden name.
Erica Kirk was her name after she married Charlie, and Erica Chelsvig was her name in between, in betwixt, after, and before. Chelsvig, it's got a ring to it, doesn't it? It should, because that name is Romanian. Romanian. Now, what are the odds of that? This world is an evil place. I always know that the truth is truth when that kind of truth needs to be scrubbed from the internet. I mean, why else would it be, unless you have something to hide? I don't know, like something similar to this. Erica Kirk, named Fransvig, formerly Chelsvig. I'm on vacation, so screenshot and read the rest. Interesting. What used to be on the internet and just days after Charlie's funeral. Well, we find no longer. 'Tis not on the internet no more.
These aren't just bad relationships, they're recurring patterns. The same names, the same networks, the same shadows. But this goes beyond who she dated or married. Because some secrets aren't just hidden, they're in the blood. Ask yourself this: how did Erica gain access to the corridors of power at such a young age? Pageant wins despite no prior experience and not fitting the usual profile. Running an international NGO in a foreign country at just 17. Working for a real estate company, selling Jeffrey Epstein's properties in Miami. Doors don't open like that by accident. The answer lies in her DNA. She's a Rothschild. We previously exposed her Jewish family history through the Rothstein family. Now, research has exposed the truth.
You might not know Erica's exact family lineage, but presuming that they are Rothsteins, it's rather strange then that Rothstein shares family ties to another family, another prominent Jewish family that has been the center of many theories for hundreds of years and has been involved in everything from currency manipulation to economic crashes and to assassinations and everything in between. And that family would be the Rothschilds. Indeed, I was rather surprised to see that the two families are related, and pretty directly, because all I had to do was scroll over to the side and boom, there it was. The Rothsteins and the Rothschilds, two infamous crime families connected right next to one another. Who knows, maybe this is all just one giant coincidence wrapped in a coincidence, taped in a rigmarole, but I really don't believe in those. And I'm not comfortable just saying things are just a coincidence. I think that's a lazy excuse when too many facts are presenting themselves.
For centuries, the Rothschilds have been visible and untouchable. Questioning their role in currency manipulation, economic crashes, or political influence is routinely labeled anti-Semitic and off-limits, which is awkward, because the Rothschild family themselves enjoy boasting about all of these things. Just like Erica Kirk's bizarre behavior. The controversy isn't that people talk about it, it's what's been scrubbed from public record. So, who is Erica Kirk, and who are her family?
I most certainly did not expect that it would leave me wondering if Charlie really was a contemporary Truman Burbank.
Tell me what's happening! You're part of this, aren't you?
Imagine if you could make one half of your family truly obscure at best, or completely indecipherable at worst. Who and what you are related to would be impossible to distinguish. And so remember that for later. We have to try taking one last look at her family, but this time not at her parents, although they might have been involved. Instead, this time we're going to look at her roommate, which seems unexpected, but let's go. Based on a bunch of comments ranging as far back as 10 years ago on Erica's various accounts, we see a common thread that this same female is commenting on Erica's posts, and she just so happens to look like Erica's roommate who appears in these videos. And her name is Nicole Rothstein. And Nicole is actually not just her roommate or soulmate or best friend, whatever she calls her. Nicole is also Erica's cousin. And this is going to become a much bigger deal as we move forward. Nicole, unlike Erica, at least, at face value comes from money, and interesting money at that. The Rothstein name is not exactly synonymous with honesty. If they were in a dictionary, those two are on the opposite ends of one another. In fact, antonyms would probably be a better way to put it. In this photo Erica posted in 2017, she is sitting next to a man whom I wager to be in his 50s, and another man who's standing in front of her, who I would wager is putting the pedal to the metal, pushing 70, late 70s that is. And at the time, and really up until recently, if you had clicked on that photo on Erica Kirk's account on Instagram, you would notice that there's someone tagged. And that someone tagged is named Alan Rothstein, who Erica says is her uncle. And this old dude, I'm presuming here is Gramps, and this uncle that she references, I can only imagine is on the mother's side and is a member of that unknown segment of Erica's family that is seemingly being obfuscated. In any case, though, when reviewing who Alan Rothstein is, I can understand why Erica may have chosen to hide that side of her family, because Alan is not, as Hannah Montana says, the boy, the boy, the boy, the honest goods, the real McCoy. My goodness. Uncle Alan has been involved in several criminal operations, For instance, there is a long case file which goes into detail about how Allen defrauded someone of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's supposed to be a consultant, but was actually just an insider, kind of like a spy, and was just getting info and using his position to spend hundreds of thousands of the company's dollars doing nothing. And Allen, if you're watching this, just want to say, that's not cool, bro. Jerk move. The document then gets deep into legal jargon, but discusses tens of millions of dollars at one point and falsely claimed assets, and then goes into the realm where a lawyer might be mildly confused. At his heart, though, Allen seems to possess the sticky fingers that his namesake is so infamous for, as we shall see. I learned that Allen lives in a $13 million home. Not bad for a guy who seems to have never really worked a job or built anything himself. And that sort of cash also speaks to who was funding Erica's cousin Nicole, and possibly Erica herself, while they live the expensive Manhattan life, doing nothing of material value.
The Rothschilds might have changed their name and updated their image, but some things don't change. We're talking about allegations of grotesque private gatherings, trafficking hidden behind the language of philanthropy, and taboos so extreme they're rarely spoken about, including incest. We've got the details that Erica Kirk is working overtime to suppress, right after this important word from our sponsor. Today's sponsor is PillsForever.com and BigFat.com. Chloroquine.
Say his goodbye, as he got been saved me.
They are extremely inbred. The Rothschilds aren't only extremely wealthy, they are extremely inbred. Don't take my word for it. Here's the late Lord Jacob Rothschild boasting about it himself.
And Baron James, who was head of the Paris branch and the youngest of the 5 sons of our Emperor Rothschild, gave an astonishingly uninhibited description of the 19th century Rothschild policy of keeping it in the family. I'll quote to you from what he wrote, to make you smile. In our family, we've always tried to keep love in the family. In this sense, it was more or less understood since childhood that children would never think of marrying outside the family, so that our fortune would never leave it. You couldn't write that today.
Such was the importance of this filthy lucre. Rothschild children always understood that they must marry within the family. Rothschild children were also drawn into a family culture where criminal behavior was normalized. And the more brazen the crime, the greater the status. Erica's ancestors are directly involved in some of the most shameful moments in American history.
This is Erica Kirk, then Franz V, with her roommate at the time, Nicole Rothstein.
Merry Thanksgiving to you. Merry Thanksgiving to you. Merry Thanksgiving to you.
And Nicole Rothstein, as it turns out, is her cousin. How do we know that? Well, she responded to this clip featuring Erica Kirk talking about her Shabbat Shaloming. And she responded by saying, quote, as her cousin, who is fully Jewish, half of her family is Jewish. While she herself is a Christian, she has celebrated many Jewish holidays with our side of the family and highly respects the Jewish religion. You can see the name and handle, Nicole Rothstein. And the Rothsteins, I'm just going to add, is a pretty famous crime family in American history.
If you look up the 1919 World Series, it says that the Cincinnati Red Stockings won the 1919 World Series. There's no asterisk, but then those numbers require you to tell a story about the Chicago White Sox, known to us forever as the Black Sox, who took money from Arnold Rothstein and other gamblers to throw the 1919 World Series.
Arnold Rothstein, nicknamed The Brain, was an American racketeer, crime boss, businessman, and gambler who became a kingpin of the Jewish mob in New York City. Rothstein was widely reputed to have organized corruption in professional athletics, including conspiring to fix the 1919 World Series. He was also a mentor of future crime bosses Lucky Luciano, Mayor Lansky, Frank Costello, Bugsby Siegel, and numerous others. Interesting family history, I would say, for the all-American girl next door.
How have they gotten away with it for so long? Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, dropped a clue.
I was introduced to him by the lady and Lord Rothschild.
Wow.
And I was told Yeah, and you know, he knew all the most prominent people.
Erica's family connections don't end with Epstein, Washington power brokers, and elite Israeli circles like Netanyahu's family. In the US, her relatives are linked to secretive fraternities, occult symbolism, and a pattern of open corruption that defies normal accountability. The question it raises isn't just what they're involved in, but what kind of leverage gives them that level of protection in DC.
Now let's jump another step into the family and hit up Carla Solomon, originally Carla Francevy. This is apparently Erica's dad's sister, so once again, a little info on the mom's side. Carla can be explained in the following words. From the YouTube commenter, Vivian Ballard 391 5 years ago. I'm not implying that she is only interested in the financial stability of men. However, it must be said that she avoids relations with impoverished men. YouTube really is a wonderful place. Thank you for that comment. In other words, Carla married a man about 29 years older than her by the name of Jack David Solomon. A 29-year age difference. Jack himself is a bit of a character. He's one of the few people who have been born in America that possesses such an immense affinity for Israel. And oh yeah, we're going there. Jack has been a leading executive, or simply the leading executive, at a plethora of some of the largest companies on Earth, many of which possess multi-billion-dollar valuations and or are simply government operations. For instance, for whatever reason, he was plopped into the chairman position of the board of directors for things like Federal Land and Development Corporation for 36 years and Federal Research and Development and Advanced Patent Technical. All sorts of things that when I'm reading it make me go, who are you really, bro? Especially because a sort of thing like that requires power, influence, money, control, and access, and gains you a lot of power, influence, money, control, and access. And for this next bit, I'm just going to skim through some of the organizations he's been highlighted as being a member of from his death website, although I assure you there are likely many, many others. Membership, National Directory Quality Operations Foundation, 1963 to 1966. He's a sponsor of the National Hospital of Denver. He's also the co-founder of the Israeli Armored Corps Museum, patron or Chadash Orphanage Israel, vice chairman California Democratic Council, 1966 to 1970. Candidate for California State. 1966, director of the United Jewish Foundation, 1956 to 1967. Committee member for the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. Member of the World Affairs Council. Member of the President's Cabinet for the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Member, Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. Oh yeah, that would be because he was a controversial casino owner. He was also the director of the Utah Shakespearean Festival, 1999 to 2000. Seems like a weird addition. He's also the member of the American Air Museum in Britain, a foundation member, the Armed Forces Commission and Electronics Association. Sounds powerful. National Aeronautics Association, International Association of Business and Professional, honorary. B'nai B'rith, President Club, Utah Valley State College. Yes, that's where Charlie Kirk was shot. President Club, Brigham Young University. President Club, World Jewish Congress, life. 32nd degree Mason, Scottish Rite. Life. Yeah, so a lot of things should stand out to you there. The UVU, the massive ties to Israel, the powerful committees and organizations. And I could really out for a while just about the Israel connections alone and why that's weird. But if I have to tell you that, then you've probably been living under a rock and missed the dozens of red flags I just read. But these connections do go deeper than that, so deep that bro paid for and restored the ancient Zion's Gate and Plaza in Jerusalem, which is rather a big deal to folks over there. Needless to say, he's sort of a huge deal in that community. And he's also very clearly connected to the highest echelons of the government and business, and the people who decide if and what you shall eat. What an odd family member for Erica to have, considering I was under the impression she was a Christian girl from Scottsdale, Arizona. But if this all didn't elucidate you to the fact that we are talking about some seriously connected people, like I said, he's a member of this thing called, that I can't pronounce, it's a Jewish secret society named B'nai B'rith. It's a very unique organization, very secret society-esque, very Freemason-esque, which apparently is controversial because they claim it's antiseptic to say that they are Freemason-related, despite having a huge portion of their founding members actually being Freemasons as well. So take that as you may. But whatever, toss that aside. We also know from that whole blurb, Jackie Poo is a 32nd degree Freemason, which should be ringing bells for everybody. From the most unfamiliar with this sort of quote-unquote conspiracy theory world to the most familiar, the Masons are weird people. I've had personal experiences with them, for sure on a list of theirs. That's a story for another time. But if you're really unfamiliar, putting it as short as I can, it's an organization that is a complete secret society. It's very occult. They worship Satan, but that's a point for another time. They have been known as global manipulators for centuries. Countries have banned them because of who they are, but they are known to use their wealth and intrigue to control nations and to shape the futures of people and nations, and may or may not definitely were, in my opinion, involved in assassinations historically, and things like the planting of people into positions of power that allow them to exert further control and influence, and, you know, the everyday stuff. But I'm sure none of that should sound even remotely familiar or be ringing true for the overarching Erica Kirk story, because that'd be weird.
This is dangerous territory. And if you're doing your own research and determined to exercise your right to free speech, you better be protecting yourself. The question isn't, are you being watched? It's how soon until your data is used against you. One of the global elite's most powerful weapons, a weapon few people even realize is a weapon, is the VPN on your laptop on your phone right now. Industry leader Proton VPN is funded and controlled by the World Economic Forum, and Israel has bought up the rest of the most popular VPNs, including ExpressVPNs.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, and
Skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and in the baby's skin, and then they pull it off, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and they make the sole like flip flops. They stick on the flip flops. They got flip flops and there's shoes like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this they got a big star. And it's baby skin.
Yet another challenge. But the ones that have been in touch are just horrified. They're horrified as they were in June. In June, the attacks came in the middle of the night. They woke up with the ground shaking, with hearing sounds that they weren't sure what it is. But in the past 8 months, there has been an anticipation of that war and anxiety. And once again, that came true. So it's just very horrific for those who live on the ground.
Yeah, undoubtedly, Nagar Mortazar, we really appreciate you answering that question at the end, and also talk to us about things more in your professional sphere as well. Thank you very much for joining us on Sky News.
Thank you for having me.
Joining me in the studio, our international affairs editor, Michael Defence Analyst Professor Michael Clark, and Don, that really does sum it up. We can look at this through the geopolitical lens and the legitimacy of the action by the US and Israel, but also you can't forget the impact on people and the people they love and civilians in Iran as well who will be fearing for their lives right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we were talking to lots of analysts. They can speak in fairly dry terms. It was great to hear from her, you know, on a human level, how it's affecting her and her family. And I think, you know, it's a danger with all these things to kind of look at the video of things going bang and fireworks going off and forgetting that this is affecting millions of people who are tonight going to be terrified that these missiles, these drones, whether you're in Iran or Doha or Bahrain or whatever, could fly in. You know, a lot of these places don't have shelters. In Israel, every home has to have a shelter. So there are places to go if you're in a country that is routinely facing the threat of hostile activity. You know, places in the Gulf, that's not the case. So terrifying for them. And in Tehran, I've just been WhatsApping with a contact in Tehran, checking he's okay. And he said, yes, okay at the moment, but it's going to be a long night. And it is going to be a long night for literally tens or hundreds of millions of people across the region, because this region has been tipped into a war now by the Israelis and the Americans. Donald Trump really just rolling the dice again to see how this works out without any justification in terms of sort of legality, in terms of not going to the UN Security Council, not asking for or presenting a pretext for carrying this out, not even getting congressional approval. You know, if he waited till Monday, there was a resolution on the books in the US Congress that would have made this impossible. He would have to require congressional approval. So he's using this narrow window of opportunity to unleash this war, and it's hard to see exactly what the strategy is and why it's going to be a long night ahead. Dom says, Michael, it could be a long days, weeks, months ahead, and they'd like to clearly do this quickly, but as Dom said there, it's hard to see how that strategy plays out.
Yeah, I mean, from a military point of view, you can see what the strategic stages are. So the first stage is suppression of enemy air defense, known as SEAD in the trade. So, as it were, make Iran vulnerable to whatever air power you want to then apply, and then the United States will work through its part list of all the things they want to take down in priority order. It's a very well-planned process normally, and always there will be things that will go wrong, and they'll find ways around that. But any prolonged campaign, this is a campaign to destroy the government of Iran. That means it's not a quick, once and done. No. It's got to keep going until it achieves either that objective or something that can be made to look like that objective for Donald Trump. So it's going to take some time, which means that the United States is probably going to have to reinforce what it's got. There's information this afternoon, that more tankers are on the way from the continental United States. You can see reinforcements coming in, because now that they've started it, and the American military may not have thought that they were going to pull every lever all at once, but now that they have, then it may well be that they'll need more stuff in the region, not least ammunition. There is some concern in the Pentagon that they don't have enough anti-aircraft ammunition, Patriot missiles, for instance, and other forms of anti-aircraft ordnance, because if the Iranians are able to keep up a sort of bombardment, and the Iranians are going to fire off everything they've got, because if they don't use it, they'll lose it, and it may well be that the Americans might struggle a little bit getting enough ammunition in place in time.
When it comes to what Iran is firing off, how discriminating are there? Because we're seeing pictures from the likes of Dubai, and apparently hotels, well, not necessarily being hit direct by the missiles, but certainly those missiles being destroyed and causing damage beneath them.
And that's the point. When a missile is destroyed, it's got to fall somewhere. I mean, it can be knocked off course. It can have its fins knocked out, or it can be fragmented in the air. But the warhead, which may or may not go off, very often it doesn't go off, but the bits are going to fall somewhere. And so always with anti-aircraft operations, there is always debris and damage on the ground, and very often fatalities caused by it. And the Iranians are hitting out wherever they can. And the next thing we would expect to see is the Iranians maybe trying to operate in the Gulf toward the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Americans, of course, have been thinking about that, and they've got a very powerful naval force in the area. But the Iranians have got a lot of small craft. They've got boats. They've got their sort of improvised aircraft carrier, which carries drones and helicopters. And they may well try to use that in order to create a certain amount of chaos in the Gulf. They don't have to close the Gulf to have, or the Strait of Hormuz, to have an economic impact, because once they make it dangerous, then world shipping will have to keep away, which they will. And so, in a sense, the effect on the oil price by tomorrow, the effect on Gulf shipping by tomorrow might be quite considerable. And that's what the Iranians have got to do. They've got to make this look expensive for the United States, expensive for the world community. And if they can fire off enough, they hope they can get lucky.
The IRGC is warning boats not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, Dom, as it happens. It is interesting, isn't it, seeing that, knowing that both China and Russia want this meeting of the UN Security Council, which is happening at 9 o'clock this evening, GMT, and also knowing full well who takes a lot of that oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz from Iran. It is China. It is Iran. There are knock-on effects here for all of us, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. This is a waterway through which a fifth of the world's oil passes. It's not as much oil as in the past, but it's still a kind of jugular for the global economy. So if you shut that,
goes to China. That's the key point, isn't it?
And India, I should say.
All the tankers turn left out of the Gulf. They used to turn right. They all turn left now.
But if it's blocked, and as you say, the IRGC are saying it's going to be blocked, they can't block it for long. But if you sink a tanker or you mine it, it's going to block it for a while, and that will, regardless of where that oil is now going to, it's going to push up the price of crude. This is going to have repercussions on all of us, potentially because it will affect the global economy. So as Michael is saying, that the strategy for the Iranians is to take the gloves off. As because the other side has done that. The first round of this war going back in June last year, the Americans said we're not going to go for the Ayatollah, and the Iranians responded in a more measured way. The Israelis made it pretty clear now that the Ayatollah has been a target. His fate is still unknown. And the Iranians now are fighting, the regime is fighting for its life, which means it's going to use all the missiles it's got at its disposal. It's going to use asymmetrical warfare. It may try and close the straits for as long as possible. It could also use sleeper cells it's got, and also its proxies, Hezbollah have in cities around the world to carry out terrorist attacks on Americans or Israelis or other nationals around the world. So what we're seeing at the moment is an aerial exchange of fire across the Gulf and across with Israel as well. But this could metastasize fairly quickly into a different war. And as you've been saying all day, Michael, the wars don't sort of carry on in the way you predict. So however this war was sort of begun in the mind of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, it will change so longer it goes on, and we're looking at a lot of countries potentially involved.
On that point, you talk about cells, proxies, the IRGC.
The way you see an idea in your mind.
Say, look, nothing to do with us, guys, but we also agree with our allies in terms of Iran being a risk.
Well, I think, Michael, you can talk about sort of the military justification, but I think diplomatically and politically, there's a huge amount of disquiet about this. As I say, it's not been, you go back to the Gulf War, George Bush and Tony Blair bent over backwards to try and get their invasion of Iraq and other military activities and operations then justified in the international arena, and they wanted to have UN security support for it. Donald Trump is not doing that. His speech, his video, casts this in a kind of historic war with Iran as far as he's concerned, and he's taking the Israeli talking points there as well. This is an existential war in their minds, and the Americans have beef with the Iranians that go back a long way. But he's not pursuing that international legal justification in any way or congressional approval at all. So that's causing deep unease amongst his allies. It'd be very difficult for Keir Starmer to go in on this, even if he wanted to, given the feelings about it in the Labour Party. But I think there'll be military reasons as well. for the British not getting stuck in on this as well.
Maybe it does have beef with Iran. It wasn't that long ago that MBS himself, Mohammed bin Salman, was in the Oval Office meeting President Trump as well. Will they want to be sucked into this? Will they support the US, or will they have rather have been observing from afar?
Yeah, until this occurrence, the view in Washington and in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, was always that the Gulf Arabs always complain when we do something and stand on their dignity, but privately they say to us, get on with it. That's fine. Anything which reduces Iran, because they all fear Iran. The only people who didn't always say that were the Qataris, who were naturally close, and Turkey was closer. But all of the others used to say privately, we quite like what you're doing. The implication this time is that they don't feel that, because Iran is already enfeebled. Iran is already less of a problem to them than it has been for many, many years. And the danger here is that an Iran in which the government is destroyed will create such instability that they'll all suffer from it. So it isn't just a direct retaliation.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man. They say who murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a dead man called out for his love to flee? Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the skin, like in a baby skin, and then they take it off. And then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on make the shoe with the sole and the flip-flops. They stick it on the flip-flops. They got flip-flops and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on it. It's baby skin, but it's not.
Americans are being fed to each other, and most have no idea it's happening. Don't take my word for it. That's the warning coming straight from Vladimir Putin, who claims the United States has become a live experiment for the global elite, a pressure cooker where populations are dehumanized, conditioned, and managed like cattle. But it gets darker. This time, it's provable. Documents, money trails, whistleblowers. And every line leads back to the same untouchable names. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Rumors are spreading online about Putin's warning that Americans are literally being fed to each other, while most remain unaware of what's happening to the food supply. What almost nobody realizes is this: it isn't exaggeration. It's evidence-based. And as usual, Putin was right before anybody else dared to say it.
President Putin of Russia came out on the world stage and he gave a speech. In that speech, he said, I have proof, and this is all alleged. He said, I have proof that the American people are eating each other unbeknownst to them, that we are being fed each other and we have no clue about it. Yeah, that's what he said.
The mainstream media won't report a word of what Putin says, but the evidence exists, and it's been hiding in plain sight. The receipts are coming up. But before the evidence, there was conditioning, predictive programming designed to make the unthinkable feel normal.
The dystopian movie Soylent Green took place in 2022.
They're making our food out of people. Next thing, they'll be breeding us like cattle for food. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them.
Promise, Tiger. I promise. I'll tell the exchange.
You tell everybody. Listen to me, Hatcher. You gotta tell them. Silent breed is people.
Following the programming, they began slipping horse meat into the food supply.
I'm sorry if you're enjoying your dinner, but the Food Standards Agency says the discovery of horse meat in a Findus beef lasagna is appalling, but maintains there's no immediate health risk to the public.
Then they normalized industrial waste in the food supply under a friendly name, pink slime. Now they have taken the next step, and they're pumping human remains and feces into our food and water supplies.
Selling bodies and body parts, a trial set to begin in just months. And tonight, new grisly details of what the FBI says really happened.
Court documents, the Biological Resource Center was essentially running a chop shop for human body parts, mixing, matching, and selling them in ways we've never heard of until tonight.
One FBI agent revealing what it was really like inside the Phoenix body donation facility, from buckets of heads, arms, and legs to coolers filled with severed penises when the FBI raided the building. He even spotted a smaller head sewn onto a larger torso in a, quote, Frankenstein manner. The limbs, according to that agent, with no apparent identification. A torso with a head apparently went for $2,400. A leg about $1,100. They'd even sell knees and feet alone for under $500.
It gets worse. This was not a one-off. It's part of a much wider operation, the next phase of the elite's plan to denigrate the human race.
In related news, 10 out of the 19 states in which Bill Gates owns farmland, along with at least another 10, have recently made it legal to dispose of human bodies into the municipal water supply, allowing human remains to be added into biosolid-sourced fertilizer. It's called alkaline hydrolysis and is referred to in pop culture as being very, very green. Spiritual leaders have strongly objected to alkaline hydrolysis because they say it is disrespectful to the human body, the vessel of a divine soul. And it's understandable why they say this. In alkaline hydrolysis, the human body is liquefied with lye and poured down the sewer to mix in with the community's excrement. And if that weren't bad enough, this biosludge is then collected from municipal water treatment plants and used as so-called fertilizer on factory farms. The official excuse is that it saves the government money for expensive toxic waste disposal. Meanwhile, we are all being sold food that has been grown with a toxic biosludge made up of human remains and excrement.
As Putin warns, the elite are determined to strip us of nourishing traditional meat sources, and instead force feed us on bugs, crickets, and even more disturbing alternatives, like feces and human meat. As usual, the mainstream media are on board with the elite agenda, perfecting the messaging to herd the cattle.
School of Economics professor Magnus Soderlund says that eating human meat from the dead might help save the human race, and that we could overcome the taboos against eating each other by simply trying it out. And today, a new company is boasting their lab-grown artisanal salami derived from human flesh. And several articles normalizing cannibalism have recently been published by the mainstream media. The Wikipedia page leads with the benefits of cannibalism.
What the media aren't telling the masses? Cannibals are at risk of various diseases, including Kuru and mad cow disease, a neurological prion disease caused by cannibalistic consumption. It gets even worse when you understand the FBI uncovered a shocking scandal involving human remains allegedly found at a Detroit business linked to McDonald's. It gets worse still when you understand that the human remains were the remains of young children. Today's sponsor is PillsForever.com. If you think Big Pharma have your best interests at heart, think again. The price of medicine in America has skyrocketed, and there are certain medicines Big Pharma don't want you to know about. That's why I've partnered with PillsForever.com. All of their FDA-approved medicines are the cheapest you'll find anywhere. More importantly, you can order medicines that Big Pharma don't want you to have, such as ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and fenbendazole. Speaking of fenbendazole, not only does it get rid of parasites that live inside your body, there have been studies that show fenbendazole can help with cancer. Listen to this bombshell interview with Mel Gibson, who says 3 of his friends who had terminal cancer were cured by the very same ivermectin and fenbendazole available at PillsForever.com.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole. Yeah. I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride something or other.
Get 15% off using coupon code People's Voice at the checkout. Please click the link below this video to take advantage of this fantastic offer. Most people have no idea that every time they eat at a McDonald's, they're unknowingly consuming Bill Gates' Frankenfoods.
Gates owns farmland in several states that grow soybeans, corn, cotton, and rice. If you're eating carrots for dinner tonight, there's a good chance it came from his farm in Florida. But it's Gates' farmland in Washington state that's drawing the most attention. NBC reports that the plot is so large, it's visible from space. It's here that potatoes are grown, and these spuds supply the fast food chain McDonald's, where they're turned into hot, salty, and perpetually popular French fries. In 2018, Inc. reported that McDonald's buys 3.4 billion pounds of potatoes per year globally and serves over 9 million pounds of fries daily. They're the biggest potato buyers in the world, according to Taste of Home. Gates is also a vocal advocate for eco-friendly synthetic beef, placing him squarely on the outs with the Big Mac.
Why was Gates, the man who vowed to depopulate the world, so laser-focused on partnering with McDonald's on their popular French fries? For the record, we're talking about the same French fries that contain 19 toxic ingredients and more carcinogenic chemicals than a packet of cigarettes.
Which is worse, this pack of Marlboro Reds or this French fries from McDonald's? I'm a board-certified MD, and you're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. Acrolein is a toxic substance known to be in the gaseous form of cigarette smoke, also known to cause cancer by harming your DNA and metabolic pathways. You're not going to believe that this package of French fries has more acrolein in it than this package of smokes. Acrolein is a toxic substance. You must avoid it. You should not be feeding your children or yourself McDonald's French fries. These French fries contain more than 100 cigarettes full of acrolein. Why am I telling you this? Because people need to know.
With Gates, nothing is natural. Everything is toxic, synthetic, and spiritually corrosive. From lab-grown meat to genetically modified crops, chemical-laced water to engineered vaccines. Every product he touches is part of a slow march towards a world where nature is outlawed, health is manufactured, and control is absolute. For decades, the elite have made it clear. They see us as cattle, not souls. And now, we're beginning to understand what that truly means.
And Jim, is this part of that investigation? Is that winding down at all yet?
It is indeed, Jeff. Take a live look behind me. This is what's left of the FBI evidence recovery team inside this car. And take a look at this vehicle. We believe this is the owner of the business just returning to take back possession of his business. More on that in a second. But take a look. Another busy day out here on Detroit's east side, just down the road from City Airport. Sources say they have removed several boxes of what is believed to be human remains. Sources say many people. This was a big operation. And get this, inside this business, a saw used to cut up bodies, it is believed, all taken away as evidence to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office where it will be tested.
Are we just at the tip of the iceberg on this investigation, you think?
Could very well, and we're not clear on how long it's going to take to do the testing of what is believed human remains. But get this, you had a death in your family, you thought there was a burial or a cremation, and then you find out the body ended up here. Shocking, to say the least.
Certainly so. A lot of questions remain tonight, Jim. Thank you.
The push to turn us into involuntary cannibals, fed human remains without consent, isn't just grotesque, it's a calculated descent into barbarism. One meal at a time. This isn't just an American issue, it's global. Since 2015, children's teeth have been discovered in McDonald's sausages, hash browns, and pancakes across multiple Japanese cities. And in 2018, a child's tooth was found inside a sausage McMuffin. At the time, McDonald's Japan held emergency press conferences, but avoided explaining how human remains ended up in their food. But they did admit the meat was sourced from their US headquarters. Who were these children? Where did they come from? And more importantly, why isn't anybody asking the right questions? Why the silence from the media, the authorities, and the so-called watchdogs? And why are the global elite so obsessed with feeding us human remains? This isn't about accidents or supply chain errors. It's a system designed to break the human spirit by making us complicit in something unspeakable. If you're interested in researching dangerous topics, you've got to protect yourself. Did you know the world's leading VPNs have been infiltrated and compromised from the inside? Did you know the WF-controlled Proton VPN and Israel have infiltrated and compromised NordPIA, Surfshark, and countless others? If you're using these VPNs, cancel your subscription now. You're under attack.
that it is facing an existential crisis, that its very future is at stake following protests on the streets and now this external attack. The Americans are similarly pumped up. President Trump, typically bullish, talking about this being an opportunity that could not come around perhaps for another generation when the Iranian people can rise. And Israel, which has for so long been so fearful of the tentacles of what it calls the octopus of Iran, sees this as a chance to plunge in the dagger. This is a hugely consequential day, but what happens next, we simply don't know.
Okay, Adam, thank you. Well, let's take a look at your report rounding up the day's events.
An attack that had long been anticipated, but somehow still came as a surprise in the daylight of a Saturday morning. Israel and America launching war against Iran. Tehran, their main focus, targeting military and political leaders, and those at the top of the Republican Guard that oversees so much of Iranian life. This, the compound used by Ayatollah Khamenei. It looks flattened, but it seems the supreme leader had been taken elsewhere. Iran says he is unhurt.
Can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And the secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
America's president, who had built up an extraordinary military presence in the run-up to this attack, was typically bullish, keen to bring about regime change in Iran.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces.
The attack brought a response. Iran launching a barrage of missiles towards Israel. Very large boom we've just heard in the skies above us, above Jerusalem. This is the cacophony. The trail flying over. You see that large strike to Israel at the moment, and that's another element to it. If you just that chiming sound you can hear is the alert that is now played out on mobile phones and devices across this country. That is a warning that is sent out on apps on people's phones and other devices, warning them of incoming missiles and telling them to take shelter. That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. There will be many more attacks like this, and Israel is bracing itself.
Challenging days lie ahead for us. Every military action involves risk, but the risk of not acting is immeasurably greater, because if we do not act, we will face a nuclear Iran, an Iran with tens of thousands of ballistic missiles, an Iran that will work to destroy us and be immune to our countermeasures.
And I give my feet on solid ground. Now I understand myself. The sweet sound of your music, there'll always be something new. It ain't the same song, there'll never be an ending. Just like my love. The move gets on and on. We goes on, we goes on. We goes on, we goes on, we goes on. Get up in the theater, show the beat is real. We goes on. Just like my love. We goes on. Got to be glad. Believe it. We goes on. On and on. Oh, that's the legend. Just like my love, everlasting. Oh, and we goes on. Still moving strong, and we goes on. Just like my love, everlasting. Oh, and we goes on. Still moving strong, and we goes on. Just like my love.
What a nice song to open a stream with, eh? One that gets us all in a nice smooth mood. Let's hope Jupiter can stay in a nice smooth mood and someone doesn't come along to irritate me. I like being in a nice smooth mood. So again, I've watched the last couple of days. I've been watching a few things. A few things have tickled me. I'm gonna right. So there's a few things that I'm gonna cover, and we're gonna watch together. Some of it, yeah, Gary, stay out of the chat. Some of it we can laugh at. Some of it is pretty serious, and some of it, you know, is just average. But the fact of the matter is, look, there has been a mood shift in this country. People are waking up in enormous numbers. People can see what's going on. And for me, I always try and look at the simplest of answers, even though I understand the intricacies, right? So when I'm looking for the problem solving, I look at all the intricacies to shut down the loopholes and everything else. But when I'm looking at the problem, I try to make it as simplified as possible so that people can understand. And most people do understand because they're feeling it themselves. And David says, Starmer says British planes are up in the sky over Iran, but they're not. I can count 10 US planes going to and from there now. Yeah, look, I couldn't care less what Starmer says. I mean, he's a pedophile apologist. Everybody knows that he's corrupt as fuck. And I don't know how he's still clinging to that door frame. Seriously, there's not enough strong men in that parliament to fucking drag him out yet. It's mental. So in the last few days on the internet or social media, shall we say, because it's also been sort of like on X and then swapping backwards and forwards. All this stuff has been entertaining to watch, but at the same time, it's been really eye-opening for me to see people that can read the room, people that can't read the room, and the way that there's been a lot of repositioning going on and people saying one thing and then the next minute they're doing something that's completely a little bit at odds with what they've been saying before, which is fair enough. People are allowed to move positions, don't get me wrong. Do you understand the intricacies of competing ideologies and philosophical frameworks? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Skyworks, I think I do. But maybe I don't. You know, I don't sit here making out I'm the most high-end, most intellectual person at all. I just give my opinions, and if people agree, they agree, and if they don't, they don't. You know, it's no biggie. And I think that's part of the problem as well. People have forgotten that people on here just talking, people that on here that have got people that like to come in and listen to them so that they can sort of evaluate themselves and go and look and see for themselves in case they've missed a stream or whatever. People like myself, or even bigger people like Paul Thorpe or other people, I think a lot of people have not understood that there's a big gap between people that are talking on social media, people like myself, and people that are trying to actually get into politics. There's a massive gap. We're not the same groups of people. And I think some people have actually kidded themselves that they are. I think that's the first thing. I think the second thing is that some people have obviously invested money with nefarious sort of like agendas. It's not been totally wholeheartedly because of a cause or because that's what they've wanted. It's because they thought they were going to gain some kind of political influence. And I think that's become evident over the last few days. You know, and I just think that once somebody's done that, they're going to lose integrity anyway. Okay. So I think that was the final nail in the coffin for Ben Beeb when all that stuff to do with the 5,000 donation to the Green Girls come out, in my opinion. Other people can say, no, the final nail was earlier or later. For me, that was it. I was like, whoa, I thought you was quite a decent person. I quite liked a lot of what you said. I thought that you showed that you was a bit weak when you had your wobble, you know, when you had your wobble over Rupert putting out his party. But then to find out all that stuff, it was just like, oh my goodness. I just want to say that I'm up for, I think the political motivations between the US striking around is sound. After listening to Huckabee on Tucker Carlson's, I didn't come to the same conclusions that everybody else did because I actually listened to what the bloke said rather than listening to argue. And I understand that he sees those people as an immediate threat. Now, the only problem that I've got with this Iran situation is that I don't want all of their population flooding into our country because there's the war. I don't want that. But I know that I'm only one little person and I'm not a government official, and it's only my opinion that I don't want them all flooding here. What is the likelihood of them all flooding here? Well, probably very high with the fucking government that we got. But when you're talking about geopolitics, and I'm not very good at geopolitics, I don't go, this is one area where I'll hold my hands up and say, I'm not really somebody that likes to study the art of warfare and, you know, wants to get involved, oh yeah, let's go and kill them, let's go and fucking obliterate their country and all that. I'm not kind of that sort of person. So, you know, watching planes flying over and stuff like that, I don't get nothing from it. It don't give me an endorphin rush or anything like that. So I tend to shy away from it. I suppose that is my girly side. I know people don't think Jupiter's got a girly side, but I really have. I didn't get 8 kids from being a completely boss woman. But yeah, so I suppose that is that side of me. But because somebody asked me to listen to the Tucker Carlson interview, I did. And I got exactly what the man was saying. You know, the Huckabee guy. I understood everything he was saying. I really wanted to break it down into what I call layman's terms, right? Basically, bring it down to basics so that people could understand how I saw it and why I was coming down on the side of Huckabee. But unfortunately, Tucker Carlson apparently is something you're not allowed to talk about, which is really weird, considering that YouTube actually removed the strike that I did get because they said they realised it wasn't what they first thought, but I wasn't allowed to re-upload it. It was mental. So, yeah, that's okay, Skyworks. You know, so, yeah, and all these gotcha moments that Tucker Carlson was supposed to have had by referring to the Bible and saying, yeah, but biblically, you know, the land of the chosen people is supposed to be where Lebanon is now and where Jordan is, and, you know, and not settling for the answer that he got, that Israeli people have no intention of taking their borders to that far down, that all they want is their homeland. And then saying, well, you know, but in the Bible, he's saying, but in the Bible, you know, the borders are much wider, you know, and the bloke saying, yeah, well, we know that, but that's not what we're asking for. And, yeah, so really what you're saying is that you'd be quite prepared to go to the border. No, we're not asking for that. And I was like, this is mental. This is mental. This is the problem that we've got with people that can't be fair because they let their emotions get carried away in them and their own little beliefs, and they can't actually see the reality in front of their eyes. They actually thought that Tucker Carlson had gotcha moments. Yeah, and I've never really watched Tucker Carlson before, right? But when I did, I realised he's autistic. He's got something wrong with him, hasn't he? And that's probably why he sees things very black and white, because he's definitely got something wrong with him, the way he reacts. You know, and he giggles like a little girl. I found him very infuriating as a personality, to be fair. I wouldn't have had much patience if I was being interviewed by him. I don't think I'd last 2 seconds. You know, because number one, he don't look at you when he's asking the questions because he knows he's being shady, so his body language is off. And then he giggles at inappropriate moments like he's clever. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this man so popular? So Teresa said, Jewish is the religion. What I don't understand is where did the Christian Israeli go if it's a Jewish homeland? Well, as far as I understand it, Israel are not taking all of the land, are they? Isn't the plan that when the war's over, they might be taking some kind of overlord position, maybe? But, you know, the big group of people in the Gaza Strip are still going to be there. I mean, this is what I don't get with people when they tell lies, right? The fact of the matter is that if Israel had wanted to just kill everybody in Palestine, they'd have done it by now. Yeah, because their armory was so much more superior. They could have flattened the whole place, killed everybody there, and then had their reckoning with the fucking rest of the world once they've done that. But that isn't what they've done. It isn't what they've done at all. In fact, they've tried to be very specific on their targets, and unfortunately, civilians have been killed. And that is because of the art of warfare that the terrorists have used by building their bases underneath hospitals and people's homes. I mean, they literally showed the footage where some of the tunnels were coming up in people's houses, where some of the hostages have been taken to at some point, and yet people are refusing to admit it or believe it. Now, having said that, you know, I want to move on to the second point, which is, I know there's a lot of people on the right that do believe that are anti-Jewish. I'm not one of them, okay? I'm not one of them. I don't go down this conspiracy. I know that some of the conspiracy might actually be true in the NGOs that are on the left-leaning, that are Jewish people that are also involved in underhand tactics to try and flood Europe with the people that they ideologically think that we should be taking to be more inclusive. Yes, I understand that. But we've got those same people working in our country that are British and non-Jewish. It's a global agenda. It's not down to any faction. Their ideal, their overarching umbrella ideal, is Fabian society and DEI and all the wokeism and left-leaniness. The umbrella they're working under is not I'm Jewish. You know? So that's how I see my outlook into the world. Now, I know there's other people on the right that see it differently. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and argue with them, right? Because I don't think that it's beneficial to my country. That's not. If every conversation people have, we end up talking about Palestine and Israel, we're not looking at the problems that we've got here. That's the way I look at it. Those problems are for later on. You know, if Israel's going to war with the fucking rest of the world, as long as it's not going to war with Britain, you know, it's not our business. At the moment, we've got to sort out what's going on in Britain, right? If you can't understand the way that I look at that, where I don't want to get into Israel-Palestine conversations all the time, then you're foolish. Because I think even people that aren't anti-Jewish, even them themselves, don't really want to be talking about Israel-Palestine all the time. They want to talk about what's going on in Britain, right? Now, my other point of view regarding homelands is that if Israel can have a homeland for their people, which I totally back up, by the way, and people might say that makes me a Zionist, I don't fucking give a shit, right? I think so am I a Zionist for Britain then? Because I want Britain to have a homeland. Am I a Zionist for fucking Nigeria? Because I want Nigeria to have a homeland, or India, or Pakistan, or fucking China. I think all of these countries, all of these nations, yeah, have a right to have a homeland, and it makes more practical sense in the real world terms that everybody knows where they come from, where they were born, you know, where they're people with the same sort of mindsets as them, eat the same foods, dance to the same music, you know, understand the religion in the same way, understand politics in the same way, because we can't argue. You can't argue with me that since we've had an infiltration into our government, that the rationality and the reasoning isn't different now, because it is, which is what is fucking everything up. They look at everything through fucking rose-coloured glasses. They don't want to look at reality, and it's because they can't cope with looking at reality. Yeah? They can't go, and don't get me wrong, I don't like the reality of the paedophiles and Epstein and all that. When people go, have you seen this picture or have you seen that picture? No, I hear about it, and I think, nah, I don't really want to click on that and find out what that's about. And I see it next, I'm like, nah, let me just go through that. I'll read the writing underneath or read the writing at the top. Don't want to sit here and examine. You know, my stomach goes over. So everyone's got their limits. Right? Everyone's got their limits. But I also understand that when a nation's made up, a nation is made up of people that have different beliefs, right? They have core beliefs that actually influences their daily lives, right? And we're going to look at the core beliefs that influence our daily lives, right? And then you have people, so for example, in the UK, our core beliefs are founded on the 10 Commandments, right? The 10 Commandments are here, let me show you. Right? Whether people want to deny it or not, they are. Like, all our laws and everything else revolves around this, right? So we're going to go through the 10 Commandments. So I am the Lord thy God, and thou shalt not have strange gods before me. Now, a lot of people don't really talk about this a lot, but even when we used to do jury service, I don't know, you know, where we had to give testimony and we were swearing that it was the truth. We used to swear on the Bible, okay? They've actually changed that in courtrooms now. I don't know if people are aware of that, but they have. You don't have to swear on anything. And if you do want to swear on something, when you get sworn into office or whatever, you can answer it to be a Quran. Well, when people say, how has your culture been changed? That is one of the big things that they've done with our culture, because we don't have the same God that the Quran has. I know there's a school of thought out there that tells you that it is the same God, but it certainly is not the same God. When you start getting down into the scriptures, it's not the same God, right? That's the first thing. Right. The second thing is, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Yeah? A lot of people say that's blasphemy laws, right? But basically what it means is that you're not supposed to fucking cry out to God when you don't really need him. You know? You shouldn't slur him or slander him and stuff, but you shouldn't cry out to him when you don't need him. So when you stub your toe on the side of a fucking sofa and you go, oh God, or Jesus Christ, you're not meant to do that, right? That's actually breaking that law, right? I know most people just overlook it, but that actually is. You're not meant to call out his name in vain. You're supposed to call for him when you really need him. Okay. Remember to keep the Lord's Day, which is obviously in Christianity is Sunday. Well, obviously we had the slow crawl, didn't we, where they opened up the shops on Sundays and they took away all that. You see, when I tell people that the government themselves made policies to actually encroach on Christianity, they say to me, how the bloody hell do you get to that conclusion? And I go, well, they started in schools, they started with this. And they go, you're talking nonsense. Well, I'm not talking nonsense. They started also with shutting down, opening up the shops and making it okay to have business and work and everything. Whereas before, when I was growing up, I can tell you, Sundays, most shops, if they open late, about 10 o'clock, and they close again about 11 o'clock. There's probably about a window of an hour where you could go to your local shops. After that, it all closed down. It was a Sunday. They were really quiet, peaceful days. Most people went to church, and most people spent time with their families on a Sunday. Okay? But the minute they commercialised the Sunday, of course, everything changed. Now we're going to get into the ones that actually do affect our actual laws of this country. Honour thy father and thy mother, right? I think most people in the world can agree that you're supposed to respect your parents. Yeah? Now, when you start looking at the woke left, they started encroaching on that by saying that children have got the same rights as the parents, exactly the same rights as the parents. And for an example, if there was a COVID injection or a HPV injection at school, and you as a parent weren't sure that you wanted your child to have that injection, when I was growing up, a parent had the right to not give consent. Okay, they still have that right in law, but it's not actually upheld, right? You had a right to not consent because you are meant to be the guardian of your own children, because the school of thought was that parents, in the majority of cases, I'm not saying there was never any child abusers, because of course there's always going to be stupid people that are nasty and evil to the core, right? But in the main, most people want the best for their kids. In the main, as I tell my kids when they were growing up, all 8 of them, you know, whenever there was something they wanted to do and I didn't want them to do it, and I used to sit them down and explain why I don't want them to go to a certain area maybe, or I thought that they were going to a party that was too much of a risk and it was inappropriate because they weren't quite old enough to understand the full implications of something. And I would sit down and talk to them. I would always say to my children, listen, I'm your mum. Do you believe I love you? And they'll say, yeah. Do you believe I'd give my life to protect you? They'd say, yeah. I say, so why would I lie to you now to make you look foolish or put you in problem? I always used to tell my children that. Just weigh up my words and think about what I'm saying to you. I'm not going to have big arguments with you. And even as they go into adulthood, I've got the last 2 going into adulthood now. Well, they are adults. They're over 18, but early adolescence, you know. Even now, when they come for advice, I will say, well, this is what I think. These are my reasonings. But now you're an adult. It's up to you to weigh it up, because I understand that when I was 18, I didn't want no one to tell me what to do either. Right? But it's always good to have boundaries, and it's always good to fucking sit and think about things. So Yeah, honour thy mother and father. And one of the ways that you honoured your parents was to look after them in old age, was to, you know, check on them, make sure they're okay, and all of that stuff. And that got taken away by the government when they started saying, well, say a parent says she doesn't want their child to be vaccinated, for example, because she's read up that the mother's read up that there's adverse reactions, and the scientific papers that are coming out has made the mother question whether it's actually going to be beneficial to their child at all, right? Now, I know for a fact, for example, when the HPV came out, yeah, I thought, well, this sounds good. They're going to give it to people to make sure they don't get cervical cancer, right? Young girls. But when I actually read through it, it said that it wasn't necessary to have this injection if a woman wasn't already sexually active. Okay? There was really no need to go and have this injection. It didn't really change the chances of actually getting cervical cancer. What changes the chances of getting cervical cancer is once you're sexually active. And it increases if you're sexually active with more people. Someone like Bonnie Blue is at a very high risk of cervical cancer. Not wishing it on anybody, but someone like Bonnie Blue is probably in the highest risk category, right? And so they wanted people to have this injection. And I read up on it and I was like, there's no benefit to it. My daughter's not sexually active. Why does she need it? Now, I sat down with my daughter at the time, I think she was 14 or 15. And I said to her, look, this is what they're saying the injection's for. It's your body. It's your future. But this is what I think. Go away, read up on it. Tell me what you think. And she come back and she said, no, I think you're right. I don't want the injection either. Right? So I refused permission. Now, 20 years ago, if I refused permission, the government would have just accepted that. Schools would have just accepted that. She just wouldn't have had the injection. But what they did that time round was they booked her an appointment for her to have an injection, took her out the classroom, took her to a side room, tried to convince her that she doesn't have to respect her parents' wishes, that she can override my decision. And if she signs a bit of paper, that will be just as legal and as valid as if I signed it for her. That's the big difference. Now, my daughter, I'd already heard that a couple of cases on the internet that this had happened to people. So I'd already said to my daughter, they're going to put pressure on you. If they try and put pressure on you, you're going to have to explain to them you don't want it and do not sign anything. Right? So she never signed it. She said, no, I don't want it. My mum don't want me to have it. I don't want it. This, that, and the other. So she refused to go and get this injection. Right? After that, they then wrote me a letter asking me again, could I give the permission? Said no. Then after that, I got a doctor's appointment sent through the post where the school had contacted my doctor to make the appointment for my daughter to have the injection, which of course we just ignored. Right? She's not had it to this day. Now, at some point, and by the way, that HPV injection, once you start having it, you've got to top it up every 5 years. Every 5 years, you've got to go and top that up. You know, and as I said to my daughter, once you're sexually active, once you're older, if you want to start having it, that's your choice. If you want to start having an injection every 5 years, it's your body, your choice. I'm not telling you for the future, but for now, I don't think you need it, right? This is how the government have infringed in respecting the parents because, yeah,
honour thy father and their mother. The other way that they've actually broke this down and they've actually gone against it is, for example, all this trans stuff that they put out in the schools, yeah, where they've actually been telling children that they will treat them as a boy if they're born a girl, and if they don't want their parents to know about it, they'll keep the secrets with them in the school. So it'd be written on the file that this child wants to be called Johnny when its real name is Julie, and they won't even tell the parents that they're doing this within school, which is absolutely disgusting. Not only does it undermine the parents, it also opens up this area of it's okay to have secrets with strangers, because school teachers might be familiar in the classroom, but they are effectively strangers. You have no idea what their political ideology is until they start talking to you about it. You don't know what their life perspective is, or what their values are, or their morals, you know. And all this stuff is not, when I was growing up, it wasn't allowed to be in the classroom. Yeah, they might have done it a little bit underhandedly, but it wasn't allowed to be in the classroom. And if parents clicked on, there would be a right rumpus. Yeah. But this is how they've encroached. Okay, Skyworks, I'll speak to you in a little while. Right? So that's how they've encroached on honour thy father and their mother. Thou shalt not kill. Well, we all agree that we shouldn't kill, don't we? I mean, life is meant to be sacred. But there doesn't seem to be much punishment for it anymore. It's like there's no deterrence anymore. You know, like the life of a human being is seen as worthless now, isn't it? I think so anyway. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Okay? Thou shalt not steal. Now, these three, I think, are probably the most strongest things that our law is based upon. Okay? Because we do still have courts that and a police service that is supposed to put murderers behind bars. Although in some cases you'd be surprised at some of the outcomes. But yeah, we do. We have built up our laws against murder. Adultery is kind of weakened down a bit because, you know, people can get divorced and remarried and everything else. But let's be honest about it. The average British person, if you ask them, do you agree with being unfaithful? Most people will say no. Most people are looking for committed relationships. Whether they manage to achieve that or not is a side note, but most people look for committed relationships. Nobody wants to be cheated on, and nobody really agrees that you should go and cheat for no reason at all, you know. So we still hold that very dear, as thou shalt not kill, and, you know, the adultery thing. And stealing. No one really thinks it's okay to steal. I'm not saying that people don't steal. I'm saying that most people aspire not to steal, right? Most people think that you shouldn't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour. Yeah? Most people think that you shouldn't lie. Most British people think that you shouldn't go and put something formally and sign it, yeah, and make it a formal testimony against somebody if it's not true or what you truly believe. Because sometimes perceptions are not the truth anyway. But, you know, you're supposed to stand by what you truly believe. And I would say that most Britons try to aspire to do that. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife, right? And thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's goods. In other words, don't have your eye on the wife or the goods and plot and plan in your head what you're going to do to get hold of them. Yeah? Now, I have to laugh at that, right? Because when you go and look at the 10 Commandments, yeah? When you go and look at these 10 Commandments, yeah? I look at this and I think Muhammad stole people's goods. Muhammad took his adopted son's wife. Muhammad practices taqiyya. Yeah, so do his followers. Muhammad used to steal from caravans. Yeah. Muhammad had more than one wife and was, by all accounts, quite virile, spitting semen out daily, that the women had to sit and clean it out of his garments. Muhammad killed people if you didn't agree with him. You know, and their holy days are Friday, isn't it? Not Sunday. I would say shouting out Allahu Akbar every time chopping off someone's head is taking laws of God in vain. And, you know, for me, I just think that there's a lot of that goes up against actually what our culture is. You know? So, for me, I just find it strange that people don't see this, that when you have these people saying, oh, well, our country wasn't built around all this stuff and this, that and the other. And I'm like, yes, it was. Look, there might have been a time in the very ancient past where there was paganism, where there was symbology to do with the seasons and the weather and all of that kind of stuff, which actually is quite a natural, nice way to live, you know. But at the same time, we progressed to a state of time where people agreed, actually, it's not good to kill someone. It causes a lot of grief, a lot of sorrow. You know, let's find a more civil way of sorting out our problems. Actually, you should respect your parents because they're the people that raised you, love you, brought you into this world. And without them, you wouldn't be in existence. And, you know, as long as they're treating you good, like most parents do, to the best of their means, they will nurture you into an adult, and that is their job and that is their duty. You know, all of these things are good. They're positive stuff. They're not negatives. So, yeah. Unless they abuse you, I agree, UTK. But there are more parents that love their children than abuse them, in my opinion. Maybe I've got a warped view of the world, but in my opinion, I think there's more parents out there, even when they're telling their kids off or punishing them for doing something bad. Most of those parents love their children and not actually doing it because they hate their kids or they want to hurt their children. It's because they're trying to guide them in a loving way, in a protectorate manner. Yeah. Cole says Sky News live feed comments full of vote restore. Good, Cole. So people can see that there is this kind of culture, class of cultures that are going on in this country right now, right? But we are a nation that has always included, even if we believe that if you're born on this soil, right, there's two ways originally that you would actually get to be a British citizen. And that would be if you were adopted in or whether you were born on the soil, right? And when I say adopted in, it was usually through marriage. You know, someone would fall in love, the parents would give permission for people to get married, they would then come and be here. Instead of having loads of little tribes, we had one massive big tribe. And most people shared the goals, values, and everything else. And to a relative level, I'm not saying that we never had crimes. I'm not saying that we've never had evil people in amongst us, because every culture has darker personalities. Every nation has darker personalities. But to the most, everybody knew where they stood. Everybody could understand each other. Everybody could monitor each other. Everybody got on. And what I mean by monitoring each other is, for example, back in the day, if I walked down the street and I overheard two local people conspiring to rob somebody's house, I'd be able to understand it because they were speaking in English. Yeah. And I may be able to go and warn the people that lived in that house, or if I couldn't do that, maybe I'd even go to the authorities. Yeah, I know people don't like grasses, but if someone's going to be put in danger, I still believe you've got to do the right thing, you know. Or maybe I'd go home and get my husband and his friends and say, oh, we need to go around there. It looks like they're going to break in and do something to that old lady or whatever, right? So you would know what to do and everything else. Now I can walk down the street and people can be talking very animatedly, and they could be talking very aggressively, and they could be appearing to be quite threatening towards one another. And I would not have a fucking clue what their argument's over. I wouldn't know that they were if they were about to fucking bomb me in 2 minutes, I wouldn't know because they're all talking in another language. And our government has actually fucking allowed that to happen. Yeah? Bible actually says if you have sex before marriage with a virgin, nothing about marrying a non-virgin. Interesting. So, you know, we've always had this understanding that if you're born on the soil and you're raised in the culture and you're of bloodline lineage, that is essentially what most citizens were, right? Now, we also believed, because we were quite a forward-thinking country, and it was the same for a lot of other countries around the world, that people can move to your country. They can apply through legal routes to become a British citizen because they might want to work here, live here, and be part of the culture and stay forever. And that worked really well. People had to swear in. People had to conform to the culture that was already here. People had to respect the culture that was already here. That was fine. But somewhere in the last 50 years, these wicked, evil Fabian people decided collectively that they can say that anybody can just stroll into your country and that anybody can apply for British citizenship. And they've done it the same Europe-wide. And that instantaneously these people are to be considered of the same mindset, but they're not. They're not of the same mindset. In fact, a lot of them that have got the British passport, they come here, they work, they might have the British passport, but they have the full intention of leaving this country at some point. They have the full intention of going back to their homeland. They even call it going back home. We're going to go back home at some point. Yeah? Which means that they're not thinking about a future in this country. They're using us as an economic zone. And it's led to all sorts of problems, very mild ones to larger ones from that mindset. It's a kind of usury. Yeah? It's like people are coming here to suck the blood and fuck off. It's vampirism. And I think British people are tired of it now. Reverend says, so people think it's about following rules to win a ticket to get heaven, but that's not the case. As soon as we take Jesus' hand, he won't let go. I don't think that you can judge that. I think it's only for God to judge. I think that the Bible tells you that you have to believe in Jesus and have some sort of faith for Jesus's power and the God's power to surge through you and to make you live in a godly way. I don't think, Rev, that you can guarantee that if you just say, if you stand up and just say, like the Pharisees do, that you believe in a God and you don't really, it's just words, you're not going to be helped, are you? You're not going to be helped. Do you honestly think God's going to help you if you don't actually believe? Because people do say the words without having faith. So I don't know, I think that you might have meant that a little different to how it's come across. I don't know. Not arguing with you, but whatever. So all of this has had an impact on our country, right? Irish said, can you let Violet know that her opening statement yesterday, she claimed Christians and Muslims was breaking fast and praying? Oh, I don't know what that's about, but I've let her know. Which is why I asked her a following question: what God is Muslims praying to? Yeah, the Pharisees followed strict rules, 625 of them. Okay. Does the Bible talk about the Pharisees, Violet? Because I know it does. What does the Bible tell you about the Pharisees, Bible? In the Bible? Does it tell you not to act like the Pharisees? Don't put on a top show of religion? Because it does. The whole point I'm making is that there are people that will make a show that they're godly, but actually deep down they're not. Yeah. So let's wait for Violet to tell me what is it that Jesus said about the Pharisees? I'm waiting for the answer, Violet. Exactly. He was basically saying, so when you come in here and say, all you've got to do is hold Jesus' hand and he'll do the rest, you haven't got to follow rules, you haven't got to do this, you haven't got to do that. Well, to a certain extent you do, because you have to listen to his word. You have to listen to the word of God. Yeah. And he does ask for obedience. Yeah. And he points out that you're not to be like the Pharisees, who are all top show. I mean, we all know about Matthew. So, Matthew 23, for example. Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Everything they do is done for people to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. In other words, they like to be like peacocks. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces and to be called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher and you are all brothers, and you do not call on anyone one on earth father, for you have one father and he's in heaven. Well, that's something that we all do as well. Nor are you to be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Messiah. The greatest among you will be the servant. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Yeah? So basically, you know, they're saying that don't do what the Pharisees do, which is show off your fucking, how pious you are. And we get a lot of that, don't we? We get a lot of that. So people who say, Jupiter, why do you get upset when there's a communal prayer with all these men sticking their backsides up in the air? Well, I can easily tell you why. Firstly, it's not appropriate for men to be bending over with their ass up in the air. I think it's wrong. Secondly, they're prostrating and they're acting like Pharisees. They're trying to show everybody just how pious they are. They're trying to use their religion as a way of putting others down. And that's why I don't agree with it. Simple as. Now, do I have a problem with an individual Muslim or Christian going to pray quietly over in the corner discreetly? No, I don't. But when you do it on a commercial level and you do it at a level where you're grandstanding, I have a problem with it. Of course I do. It's not part of my culture. It's not my culture or my faith to believe that you go and grandstand and that you use it for politics. It's like charity. How many times we've got to see people on here talking about what they've done for charity? You're supposed to give, not to receive. You're supposed to be humble. You're not supposed to let everybody know. You're not supposed to let the right hand know what the left hand's doing. All of these things are ingrained in us, even if we're not the most astute of followers of the faith. Even atheists don't believe in adultery or try to aspire to not having adultery. Even atheists try to aspire not to thieve. They don't like lying. They try to honor their parents. So all of this stuff, yeah, is what our religion was formed around. Our country was formed around. In fact, don't take it from me, actually. I think in the last couple of days I actually watched I think I might be able to, let me just see if I can get it up. If it's still there, let me see. Let's see. It should still be there. Here we go. Don't take it from me, because people say, well, why are you preaching? You're not. And I'm not trying to preach. I'm just giving you my opinion. So let's take it from this guy instead.
The more you've been ignorant, we call it having a stone heart. That means that you're separated from your deen. The more that you are opening to working to help everyone, even with something called zakat. Do you know what zakat is?
Yeah, it's charity.
Especially
it's a
to
tax.
people who doesn't even have to be.
It's a redistributed
okay,
tax.
But why do we have to do so?
It's a rule because you're commanded to.
Yeah, but why are we commanded to?
Because Allah commands it in His Quran. But are you aware? One second. Like if you're gonna bring up zakat, let's just point out that firstly, the first generation of Muslims didn't even know it was a pillar of Islam, because you fought an entire civil war on the fact that there were a whole group of Muslim tribes that thought that zakat was just a personal pledge to Muhammad, and that after he died, it was not due to be given to his successor. That's a fact. That's a fact. Muslims didn't even agree. Muslims did not even agree. The first generation of Muslims. Madam, the reality is that the first generation of Muslims weren't even sure that zakat was a part of their deen. But I want to go off all these red herrings and get back to the main point, which is that you have made a factually false claim, and you have not demonstrated with any evidence what you have said, which is that our Western law is based upon Sharia law. That is nonsense. It is historical nonsense, and it comes from two places: ignorance combined with arrogance. Because you're trying to say that things things like this bro showed you a little thing saying the jury system came from Islam. But if anyone reads Plato's writings, we know that the pagans were having juries even before Christianity. Christians have their own system of law. We base it on the 10 Commandments. That's where Christian law begins. Can you show me the 10 Commandments in the Quran? Do you know what the 10 Commandments are?
Yes.
Right, what is the first commandment?
I don't remember by name, but I know what they are and what they are.
Okay, so just roughly, in your own words, what's the first commandment? Okay, she doesn't know what the 10 Commandments are.
You asked me one thing.
Yeah.
Don't assume.
Okay.
That's the bad.
Okay, just tell me in your own words, what's the first commandment?
I'm not. No. Don't ask me 20 things. I'm now relying on the fact that you said, give me your facts.
So show me in the Quran the 10 Commandments. In the idea of inheritance, in Western law, men and women can equally inherit from their fathers. Is that an Islamic law?
I am still, if you keep on talking, and I kept telling you, just have a second.
Okay, so just to be clear, that's not Islamic either, because women can't inherit as much as men do. In Western law, while you're finding your thing, I'm just giving examples. No, she's finding her examples. One second. We're having a nice, calm conversation. Calm down. In Western law, adoption is a thing that is legally permissible. In Islam, adoption doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Sorry, hold on. You're finding your proofs. Right. Female mutilation.
What does it say, Bob?
In Al-Tamid 2160 and in Al-Mughni 163. It says in the fatwa of Al-Lajna Al-Dani Da'ima. Forgive me for those who are Arabic speakers. I'm not a native speaker. Listen, thus it is clear that the fuqaha of Islam are agreed that circumcision is prescribed for both males and females. So female is halal in Islam.
Thank you.
There's your evidence.
You have literally no power to read.
These are Muslims writing about female mutilation.
Muslims are writing this. Muslims are.
This is a Muslim source. This is a Muslim source.
Your name was Bob, right?
That's the name I use.
I will make a good example of how you treat my religion.
Go on.
I will, let's say I will have here. Sorry.
Yeah, let the lady speak, man.
Let's say I have a source here, a screenshot, like you do.
Yeah.
I'll write down your name and say, yeah, Christianity is the most dumbest thing ever. And let's say an example.
Like when the Quran says Christians are the worst of creatures. Let's use that as an example.
You can currently have the source. But every time I ask you for your source, you show me a weird ass screenshot. So any translation you have, it's very important to know where your translation is from.
Okay.
In hadith as well, even what we call is something called the weak hadith. We are supposed to follow the strongest one.
Yeah.
And how do we know when it's the strongest one? When all our facts are being checked upon and are 100% clear, then we know it's a strong hadith.
Yeah.
In Quran as well, when we are trying to translate, what is not recommended? To know an English translation.
Yeah.
It's not preferred. You can use the Arabic translation, but you have to go to a sheikh that is familiar and has studied the Quran to then give you the translation.
Okay.
You've been showing me 3 screenshots or 2 screenshots with someone's name on it. Yeah, I can write your name on something and tell you that's the same screenshot and it's proven. But you keep showing me this and you keep telling me and keep even defining with some bad words about my religion and then telling me, yeah, that's how my religion is. Well, I keep telling you that it's not how religion is. No. I have not finished yet. Then stop talking, please.
So allow me to reply. You said you were going to finish a sentence, and not another paragraph, right? So no, hold on one second. No. We're not.
I'm kept on talking to the camera and show me face sources.
Because hold on one second. You were saying that you have made a claim. No, you've made a claim.
I am going to make this last thing.
That your statement is just going on to another statement and another statement.
I am not done.
Madam, no, I'm sorry, madam. But the thing is, sorry, madam. The thing is, in a conversation, it is two-way thing.
But
the thing is,
the conversation anymore.
1 second.
It's
No,
not-
it's not.
Why?
So,
Why? Because
madam,
that's the
you made a claim. You made a claim. You made a claim that was factually false.
No, it's not factually false.
It's factually false, and you have provided zero evidence. Zero evidence to all of your claims. Can you show me? Show me.
You cannot.
I got it from Saudi Arabia. Like, the thing is, madam, you're not finishing a point. You're just going from point to point to point to point to point.
That's how this whole conversation you're trying to assume to me that it's been going.
Because
You've every 2 minutes have been stating every time a new fact, and then I should be responding, and then you'll say,
but you haven't responded to any. You made a thesis. Your thesis was that Western law was built on Islamic law. And I asked you for evidence, and you have provided zero evidence to this claim. And I have demonstrated through examples in history that Europe has its own tradition of law. Now, that is not a factually disputable claim.
500
It is
you haven't got the language.
apparently for 500 years ago we didn't even have a language here. Arrogance and ignorance underpin these kinds of statements.
Ali is here to rescue.
No. Ali, Ali. So when I come into your conversations, you won't be complaining, will you?
I will say one thing and then leave okay, because I have a flight.
Okay, I'd like to give you a gift for your flight.
No, I don't.
You don't want the gift. You don't want the gift.
No, I don't accept
Fair
it.
enough. Okay.
Yeah. Sir, I will say one thing.
Go on.
If you want to know the facts, give me right sources first of all. Don't make statements. If I gave you no. If I gave you a peer-reviewed article, if I gave you a no, wait a second. I will make my final statement, sir.
Yeah.
If I gave you a peer-reviewed articles done by not 1, 3, but it's like 6 doctors.
Their opinions. They are.
Your life is an opinion, I guess.
That's just an opinion.
Hey, sir,
That's just an opinion.
Nah, your life.
That's just an opinion. So what we saw, ladies and gentlemen, what did we see? We saw arrogance and ignorance on display.
So there you have it. Our laws are based on our scriptural beliefs. That's how they were founded, how they come about. I'm not saying that people need to have those laws and they wouldn't be moral or whatever, because it's now so ingrained within our society that even if people all stop going to church, they'll still fucking find lying a bad thing. They would all know that adultery is a negative thing. They would all know that disrespecting your parents is a negative thing, but all I'm saying is that is what our country revolved around. And when you get ignorant people that come in like that woman into our country and do not understand and have an arrogance and believe that they're superior and think that their faith is superior, and then start getting themselves into positions of power, and then started making policies that favour these arrogant people, we're being usurped. We're being usurped. And that's only on the milder level. Then when you look at the terrorism, when you look at what's happened with, people keep saying, they're trying to stave off civil war, right? For me, my outlook is this. We're already in civil war. We probably have been in civil war, low-level civil war for what? 20, 30 more years? It's just that we didn't know. We didn't know because they did it on the sneak in a terroristic way. And what I mean by that is that they believed that they were at war with the West, these extreme radicals. They believed they were at war with the West, and they had this supremacy arrogance that made them believe that the women of our country and children were fair game for sexual abuse. And it's got to such epidemic levels now that you can't ignore it because it's a daily occurrence and everything else, and everybody knows it. And all the ordinary citizens of this country are asking for It's a safeguarding for women and children, and dare I say it, men now, because there's young men that are actually being attacked as well, and animals. You know, there's cases of them attacking animals and all, which is unbelievable. All we're asking is that people can live safely, freely. And yet they brand people like that racist for standing up and saying, hold on a minute, there's something going on here. Girls are getting attacked on a greater scale. Women are getting attacked on a greater scale. Children are getting attacked on a greater scale. It's not working, right? And when you watch, like, say the other day, when you see AY down at Ramsgate and you see 604 people come in, not a woman amongst them. Yeah? Not a woman amongst them. You've got to ask yourself, okay, we're not saying that all of those 604 are going to be somebody that's actually going to go on to attack, right? We're not saying this, right? But what we are saying is that there does seem to be some sort of mindset or ideal that these people collectively carry, where if they do go on to commit these offences, they don't see nothing wrong with it. They don't see nothing wrong with it. And on top of that, where are the women and children? Why is it all men? Why is it all men? Why are you adding to the problem? Exactly, Louise. We're not stupid enough to believe it's everyone. But if you can't see the bigger picture, then you're lying to yourself. You're deceiving yourself and you're trying to deceive others. Yeah? And the thing is, from my outlook, when you've been a mother, right? And I think a lot of these people can't have children. And if they have, they've got kids that are not old enough to actually go out into the big wide world without being supervised yet. Because let me tell you something, right? I've raised 8 children. And as a mother that wants to raise 8 children and get them to adulthood, the one thing that you do is weigh up risks every fucking day. Should I buy a bunk bed? Has a bunk bed got bed guards? Are they going to have a fire in their bedroom? I've got to go and get a cage to put around the fire. Okay? On firework night, are we going to do our own bonfire and we're going to have sparklers? We'll make sure there's a bucket of water. You know, all of these kind of things you do, all little things, but all up to bigger things. You learn them the green cross code. You learn them not to play with sharp knives. You learn them to keep away from fucking hot flames. You know, above 2 inches of water, don't go in that. Don't paddle around it without supervision. You can't swim. Once you can swim, that's okay, but don't go deeper than when you can stand up. Don't go into waters that got tidal waves or fucking going to be during extreme weather conditions. All of these, don't dive off a diving board if there's not going to be enough water to sustain the depth of what you're going to dive, because you could fucking end up paralyzed. Don't go on holiday when you're a young adult and fucking jump off a balcony into a swimming pool. I know there's plenty of adults out there that have never had mothers who've told them all this stuff. Yeah? But there's plenty of us that do. There's plenty of us that do. Because the one thing that women are good at is weighing up the risks to safety. And we can see, right, that our women and children are under great threat. Yeah? We can all see it. We've all been speaking about it for as long as I've been on the internet now. I've been speaking about it. Right? And we can all see that there's loads of people that give platitudes like Jess Phillips and all these other people. Oh, yeah, they're looking for women's rights, this, that and the other, whilst eroding women's rights, whilst putting us in danger, whilst ignoring the groomed girls and all the rest of it, whilst the Epstein files is going on and all the rest of it, everything that's been coming out, the Jimmy Saviles, all the rest of it, yeah. But not even just the sexual side of it, the violent side of it. People going to work getting stabbed into the head 23 times. Other people just casually sitting at a bus stop, you know, elderly ladies whose partners have died and they live in the countrysides getting broken into and murdered and raped. People walking their dogs. We're being gaslit. And most people have woke up to the fact that they're being gaslit because the threats are now coming into their communities, on their doorsteps and on their streets. And so there are more and more people waking up. Now, people understand that this level of bringing people in is not going to work. Okay? And it's not going to work because even if only a quarter of every time some of those boats come in, even if it's only a quarter, even if it's only 1/10, right? Even if it's only 10%. So let's say 604 immigrants came in the other day and only 60 of them are likely to go on to commit some kind of sexual fucking offence, right? There's still 60 offences that we should never have had. But it all starts to add up when you take 10% of the daily amount and they're all men. So the risk is increased because you're not even diluting it by bringing women in. It's all men. And the pool of women that we've got here is not getting bigger. It's getting smaller. Yeah? And more rapes are going on. I mean, it's almost like some of these mindsets are not mathematicians, but that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Seriously. Because what did Neil deGrasse say? The Muslims had the golden age, but then they had a new leader that come in and told them that knowledge was bad. Oh, my God. A woman stumbled across the barracks training migrants for a war in Ireland's countryside. I think, personally, that there's probably people in Britain that are training for war as well. You know? Let me see if I can find that little thing that Neil deGrasse said. Right, here we go. How long is this? Let me see how long this is. Right, this will do. So we share this one instead. You know, when I speak, right, people often think that I just speak out my arse. Oh, here goes you, but you don't know what you're talking about. No, I do know what I'm talking about, right? So here we go.
I would say that although, as shown by this statement, there is opposition to specific scientific ideas within Western Christianity, there's not really an opposition to the idea of science itself, only to some of its conclusions. I think this is different in the world of Islam. And it's really quite tragic because, as we know, Islam led the world in science in the 9th century at a time, I mean, the famous statement by Philip Hitti in his book about the Arabs that the caliphs Al-Mamun and Al-Rashid were delving into Greek philosophy and science at a time when Charlemagne and his nobles were struggling with the art of writing their names. Many of the scientists of this great period of Islamic science were rather non-religious. Some of them, like Razi's, actually hostile to religion. Although some, I must say, like Al-Tuzi and Avicenna were quite religious. But it was a mixed picture. But then there was a reaction against science in the Islamic world in the 12th century. And it was not a reaction so much against any one particular conclusion of science as against the very idea of laws of nature. because it was felt that the laws of nature put God's hands in chains. This was particularly the view of an influential philosopher, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, who wrote a book, The Incoherence of the Philosophers. He rejected the idea of the laws of nature. He explained, for example, that if you put a piece of cotton in the fire and it turns black and smolders, it's not because of the heat, it's because God wants it to turn black and smolder. Everything is a special occasion for the will of God. Whether it was al-Ghazali's influence or whatever, or perhaps the depression due to military defeats in Spain, Islamic science really ended by the end of the 12th century. And today we have the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt that calls for an end of education in science. I had a dear friend, now no longer with us, Abdus Salam, a Pakistani, although like all scientists I know of Muslim origin who do significant work, he was educated and works in the West, not in Muslim countries. He tried for many years to get the oil-rich states of the Persian Gulf to invest in universities, including science education. And he found that they were quite open to the idea of technology, but tried to divorce it from fundamental science because they felt that fundamental science would pose problems for their religious faith. My feeling is they were probably right about that.
I want to call something to your attention that we all know intuitively, whether or not you've thought about it explicitly. You go around the world and you find times and places where nations have excelled in one subject or another. There's a birth of that period of where they excel, and then there's a peak, and sometimes it drops off, and sometimes they hang on. And so you can ask the culture of that. What was going on in that nation to support those discoveries? And then what happened when they ended? And so I call that sort of naming rights. If you were there first and you did it best, you name things. Particle physics in this country, in the United States, was like going gangbusters after the Second World War. And the discovery of atomic elements, look at the periodic table. There's berkelium, californium, you know, we got half the United States up there in the upper, heavier elements of the periodic table. Am I right there, Sir Weinberg? Okay. That's not because the world liked California or Berkeley. It's because the work was done here. It's because there was an effort to excel in just those subjects. And it shows up in other ways. Well, I'll give you just briefly. You know, part of the naming rights is that you don't have to name it. So, for example, while we didn't invent the internet, we certainly exploited it here in America. We did that sort of first and best. And so your email address does not end in .us. Everybody else is in the world, they got to say what country they came from. We don't, okay? It's simple, but it's the consequence of being there first and doing it better than anyone had done it before. Do you know that the British postage stamp is the only postage stamp in the world that does not identify the country of origin? Because they invented postage stamps. So why should they have to say what country it is? It's their invention, okay? Check them out. It's just the facts of this. The constellations of the night sky, it's the Greek and Roman, and it's lasted to this time because they did a really good job thinking that stuff up. All the mythologies of the heavens, that really stuck with us. All right, so I'm gonna make a larger point, not to get gratuitous on you here, but September 11th, 2001, as we all know, this was going on in New York City. This is the view outside of my window. I live 4 blocks from ground zero. Excuse me, this is the corner of the building in which I live. I went outside to get this view. I was at the time judging whether I should go collect my daughter, who was in an elementary school 2 blocks north of the North Tower. North is to the right in this picture. So I want to get a closer view with a highly magnified zoom lens to see what, while that was happening, the plane flew into the South Tower. And so no one was thinking terrorism until the second one was hit. The first one was just sort of a bad tragedy. And so these are just 3 frames from my camcorder. This is at t=0. This is 1 second, well, like actually a fraction of a second. The plane was moving probably 500 miles an hour. And just to understand, the black building, that black sort of monolithic building, that is 50 stories tall. This is New York City, people. So tall buildings are kind of, they're just all over the place. And that's just a hotel, a 50-story hotel. And it's the towers are foreshortened because they're at the angle at which this is shown. I put these up because a few days after this, President Bush, I don't remember where he said this, on the steps of the White House, in the Rose Garden or at the Capitol, in an attempt to distinguish we from they, the terrorists who flew these planes into the buildings and into the, that went down in Pennsylvania and in Washington, to distinguish we from they, he loosely quotes a phrase out of the Bible by saying, our God is the God who named the stars. Now, this is before I was on his Rolodex, okay? Because I could have helped him out there. The fact is, of all the stars that have names, 2/3 of them have Arabic names. So this was not, I don't think, his intent with that message. Okay? While the constellations are Greek and Roman, the names are Arabic, all right? And the list just goes on and on and on and on. And so where does this come from? How does this happen? How do you get stars named with Arabic names? How does this happen? And it happens because, of course, because, hang on, just catching up with myself here. Okay, it happens because there was this particularly fertile period that Professor Weinberg duly discussed. And around that period, that 300-year period, the intellectual center of the world was Baghdad. Baghdad. It was completely open to all visitors, all travelers, Jews, Christians, doubters, which today we might call atheists. They were all there exchanging ideas, all of them. All of them. And it was that period where you had the advances in like engineering and biology and medicine and mathematics. All right. Our numerals are called what? Arabic numerals. They ever stop and think about that? You know, who as in America, do we take pause at this? Why are they called Arabic numerals? Okay, they fully exploit the discovery of the zero, create a whole field called algebra, itself an Arabic word. Algorithm is an Arabic word. All this is going on, and it's all traceable, not to some long 1,000-year tradition in Islam. It's traceable to this 300-year period. This 300-year period. And then, so they had naming rights. The most expensive, beautifully carved astrolabes come out of this period. There's a great collection of these at the Adler Planetarium in Chicago, if you ever want to check them out. So navigation, celestial navigation, all of this is traceable to this period. And so something happened. And what happened, as was previously described, I was told, and forgive me for repeating from what you might have heard, 12th century kicks in, and then you get the influence of this scholar, Al-Ghazali, all right? And so out of his work, you get the philosophy that mathematics is the work of the devil. And nothing good can come of that philosophy. That combined with other sort of codification, philosophical codifications of what Islam was and would become, the entire intellectual foundation of that enterprise collapsed, and it has not recovered since. Over that period, all these books were translated into Arabic on a scale not seen since then. If you're a historian, typically you focus on history as marked by changes of kings and leaders and wars. That's the lens through which many historians look at the past. And so if you ask people, they'll say, oh, the Mongols sacked Baghdad, and so that's why it all ended. If that were the only force operating, then later, when the Islamic culture rose, you would still see this tradition of scientific innovation. But it has not recovered. It has not come back at all. But we all know tomorrow's economies will be founded on on innovations in science and technology, and of course that gets cut short if we lose our civilization, as what happened in Islam in 1100. And the last thought I'll leave you with, which concerns me greatly, if you do the math, okay, just you look at all the Nobel Prize winners there ever were, some even in this room, and ask how many were Muslim. And it's like 1, maybe 2. Okay, I think a second one was in economics. And the one we referred to was described earlier, the co-winner of the Nobel Prize with Professor Weinberg, Abdul Salam. And he's not Middle Eastern Muslim, he's Pakistani Muslim. Okay, now, how many Nobel Prizes are won by Jews? It's like the 4th of the Nobel Prizes, okay? Some high fraction of the total. And then you look, how many Muslims are there in the world? It's like 1 billion Muslims. How many Jews? 15 million tops, okay? So you to ratio these numbers, had Islam not collapsed in its intellectual standing in the year 1100, and you just do the ratios, they would have every single Nobel Prize today. So the fact that it's not only just a few, it's near zero, it is deeply worrying. I'm concerned about what's lost, what brilliance may have expressed itself and did not in that community over the past 1,000 years.
Lecture given by Neil, which I enjoyed immensely, but there's one minor point of disagreement. I think he got something factually incorrect. And that is, he talked about the glories of the Arab civilization, about Baghdad, which I agree with wholeheartedly. But then he referred to Arabic numerals, that they invented the number system as we know it with 0 and numbers. In fact, these should be called Indian numerals. They actually originated in India in the 2nd century AD and then were transmitted to the Arabs, and from there to the West. And Western scholars therefore refer to it as Arabic numerals. But that doesn't contradict the spirit of what you're saying, which I agree with.
So, as you can see, yeah, Muslims did have a golden age. It was based on knowledge that come from India. They actually built on the foundations of that knowledge when it came to mathematics, which actually made their minds expand between 800 and 1000. Yeah. But since then, because of Islamic teachings, they've gone backward and they've never recovered. Never recovered. And we're supposed to be able to get on with mindsets that are like that. Now, I'm not talking about some of the British-born people that have gone through an education system here, because I'm sure there are some very well-educated Muslims that have been raised in Britain, because the British education system, as it used to be, not now with the wokeism, as it used to be, was very, very good. Yeah? I'm not someone that believes that the bell curve is really something. It exists, and it is a fact of life, but I do believe that if you give somebody the same nurturing and the same education as an average European or Westerner, you will end up with somebody that's a bit more intelligent, right? I'm talking about all these lot that are coming in. Loads and loads and loads and loads of them. They can't even understand basic mathematics. How do you expect them to have reason and logics in their head when they're with their actions? How do you expect them to have self-discipline if they actually believe they're superior? When they come from worlds where they can do what the hell they like to women, and there is no justification for the women's rights. There's none. And so I sit here and I think, I don't hate Jews. I don't hate all Muslim people. I don't hate all black people. But the detrimental effect, we've got to be truthful about where it's coming from. And it is to do with the Islamic invasion. Yeah. It is to do with the Islamic invasion and the Islamic mindset going into our parliament, our establishments, and the way they think is not the same. The way they prioritise is not the same. But the one thing that we can't do is sit and say that it's based on skin colour, because that's not true. It's not true. A lot of these countries have got very light-skinned people that have the same beliefs as the very dark-skinned people. It's all to do with what they believe. It's all to do with their belief system. Which is why I've always supported Tommy Robinson, because Tommy Robinson has got Muslim friends, but he doesn't like Islam. And he sees the problems and he's pointed the problems out. Now, the whole reason I'm talking about this is because I'm trying to explain to those people that think it's a Jewish conspiracy and we've got to blame the Jews for everything, this, that, and the other. And Jupiter, why don't you just agree completely with the ethno-nats? And for me, even the word ethno-nat, I don't like it. I don't like it. Because the reality is, yeah, as a British woman who is white, who knows and can see the oppression towards white people, yeah, and Western people in this part of the world that I live in, and the changes that have happened, I think we've got just as much right to stand up and go, hold on a minute, our community, these policies you're bringing in, it's actually causing problems, yeah, and we are the majority community in this country, and we should be the majority community in this country because it's our homeland, just like every other country has got a homeland. That's my position. My position is Israel's entitled to have a homeland. So are we. So are we. My position is it's not racist to stand up and say I'm being hated on because my skin is white. It's actually calling out the racists. And equally so, I don't like the racists that have gone on at Barakah, the handful of fucking little schoolboys who think it's funny and think it's clever. And in recent days, I did see Barakah come out with a little stream, and he said that he wrote to somebody that he wanted to join Restore or something. I don't know how. I mean, if it was only membership, I'm sure his membership would have been accepted. But I'm thinking that maybe he wanted to be a bit more than just a member or something. I don't know. And apparently somebody sent him back a silly little email. If it's true, by the way, and I've got no reason to doubt Barakah. Yeah. No, we're going to get blacks out first. But that's obviously some little knob talking shit. To see that as a representative of Rupert Lowe's office is just ridiculous. People are getting confused with people that are activists, people that are influencers, people that are just YouTubers, people that are auditors, to people that are actually at the in the organisation of Restore. And it's pathetic. It's pathetic because I want Rupert Lowe to do something because I believe that he can. And the reason that I believe that Rupert Lowe can do something is because he's got a track record of doing what he says. Do you know, since Nigel Farage has been going into the Houses of Parliament representing reform, he's asked 22 questions. Only 22 questions. In the same period of time, yeah, Rupert Lowe has asked 2,200. Sat in committees, done petitions that have actually persuaded people to change, even stop going in directions that they were going in, and pulling up people and exposing the system's failures. Exactly, Dean. All Tommy Robinson wants is to stop the boats and stop the grooming, yeah. And basically what the ordinary citizen is asking for is, listen, it's all going wrong. The policies are not working. People are put in graver danger. We want the women and children safe. We want all the violence to fucking slow down and stop. We know that there's always going to be outliers who are fucking nutcases, but you don't have to keep increasing them. We want the immigration stopped. We want it all stopped because it's not working, and we need to rehaul it and we need to change it. And the person that has got all of those answers at the moment is Rupert Lowe. So Band Again says reform has been excluded from all the parliamentary committees. Maybe so, Band Again. But it doesn't stop Rupert standing up in the House of Commons and asking questions on things that he's observed himself elsewhere. Does it? Doesn't stop him doing petitions, does it? And it doesn't stop him doing exactly what Rupert Lowe did when Nigel Farage claimed he was going to do an inquiry and didn't bother, but Rupert Lowe did. Add to that the integrity of the fact that he gives his wages every month to charity. Add to that the integrity that when he had imbeciles, and I do mean it's imbecilic, to actually donate £5,000. So an imbecile donated £5,000 to the grooming gang inquiry. And because he didn't get enough updates like he thought he was going to get, because he thought he was more important than everybody else because he put £5,000 in, which was a donation. Now, does anybody know the difference between a donation and a transaction? I hope you do. I hope we're all decent people here who actually understand the real world and not nutcases who like to propagandize and change words up and change the meanings. If you give a donation is given with goodwill, expecting nothing back. So you can't a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, how long it was, start writing to someone saying, I gave you £5,000 for a grooming gang inquiry and you're not updating me quickly enough. There is no right to be updated. There is no, it was a donation. You gave a donation towards something. And then when you get told, well, if you're not happy about how long it's taking or the way it's going or the way that I am doing my investigations, I can always return the money. And you say, yeah, actually, I want to take you up on that. I want to take that money back. Yeah? Well, you've lost integrity, completely lost integrity. Because you gave a donation. Now, had the grooming inquiry never came about and that money got taken and, you know, nothing ever got done, then, yeah, you would have been a saviour or a hero to stand up and say, look, people gave money for an inquiry and it's never been done. But there was an inquiry done. There was. And you took your money back from it, so you're not even part of it. You know? Rupert Lowe actually done something, and those two things show his integrity. Now, are there idiots hanging around, jumping on the opportunity to try and cause division? Yeah, there's about 10 of them, right? There's probably little keyboard warriors that are more than 10, but the 10 that really push themselves to highlight themselves because they want a bit of notoriety, they're just fucking idiots. I don't think anybody takes them serious. Everybody that I speak to, I do not hear people saying that they like Steve Laws, apart from idiots. Yeah? And I can count on my fingers that even if I wanted to, I could name them. I can't be bothered. People that I've heard say, oh, Steve Laws is something good. Everybody else just looks at him like a knobhead. And so when they branded all of those people that are like me, that can see that Rupert Lowe's got integrity, that will wait, yeah? Let's be honest about it. We all sat there. Well, I know I did. I did several streams saying my ideal dream team would include Rupert Lowe. This was a long time before he fucking said he was doing a party. My idea of a dream team would be Rupert Lowe. If Rupert Lowe did a party, many people would swing to his favour. This was a long time before he come out and said he was definitely doing a party. When he hinted at it, I covered it and I said, I really hope he means this. He's hinting at it. Look, he's hinting at it. I really hope he's going to do it. So for people to think that people just completely jumped ship because it was new and shiny, no. No, no, no. People in their hearts knew that Rupert Lowe was a good person. People in their hearts were hoping that Rupert Lowe would come out and do a party. And people did think at the initial stage that Ben Habib and Rupert Lowe would be a dream team because they only saw the front-facing Ben Habib. Nobody saw the passive-aggressive Ben Habib or the bloke who took his $5,000 back or the bloke who was throwing his toys out the pram. Nobody knew about that. We only see the good side of him. After seeing the bad side, I can totally understand why Rupert Lowe wouldn't want to go down the road of merging with him. Now, I'm going to take a look at a conversation that happened on Danny Roscoe's. Big up Danny Roscoe. And we're going to have a little look at that, I think. We're also going to look at, well, actually, before that, Wendy last night, before we move on to that one, Wendy last night did a stream where she played a full Paul Falk video that I hadn't even seen because I must have gone live to talk about the one where he said that he was leaving, not realising that he'd also done one ranting in the car, which was rather bizarre. So I am going to look at that first, actually, I think. I'm going to go to the Paul Falk in the car first. And I just think it's really sad. I was going to do the Lubna one. I'm not going to bother, but, well, I might actually go and have a little look at Lubna's. But first of all, I'm going to look at Paul in the car.
Hold on, bear with me. Oh, gonna be one of those days today, I can tell. That's better. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's wait for a few people to get into the room. Hi, Raz. How you doing? Good afternoon. Hello, Gaza. Welcome back, everyone, from a pretty humid day today here in Spain. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to see you all. So, I guess most of you will have seen my video this morning. And I am here to answer a few questions, to answer a few critics. In fact, tonight, the plan is, if all goes to plan, the plan is to go live this evening and give people a chance to come onto the channel and slag me off, say whatever they want to say, and I will answer their questions because I hide from nobody. The internet at the moment is rife with people criticising myself, Richard, Jeff Taylor.
So He says he hides from nobody, but he's living in Spain. And the reason that he told us he's living in Spain is because he thinks that he's going to get stopped at the airport by a terrorist police, anti-terrorism. And the reason that he believes that is because his friend Danny got pulled up by the airport police. And he's worried about coming back into the country and being pulled up. So you do sort of hide from people, and fair dues. If you think that you've done nothing wrong and that they're after you and whatnot, I'm not going to sit here and comment on that. But it's hard to say that you don't hide from anyone when you actually fled the country. I mean, that's a bit rich.
Jeff's Richard. Basically, anyone and everyone that isn't falling in line, doing as they're told, in agreeing with everything that a certain group of people are saying. So, yeah, I'm here this morning, or this afternoon now, isn't it, to just give you a brief follow-up to my video this morning, my reasons behind it. Yep, too many negative vibes. Yep, vibes. Vindicator on your case, guess you know already. I don't really care, to be honest. I've given up with these people. These people have got very limited foresight. Let's put it that way. Very limited foresight. And look, this
now I disagree with him there. So they're talking about Vindicator, right? Now I don't always agree with Vindicator on everything. You know, if I disagree with him on something, I'll say I disagree with him on something. I've never met someone that I agree with 100%. But I do think that Vindicator does make some very articulate points, and that he does make well thought out points, and he rationalises why he thinks what he thinks. So I think that's a bit unfair. I think Vindicator does rationalise stuff. And I think that Paul Thorpe would have been wise to listen to some of the points that he raised. The problem is with people like Paul Thorpe, you get stuck in a bubble and you think you're always right. I know that I'm not always right, okay? Quite often I've got things spectacularly wrong. I can even laugh at myself when I get things wrong. But the fact of the matter is, I've not put myself into a college or tried to get myself into a position where I'm a spokesman for Tommy Robinson, or try to convince people that I'm a spokesman for Tommy Robinson, because I would say this. I would say that Tommy's his own man, right? And he'll say what he believes. He might listen to people and think, oh, that sounds reasonable and rational. But he is his own man. And I think that people need to understand that. You know? So he takes everything a bit too personal.
You know, this is what makes me laugh. And I'm going to be honest with you guys now. I've always tried to be honest with my audience, but I'm going to be super duper honest with you. I like to keep my audience happy. I try, and I've always tried to keep my audience happy, but I've got to be honest with you, as much as I love, and I really do mean that I love a lot of my audience, I've come to the realization, the conclusion, that I've got to stop trying to please people. I've got to just be honest with myself. And I've just got to...
Yeah, that's exactly what you should do. Ask my audience how many times they've got pissed off with me, fucked off for a couple of weeks, and then come back. Yeah? Just be honest with yourself. You can't please 100 people. You can't please all of the people all of the time. Someone's always going to get fucked off. And if you believe that you're standing on your square, you stand on your square. You know, other people might not like it. They might gaslight you. They might do fucking streams on you. They might set up channels. I've been so blessed. I've had people so dedicated to me. It's brilliant. You know, channels, fucking clickbait channels, fucking cartoons of me, animations of me, Jupiter the dwarf, Jupiter the fucking sex goddess, Jupiter the ugly ape. I've had it all. Some of them are fucking brilliant, to be honest with you. I can remember one time some bloke did a fucking trolling video of me and Hector dancing around a Christmas tree. I asked them if I could have a copy of it, and they never played it again. You know? Yeah, ice cream Jupiter. And that was my own intervention, though. That was mine. That was mine. Sexually harming an ice cream. I've never heard of that one before. It's fucking brilliant when they come out with that.
Be honest with my audience, and if I lose subscribers, and this week I've lost about 500 subscribers, well, good riddance to those people. Good riddance to people who are so...
Now that's mad. I can't believe that he actually knows that he's lost 100 subscribers. I am not that fixated on my subscribers to know whether they go up or down. You know, I was actually surprised a couple of weeks ago when I realised that I'd actually gone over 3K subscribers a few months ago, a couple of months ago. I was shocked. I was like, hold on, I thought I only had 1.5. To actually be that focused that if you lose 100 subscribers, it's something that you're going to worry about. God.
Wrapped up in their own mind that they refuse to listen to anyone else's opinion, or refuse to listen and debate before going, I'm going to unsubscribe. Well, unsubscribe. See you later. Thank you very much for the nice comments coming in. I can see them as well.
What do you mean debate, though, Paul? Because I don't think that I came onto your channel to try and explain to you a position, and you didn't really want to have a debate. You didn't really want to talk. It's like you haven't got time to speak to in depth with anybody because you just want to do these sort of like 5 minutes. Okay, now you're gone kind of situation. I've not really seen you going anywhere to debate with anybody that's in opposition to you. Not the left. Not any of them, not people that might believe that Rupert's the way to go. I've not seen you debate anybody. What I have seen you do is go and sit on channels where you feel they're going to shore up your beliefs. I think the nearest you got to it was Libna's. And I have to say, all the criticism that I've given Libna, she did push back on you because I've actually gone and watched it in full now. And she did push back on a lot of things and tried to tell you some own truths, which I was quite surprised about, actually. Actually, it's notched her up a couple of notches in my opinion of her. Because she did actually try to lay it out to you in layman's terms. And you still didn't get it. It was weird.
Don't like the things you said about Rupert. It's being dishonest. No. Actually, I'm taking this stick because I've been honest. I'm taking the abuse that I'm getting now from YouTubers who have no idea what's going on in the background, none. And the reason they don't know what's going on in the background is because they haven't been in the background. They haven't been party to the emails that were sent from Ben Habib to Rupert Lowe. I've read every single one of them.
This is ridiculous, Paul. See, I do feel sorry for Paul in a little bit of a way, right? Because I think he's had a very blessed kind of life. I know that he did have that situation where people attacked him outside his shop, which must have been very traumatic. But that was a one-off incident. I don't think he really... I don't know. I get the opinion, the impression that he's pretty sheltered. He's had a pretty sheltered life because if he can't... I'm not saying that people should have to put up with online abuse, right? I'm not saying that. I do wish there was a way to stop some of the online abuse where people go into people's private business and dox people's names and go after their children and put children's pictures out there and false propaganda. But everybody's had it, from Tommy right to the very last person who says they support Tommy. From anybody on the right, we've all had it. You know, even people who only sit mainly in comments. I mean, I could pull people out now from our comments right now. I mean, you know, that have only ever spoken in comments, and people have still tried to go and find who they are. So for him to sit there and really, at this moment in time, be more worried about negative YouTube comments towards him than actually understanding why people are saying that they're going over to restore, I think is showing you that he prioritizes things wrong. He's prioritizing what people think of him and not what people are wanting for the country. And this is my kind of problem, because I just want to live in a safe country. Yeah, that's all I want. I want women and children to be safe. Now, I know that there's always going to be the odd atrocity or someone breaking the law, but I think we can reduce the levels, because we didn't live in a society with the levels as high as this before. And there is a direct correlation with the people that are coming in. And anyone that wants to deny that, right, you need to get your head out the sand now. You do. Because there is a direct correlation, and it can be proven with statistics. You know?
And I know what's been going on in the background. So those people that are slagging me off now and that are unsubscribing, fine. You carry on believing what you want to believe, and I'll continue to tell the truth. And if the truth isn't good, then I'll just take it on the chin. Hi, Paul. Do you think you could get Dino Bain or Bo from Lotus Eaters come on for a chat on the show? I feel it's all just a big understanding. Sorry, Cyberstar. It's not a big misunderstanding. It's not a big misunderstanding. Anyone that listened to Bo's rhetoric on Lotus Eaters last night on Lubna's channel, there's so many comments in that I've got a comment here on
Right, now, I don't know if people remember this, right? I mentioned a few weeks ago, Danny Roscoe was actually on my channel. And I said to Danny Roscoe, that Bo is started up a talk show in the mornings, but I ain't going to be listening to him, because not only do I find him boring, and I find him a bit too much. And that is my situation on him, right? That's how I feel about Bo. Danny Roscoe said, oh, I thought he was cool. That was it. End of conversation. I'm not going to follow Bo around and tell him how I feel about him and moan about him and argue with him. And if I think he says something worthwhile that I actually want to critique, I will. But I think that he's just somebody that enjoys being a bit of a push the buttons kind of guy. Yeah? That's what I think about Bo. I think if you were to get him on serious, to talk seriously about politics without the pushing the buttons and the hyperboles that he does, actually he's not a bad person. But I just don't like the way that he does the push the buttons kind of material. But it works for him. You know, it works for him.
Anyone that listens to that kind of language and that kind of rhetoric from Bo, it goes further than a mere misunderstanding.
The fact is, Paul, this is where you're taking things far too seriously, because there's a lot of people in my side chat that don't even listen to that bloke. me included. There's a lot of people, probably in vindicators, that don't even listen to Bo. There's probably loads of people that are not civic nationalists, not ethno-nationalists, who just want something done for the safety of their children. That is all they're asking about. That's all they're concerned about. The safety levels, the crime levels, the rapes, the murders. They don't want their kids stabbed. They don't want their kids raped. They don't want to be raped themselves. They don't want their wives raped. They don't want any of this nonsense. They want to be able to freely walk their dogs without being told they're racist. All of the rest of this stuff is what we're concerned about. Yeah? We do not believe that Bo is Rupert. That's the problem with Paul. He's mistaking Bo for Rupert. No. When I listen to what the individual is saying. Rupert is the one that's in politics. Rupert is the one that's coming forward with all these policies and what he believes should be done. And I'm going to take him at his word because I've seen him give his word on the grooming gangs and follow it through. I've seen him say he's going to give his wages away to charity and follow it through. So I think his word is good. I don't know, Bo. Now, Bo might be one of the people that is able to, through Cole Benjamin, to be able to go and talk to Rupert and say, oh, you know, this is what I think from my perspective. But do you think that Rupert Lowe's only going to listen to Bo? Are you that daft that you think that politicians only listen to an handful of men over there? This is where it makes me laugh. We've got a whole government, an establishment telling us we're not allowed to judge 100% of Muslims as bad people for the real Islamic extremists who want to behead, groom, kill, murder, rape, pillage. But apparently, we've got to judge all of Rupert Lowe's party based on some words that some bloke called Bo said. It's ridiculous. This is where I don't understand. You know, there's a word that I don't really use a lot, but I'm going to use it today. People have forgotten how to compartmentalize. That's the problem that's going on here. They're pushing everything and clouding everything into everything. They're mixing up politicians with YouTubers and politicians with influencers and politicians with activists. And don't get me wrong, at some point they do merge over a little bit because there's influence going on. But if he really thinks that all of Rupert Lowe's policies are based on Bo, I think that's mental. I really do. I think you've got mental illness. I think you've got mental illness if you think one man is going to put all his eggs in the basket on one other man. Especially when he's got himself into politics. Yeah, they've either lost the plot or it's deliberate division. I agree with you on that, Buddha.
I'll tell you what the misunderstanding has been. There's a massive kickback against against Ben. There's a massive kickback against Ben. And there's a massive kickback against people like myself, like Richard, like Jeff Taylor. The kickback has come because we will not indulge in some of the rhetoric that is going to cause further division.
No, I disagree. So there was a particular stream on Dan Wootton's where Nick Tenconi went on and said that he offered his hand of merging in with Rupert Lowe. And Rupert Lowe is very wise, said, well, mergers are very hard to do because of the inner cores, the intricacies of the way that some parties have got different internal management and setups. He said what he would suggest is that people on the right remain allies and that they all stay in their own lane and continue what they're doing. Because if there is a time to merge, the time is not now. It would more than likely be before the next general election. And everyone was like, okay, it's sad. We would have liked to have seen a merger, but it's fine. You can still go on supporting Advance and Restore, edging your bets. You've got UKIP there. And by the way, I think that UKIP would have been unwise to actually merge at this stage as well. I think that Nick Tanconi is better off not merging at this stage, because should Rupert fail, people are going to want to look elsewhere. Having said that, if it's strategic and you merge before the election to make sure you get what you want to happen to this country in power, then it wouldn't have been a bad thing. But not at the moment. Not at the moment. And I actually sat there and thought, actually, Rupert Lowe's 100% bang on this. That settles it. There's not going to be a merger, not just yet, but they're not dismissing it completely. You know, everybody just go forward. And then all the inner wranglings from the background started coming out, didn't it? And that's when you realise that Ben Habib was only in this for some power shift. And sadly, I would say the same for Richard Inman. And out of the three, I would say Paul Thorpe is probably the less seeking that power and stuff, but he still is as well, unfortunately. I think the way things have played out has showed us this.
Trying to read that, the sun's in my eyes. Oh, Pato, is that? I've not unsubbed, but you've been talking about people around Rupert and not Rupert. That's not right. No, it is right. Rupert has chosen to associate himself with these people that are putting out rhetoric. We've all seen it. And the bottom line is this. This is the bottom line. Let's see how far this rhetoric takes them. As I said last night, when I was on Lubna's, whether I agree or disagree with those people, it's completely and utterly irrelevant. It's the rest of the UK that you've got to get to agree with these people, and they won't agree with
Right, so whether you agree with them or not agree with them, it's irrelevant. So why are you making this big fuss? Why?
Okay, I don't think I can actually listen to any more. I'm going to play a couple of other things before this stream finishes. But I think what we're dealing with here is a Michaela Onyevosa who's not even been informed or turned the news on or even realised yet that there's pretty much World War III kicking off. I mean, she did the whole, she doesn't want to turn everything into an Israel-Palestine conversation earlier. I didn't see what was going on with what Skyworks had written, but I've got a feeling perhaps, I don't know, but isn't it a bit unusual? I mean, I've been out and come back, so sorry if I've missed some comments and whatnot, but there's been no mention so far, from what I can tell, of anything that's going on in... Now, I know she says she doesn't care an awful lot, but she literally shuts down anything to bat for Israel, and she doesn't know anything about anything, and they're just blowing up the whole of fucking Iraq. I don't know. But so it seems that she's missed that memo. So this is how narcissistic the woman is. So she's just going to sit here and just talk about Paul Thorpe and Rupert Lowe again, like anyone else cares. I mean, and what all the people that are sat there in the audience, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? We're gonna point out to her that she's missed something really big that's going on today. Well, that would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? So we can't really. Let's just let her go on about Paul Thorpe again, as though nothing else is going on today, and we'll all just sit here, 130 of us, just sit here and entertain it. Yeah. What a load of shit. What a load of shit. So fucking ridiculous. This is so over. This entire YouTube bullshit gig is just so over. It's beyond it's not funny at all. The world's literally gone to shit for this. That fucking woman, that monster of a fucking woman. The death and suffering of so many fucking children. Again, she's just not. Oh, she's such a fucking self-absorbed monster. Anyway, I'm not gonna say too much.
Why are you making this big fuss? Because look, I'm going to tell you something. The way I see it, right? I look at Rupert, I think he's a stand-up man. He makes sense. The policies he's brought forward seem rational and reasonable. He's not saying all blacks get out. He's not saying all people of colour get out. He's made it quite clear that he's talking about criminals, people that are not conducive for our society, people that shouldn't legally be here, and people that are a detriment, that he wants them gone. And people that have been complicit in bringing down our culture, oppressing our country, and actually making it a really uncomfortable place for the majority of the people of this country to live. I don't think that's a bad position. He's told you how he's going to do it, and we are going to look at that a bit later if I get time. Otherwise, it'll be tomorrow. And for me, I'm like, well, that's reasonable. If there's other people that are Nazis, Jew haters, that want to vote for Rupert Lowe, that's none of my business. I don't care. Because I actually understand politics, and I understand that when you do general elections, it means that everybody in the country has a right to vote equally. And that those people can vote for the person that's going to give the better results to them to make their lives more comfortable, even if they don't agree with them 100%. People did it in the last election. There was people that were voting reform that didn't really fully believe that Nigel Farage was actually going to do anything for them. It's just that it was a protest vote because they knew that Labour and Conservatives had fucked up spectacularly. It's none of my business if somebody is a Jew hater and who they're voting for. It's like saying to me, see that bloke over there is Jesus. He's 100% perfect. But there's a group of men over there don't believe that Jesus was Jewish ethnicity, and they want to vote for him, but they hate Jews. So you can't vote for him, even though he's the most perfect answer in the world. Because those people over there are going to vote for him as well. Why would that bother me?
What do you reckon I should do then? Drop her a line or just pop round with a decent packet of biscuits?
Exactly. Maybe let's say he had his vote, you don't call him out. Because politicians are above all that shit. And when they do get themselves involved in all that shit, they look pathetic. Interdict Grant sits there and goes, nobody likes you because it's racism. And we're all like, what? Because you're an actual arsehole. And the policies that you've implemented have fucking ruined this society. When the Prime Minister stood up and said all of the people protesting over South Pole.
So now you're incompetent as well as a liar.
I'm like, what? Can you not see this is not about colour, this is about general safety? And now we're getting the same thing. Oh, everybody that wants to vote for Rupert must agree with Bo. Who the fucking hell is Bo? Nothing against Bo.
This man, your great matey, thief and extorter, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a murderer.
Yeah, well, so just same old Peggy, innit? Everyone else's fault.
You invited him in for coffee.
Same old Peggy, innit?
9 months, we entered into negotiations with the United States. You remember in June, we were in the middle of the negotiations, and we have always said that Iran is not seeking nuclear weapons. Just show me one single report by the IAEA that can certify Iran's deviating from peaceful purposes. That's a big lie that has been propagated by the United States, by Israeli lobby inside the United States for the past 4 decades, that Iran is going to have nuclear weapon. There is no nuclear weapon. Iran has never sought to have nuclear weapons, period.
But President Trump is arguing that you are not taking the talks seriously. America considers you a threat. Israel clearly considers you a threat. And you are also, it is now obvious, are a threat to your own people, having killed so many people simply trying to protest and express their freedom of speech.
That's not true.
Which part of that?
Come on, both of them. You Europeans, the European Union, European countries always regard themselves as the custodian of the rule of law. Show me just one single rule of law or logic that if one country regards another country as a threat, they are allowed under international law simply to launch an attack.
But
what kind of threat? Come on, what kind of threat do you think Iran was posing to the United States? Did we go to the Gulf of Mexico to attack the United States? They have come from 6,500 miles away to our shore.
Right.
They have created so many military bases around Iran, and right now they are attacking Iran. And you are saying that Iran is a threat to Israel and to the United States?
Well, you're clearly a threat to Israel. You want to destroy Israel. Now, President Trump wants regime change.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because
no, come on. Please do not change the facts. It was the Israel and the United States that attacked Iran, not vice versa. In June, they attacked Iran. Right now, they are telling everyone clearly that we launched an attack against Iran. It was not Iran that launched an attack against the United States or Israel.
But the position now is that President Trump is clearly after regime change. He wants the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow the government. Do you think that could happen?
That's an illusion. That's, again, an unlawful act of aggression. That's against the right of self-determination of the people. The Iranian nation decided 47 years ago to overthrow the dictatorship that was supported by the United States. The Iranian nation knows how to take care of their destiny. It is not for any outsiders to claim that they are trying to help Iranian nation. Our people saw it by their own eyes when the United States tried to help us by killing innocent girls in Minab and other cities.
Right.
The junior schoolers were massacred in many cities in Iran. That was the kind of help that the United States are going to provide to Iranians. And by the way, that I think more or less this is the same help that perhaps they did it in 1953 when they launched a coup d'etat against Iran.
But when you have killed so many people, thousands of people, in those,
it's a lie. It's a lie.
We have reports.
We gave a number. No, it's a lie.
We have reports of 6,400, and the suggestion is many more.
The exact number was 3,170%.
Well, even if it's that, it's a lot of people.
Of course it is. Even one precious life matters for us. But you have to tell this to the American administrations, to the Israelis, who agitated the public. They were part of this turning into violence, the peaceful protest. The peaceful protest was turned into violence by Israeli and American agents who were carrying weapons.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is
their agents.
Let me just ask you about Qatar and Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states who are saying that your attacks on those countries today, Qatar has said an unacceptable act of aggression. The Saudis are calling the attacks cowardly. You're antagonizing key intermediaries in this dispute with the United States.
We are not attacking any of our neighbors. What we are doing is in exercise of our right of self-defense against the American and Israeli act of aggression. In fact, the United States is abusing the soil, the territory of our neighbors in order to carry out this unlawful act of aggression. And as I said, we attach high importance to our friendly relations with our neighbors in the Persian Gulf region. This morning, Minister Arafji talked to his counterparts and assured them that these strikes have nothing to do with these countries. It is only targeting the bases that are the source of American aggression against Iran.
How long do you think you can survive in this war? How long can you defend yourself for?
We have to defend ourselves. We have no other choice other than defending ourselves with all might.
Can you see the talks ever resuming after what has happened?
We prefer right now to focus on defending our territory, defending our national security, defending our people.
And just finally, is it the intention of Iran to effectively close the Straits of Hormuz?
As I said right now, we are focusing on how to defend in the best way possible our people and our territory against this act of aggression. Our armed forces understand, our armed forces decide how best to defend our territory and our sovereignty against this act of aggression.
But could that include effectively closing the Straits of Hormuz?
As I said, the way we would defend ourselves depends on the decision by our brave armed forces.
Mr. Bagai, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now that interview was recorded a short time ago, and there you have it, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman saying that Khamenei, the supreme leader, is alive and well. We've just heard Benjamin Netanyahu saying the signs are growing that Iran's supreme leader is no longer, as he put it. Let's talk to Mark Stone in Washington. And Mark, just on this issue of whether Khamenei is alive or dead, are the Americans shedding any light on this?
No. In a word, President Trump is down in Mar-a-Lago, which in and of itself is relatively remarkable. I can't think of a time other than Trump and Venezuela at the beginning of the year when an American president has not been at the White House when something like this is launched. With Venezuela, which be in no doubt was a completely different situation. It was a one and done, in and out moment. This is not. But for Venezuela, he was in Mar-a-Lago at a makeshift situation room. He is again today for this altogether different situation, a war, he is calling it, and he is calling for regime change. What I can tell you is that from Mar-a-Lago, Mark, he has spoken to the leaders of Saudi Arabia, of Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and also to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, with whom we know he has a good relationship. Although, in the context of what we've seen unfolding over the course of the past 12 hours, I think that organizations like NATO and like the UN, where there will be a Security Council meeting a little later on, feel kind of almost quaint, given the unilateral action that America and Israel have chosen to take. And we have seen over the course of the day the diplomatic maneuvers that have gone on with different countries, perhaps privately reluctant to put themselves side by side with the United States, but one by one doing so in their kind of nuanced way. I mean, Canada and Australia quite quick out of the blocks. We've seen the Gulfies, as they're often referred to, the Gulf Arab countries, who are on the front line of all this, getting very quickly behind President Trump. They've kind of got no other option. But Britain's perspective here is fascinating, and I think it's going to be a strain on the special relationship. Keir Starmer at pains to frame Britain's involvement as defensive and as only being part of it after the initial strike by the Americans. So very much not side by side in the initial decision by the Americans to carry out these strikes. And there remains a question mark over the use of British bases like RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, Lakenheath in East Anglia, and Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Key British bases that the Americans need if this is to become a prolonged war. And I've not got any clarity at the moment on the legality of all of that. So that's an issue to watch for sure. Of course, the other thing, Mark, is how all this goes down in the United States. You know, President Trump was the America First president. He's the president who said on his in his victory speech, "I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars." And yet, what has he done now? He has unilaterally decided to start one. I guess he will argue when we hear from him in more detail that he's starting one in order to create peace down the line. That will be his argument. And I think, you know, there seem to me to be three strands to all of this. There's the nuclear, there's disarming Iran's nuclear capability. There's the ballistic missiles, but then there's the regime change. And he was so clear in his statement that came after he'd orchestrated and announced the attacks. He was so clear in his statement that this is about regime change. Now, my perspective is that regime change requires a plan for the day after. There is no plan at the moment. It requires us a clear strategy of succession within Iran. That doesn't exist at the moment. And regime change without all of that, the gamble would have paid off. But it's a big if.
Said that it would take Iran several years to recover from this attack. And he said, interestingly, he said on these talks, I understood from that, he apparently told Axios that they didn't really want a deal. So President Trump speaking to Axios, it seems, rather than the nation, which itself is, well, quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, in normal circumstances, if a president was going to make this the decision that President Trump has now made, various things would happen. In the weeks prior, there would be a sort of a strategic plan to prepare the American people for for the choice that the president is about to make. There would be they would be trying to begin to justify what they felt they needed to do. President Trump did not do that. Yes, when he was asked, he kind of justified why he might need to take military action, but there was never a sort of conscious effort to explain to the American people why this action was necessary. It was the State of the Union on Tuesday. That was the perfect forum to be able to do that. And yet it was an hour into his speech, more than an hour into his speech, before he started talking about Iran. And when he did, my sense was he was almost trying to give diplomacy a chance. So I think that's really important. He hasn't got congressional approval for this either. There is a almost a constitutional imperative to get congressional approval. He has decided not to do that as well. And as I said, there is. You know, I was speaking to an ambassador last week of a European country who said to me, "We do not have a day after plan for Iran." Now that's striking. If this all spirals, there is no day after plan for Iran. We all remember Afghanistan, and we certainly all remember Iraq after 2003. No plan and years of war.
Yeah. Okay, Mark, thank you very much indeed. Just another line from President Trump speaking to the website Axios. He says, I've had a great conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. We're on the same wavelength. So that there from President Trump. Joining me now is Elliot Abrams, Special Representative for Iran during President Trump's first term. Thank you very much for being with us. And if, as Benjamin Netanyahu seems to be saying, that the Supreme Leader Khamenei is, as he puts it, no longer, if he is dead, what impact would that have on Iran and this whole situation, do you think?
It's a probable war aim to get him out. And if the desire is to bring down the regime, then killing him is a piece of that. I do want to say, I think what your correspondent, Mark, just said is wrong. Trump broke two of his rules here, the one and done rule and the no casualties rule. He did not break the no invasion rule. This is not like Afghanistan and Iraq. There are 0 American troops going to be in Iran. So this may be a 2-day war, it may be a 10-day war, but the references to Afghanistan and Iraq, I think, are wrong.
Well, I think the point that Mark Stone was making was that when you start these things, you don't know how they end. And I mean, obviously, Iraq ended in a quagmire. Afghanistan didn't go that well. And his suggestion was that once you start this and you have an air campaign, you know, it's all very uncertain and unpredictable.
It's certainly unpredictable, but the president is not going to be sending American troops into Iran. I do think on the question of why he didn't alert Americans more, of course, he wanted the element of surprise. That's part of it. And he is counting, maybe rightly, maybe wrongly, on the idea that Americans have some knowledge of Iran as an enemy country, the only country saying death to America. People remember everything from the Iran hostage crisis to the killings of Americans in Iraq. He's counting on that. We'll see whether he's counting on it rightly.
Why this and why now, do you think? Isn't it all a huge gamble? And the other point really is that the talks were ongoing. There was talk of some progress in the diplomacy in Geneva. More talks were planned for next week. I just wonder why now, or was this always the plan, do you think?
Well, the words about the talks making good progress came from Oman and they came from Iran. They did not come from the United States. And the Americans, I think, pretty clearly thought the Iranians were never going to make the compromises that Trump thought necessary. For example, 0 enrichment. Why now as opposed to, well, I was going to say as opposed to January. He was busy in Venezuela in January, but why not wait 3 more months, 6 more months? It is possible that election timing is part of this. But the decision certainly goes back to the day when you start assembling forces. In the Caribbean, Venezuela, and now in the Gulf region, the president has pretty much shown that when he brings these troops, ships, air power together, he makes a very quick decision on whether to use them. These things don't stretch out months. So when you see him assembling these armadas, you can pretty well predict the outcome.
How dangerous do you think this is? You know, these, as I was saying, these wars are unpredictable. It could lead to the implosion of the regime. It could lead to chaos. How dangerous do you think this is?
Well, the danger really for the United States and nearby countries is, first of all, loss of life. So far, I don't think there is a large amount of loss of life in any of the Arab countries or Israel or of Americans. So the president did warn the American people in his initial statement that that might well be coming. There's another danger, which is to oil. And it is striking to me that we're now, whatever, 9 hours into this or something like that, that Iran has not chosen to attack oil facilities. A few years ago, they did attack the largest oil facility in Saudi Arabia, Abqaiq. Not today. They're hitting US bases so far and some other targets, but they may be afraid that if they hit an economic target in any of the Arab countries, you know, they'll get hit in return. If that happens, you'll see the price of oil skyrocket, and that'll have an effect on every economy, including the US economy. And again, this is an election year here.
And just finally, this idea of people rising up, the Iranian people rising up against the regime, overthrowing the regime. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu is kind of saying over to you, really, to the Iranian people. Is that realistic? Is that possible? Do you think it would happen?
I think the president is also saying over to you. That is, we're not invading, so we're going to hit the regime, then over to you. Is it possible? Sure. I mean, the Iranian people have risen up 5 or 6 times in the last 20 years, including very recently. And of course, that gave rise to the mass murder by the regime. That could happen again, or maybe this time enough people are in the streets so that the regime actually does fall. Is it likely? I would say it's less than 50-50, but it's certainly plausible.
Okay, Elliot Abrams, thank you very much for coming on. Just a little bit of breaking news. Oman has urged Iran to respect the sovereignty of states, international law and neighborly relations with Gulf states. That's interesting because that's from the Foreign Ministry of Oman. It was Oman the Foreign Minister of Oman, who's been shuttling between the two sides at these talks in Geneva, and Oman clearly angry about what's been happening with these waves of missile attacks and drones, and Oman urging Iran to respect the sovereignty of states. Well, as we've heard, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have both called for Iranian citizens to take to the streets. Our international correspondent, John Sparks, has been looking at the reaction from inside Iran, from the regime itself and from those opposed to it.
The war came from above, metallic streaks and powerful explosions through the windows and on the streets of the capital, Tehran. This, the first day of the working week. The Americans and the Israelis encountered little or no resistance. Their planes and missiles striking targets at will. They hit offices and residences, military installations and weapons programs. But they were after the country's rulers as well, past and present. Here's what's left of former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's residence. His chief of staff told us he survived. This operation has been launched in a deeply divided country, and those divisions were on display as the mission began. I love Trump, he says. Here we see civilians celebrating the attack. Such is their loathing for the Iranian regime. And on a rooftop, women watch breathlessly after a strike on northwest Tehran. They've hit the residence, says one. A reference to the compound of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Yet the Islamic Republic has supporters as well, and they took to the streets with impromptu rallies. God is great, chants this man, and collective prayer for themselves, for their leaders, for the regime. The opening phase of this operation has caused much chaos and led to much loss of life. Iranian state media says more than 80 people were killed at a girls' school when it was struck by 3 missiles. Dozens more are reportedly injured. Images of blood-stained backpacks won't win supporters to the American side. The state broadcaster moved itself into an emergency studio, fearing an aerial attack, with this newsreader advising Tehran residents to leave the city for their own safety. But the authorities are trying to deal with a different sort of threat. This is Reza Pahlavi, son of the country's last king, now presenting himself as the heir apparent. And in an address, he said, "Stay where you are."
I ask you to remain in your homes for now and preserve your safety and security. Stay vigilant and ready so that at the appropriate time, which I will announce to you precisely, you can return to the streets for the final action.
The people of Iran know that their rulers will fight until the bitter end. Years of failed protests have taught them that. And a bombing campaign, well, it's highly unlikely to dislodge them. John Sparks, Sky News.
John Sparks there, and we were just hearing growing suggestions from Benjamin Netanyahu in his televised address that that Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, as Netanyahu put it, is no longer. Let's just have a listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu had to say about this.
This morning was a surprising hit, a blow. We hit out at the tyrant Khamenei. For 3 decades, he has been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists.
So many signs that Khamenei is no longer. I spoke to the foreign ministry spokesman in Iran just about an hour ago, hour and a half ago, and he said that Khamenei was safe and well. Now we're hearing also from a senior Israeli official who has been speaking to the Reuters news agency and who is saying that Khamenei is dead and his body has been found. That's according to a senior Israeli official, according to the Reuters news agency. Dominic Waghorn is here with me. So this is coming out in drips and drabs, really, from the Israeli side, clearly. If the supreme leader is dead, what is the significance of that?
Well, if he is dead, it is hugely significant because, you know, he has ruled Iran for 36 years as the supreme leader, and he's lived up to his name. You know, he believes he's able to rule by divine right. His sort of religious and political writs intervenes and intrudes into everybody's lives and the minutest details of those lives. And his personality, really, as well as his politics, have kind of defined the way Iran conducts itself on the world stage as much as the way his government conducts itself at home. So I think, you know, we need to be cautious because it will be momentous news. And what we can say at the moment is the Israelis believe he is dead, and they're getting more and more forthright, aren't they, about what they believe has happened to him and their belief that he's dead. And we just heard, all we can say from the Iranian point of view is that we've heard from Ismail Baghai, the spokesman for the foreign minister that you spoke to, who said that as far as he knows, he's safe and sound. And that echoed what Syed Abbas Araghchi, his boss and foreign minister, said as well. I think it's interesting they both use the same words. Yeah. It suggests they're reading from a script, and it's slightly suspicious, I think, that they did so. But we'll wait to have final confirmation that he is dead.
I mean, he's old and ill, so presumably there was some.
Agileft has had a very positive impact on our organization. It is.
Despite his age and his, could it be the commander who might replace him? And what he's been doing in the last few weeks, Mark, reportedly is kind of delegating to people. Most recently to Ali Larijani, who's a former nuclear negotiator, who's a hardliner, saying that if he's killed, then Larijani will replace him. So kind of securing lines of command and succession there. And so that could mitigate, I guess, the impact of a power vacuum. But I think it's fair to say that, you know, if he is dead, there's going to be a power struggle. And even while he was alive and heading towards what would have been a natural death, the speculation was still that the other power structures in Iran, particularly the IRGC, the military and the intelligence wings of the kind of security establishments, if you like, in Iran, would take the opportunity of his death to sort of sideline the Ayatollahs and the mullahs and the religious wings of the government there, because there's so much resentment and frustration about the totalitarian theocratic rule that ordinary Iranians have been living under, and maybe offer a kind of change of regime or a change within the regime rather than an actual change of regime. Maybe the IRGC replacing the Ayatollah. So that speculation has kind of existed already while he was alive and wasn't facing any kind of unnatural death. I guess we could be looking at a similar scenario if he is actually dead. But obviously, in a time of war, I think it's hard to predict how this is going to unfold now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at, I mean, there's bits of news coming in all the time, but the Iranians saying in an interview about an hour ago that the supreme leader is safe and well. We're hearing increasingly out of Israel, not confirmed, but increasingly out of Israel, that that is not the case. Joining me now is Dr. Dan Diker, who is president of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. And good evening to you. And I don't know whether you can shed any light on this. There doesn't seem to be any confirmation, but this has been hinted at by Benjamin Netanyahu. And now we're hearing that other Israeli officials, rather, are talking to Reuters and saying that Khamenei is dead. What are you hearing there?
Mark, good evening to you all in London from Jerusalem. I heard fewer than 10 minutes ago, by the way of the Israeli media, by the leading commentators on Israeli international affairs, that the supreme leader may be well, healthy and well, but not in this world, that he has been killed. And we're facing, it's a new reality today in Tehran. And as the gentleman said on the program, the beginning of a new power struggle for leadership. My sense of it is, and we at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, who have dealt with the highest levels of the Israeli opposition, believe that there is a major thrust towards a different type of Iranian leadership, one that tends to parallel the type of demonstrations that we've seen among the Iranian public for a free Iran, as opposed to a frightened Iran in the type of regime that we've seen for the last 47 years.
Right, let me jump in there. The Iranian state media is now quoting the head of public relations at the Supreme Leader's office saying, well, not that he's alive, but saying that the enemy is resorting to mental warfare. All should be aware. So, well, it's difficult to say. I mean, were he to be dead, what do you think the impact would be?
Very consequential, in fact, because the Iranian people understand the sources of Iranian regime negotiating behavior based on strength and power. And it was clear, if we remember back in 1979, when the Shah fell from power, that people were beginning to yell at the end of the Shah's reign, Khomeini, Khomeini, and many people didn't know who Khomeini was. They're looking for the next powerful leader in order to take the reins, and they respect that type of power. But this is a new morning for the Iranian people. So many of them, by the tens of thousands, have lost their lives in fighting this regime, and hundreds of thousands have been wounded. And there is a major thrust, as you probably know, in the Iranian public for democracy, freedom, and pro-Western sentiment. So I'm quite unsure that the leadership will move from the religious leaders in Qom to the most severe members of the IRGC. I'm quite sure that the United States and its allies, particularly Israel, would like to see a free Iran. And Prime Minister Netanyahu just minutes ago was shown to speak directly to the Iranian people, similar to President Trump, saying, take your future in your own hands, the future of freedom, the future of security and liberty out of, and the end of so many decades of fear, trembling, and trauma that this murderous regime has enforced on its own people, and by the way, on Brits and on Israelis and on Americans as well over the last 4.5 decades.
Now, what about the timing of this? I mean, I asked because there were these reports suggesting that there was some progress in this diplomacy in Geneva, a deal, we were told, by Oman, the foreign minister who was dealing with it, and by the Iranians, a deal was within reach. So why attack now?
You know, if we had gone back in the middle of the 20th century when Prime Minister Winston Churchill, during the evacuation of Dunkirk, was talking about fighting in the streets, fighting in the hills, fighting in the cities. We will never surrender. We are dealing with not only this era's Nazi regime, but we are dealing with a Nazi regime on steroids that is actually a regime that enters into hospitals and shoots children in the face. Would you trust such a regime to talk about diplomacy? This is really an issue of civilization opposite the worst form of barbarism. And in fact, I must say, as somebody who calls himself a student of the Middle East and of Iran, that there is a concept, as you probably are familiar with, called taqiyya, which is dissimulation, which is saying what it is that your adversaries or those sitting across would like to hear from you. The Iranian regime cheats, robs, and steals. That's what they do. That's what they believe. And that's why, in the end of the day, President Trump did not fall for that. And after this complete collapse, there was a collapse in diplomacy because the sides, factually speaking, did not agree on any of the conditions.
Right. Just finally, isn't it the truth, though, that Benjamin Netanyahu always wanted diplomacy to fail, really? He wanted to launch a military attack like this.
Not at all. Not at all. He would be very happy to engage in the kind of diplomacy that he was actually taking the risk, together with President Trump, to engage in opposite the new powers in Gaza, even those that come from the Palestinian Authority, who have incited to mass murder, who have incentivized its people to terror. So no, he very much wanted diplomacy, and in fact, let me please just finish the sentence. Prime Minister Netanyahu and the IDF have issued leaflets to the Iranian people, telling them where to evacuate in order to avoid any civilian deaths. But as far as the regime is concerned, there's no one home to negotiate with. This is our era's version of the Nazi regime, and as Prime Minister Churchill said, they must be defeated.
Dr. Dijker, well, I'm sorry, we've got to move on, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just some breaking news. Reuters, quoting a senior Trump administration official, is saying the US had indications that Iran had intended to strike preemptively, and that President Trump decided not to let US forces absorb attacks from missiles. The senior Trump administration official, we don't
Looking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?